Coming to you live from my apartment, it's Rob Has a Podcast. And now here's the guy who's ready to bring you tonight's long distance dedication. I am Rob Sesternino. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our Top 40 Countdown, where we're counting down the hits. And tonight we're going to talk about Magic number 8 in our countdown. It is season known as Survivor the Amazon. And I'm very excited to go back a very long time, back to 2003, to talk about it all with you here on the podcast tonight. Will we set another record? I guess you'll know if you'll be able to look at the runtime, but we'll see as we're ready with another great panel to talk about Survivor the Amazon. First, let me welcome back to the panel for the first time since we talked about Survivor Gabon. It's Maggie Morgan. Maggie, how are you?
Bangerang, Rob. I'm great. I'm so excited to be here. I can't believe that I get to talk about Survivor the Amazon with you, the guy who is essentially Survivor the Amazon. I am wearing a ski hat for the occasion because that is badass. So I'm here. I'm ready. I can't wait to get into all of it.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know if I can't wait to get into all of it, but we will here tonight. Maggie, great to have you back, and very excited to have back with us. I believe this is appearance number 3 on the Top 40 Countdown. Here is the great Frail Mary Kwiatkowski. Mary, how are you?
You know, Rob, I feel like I'm right in between a rock and a hard stone on this podcast because on the one hand, I really like Survivor the Amazon and I'm excited to talk about it. On the other hand, I do have a bedtime, eventually sometime in the next 10 hours. That would be nice.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we'll do our best to get through all things Survivor the Amazon. Looking forward to talking about it all with the two of you. The last time I talked about Survivor the Amazon stuff with 2 women, they walked away very angry with me at the end of it. So hopefully we have better results tonight. But excited to get into everything. Just want to set this up. No holds barred. Wherever you want to go, whatever you want to say.
Careful.
Feel free. Let's do it.
All right.
Let's do it. I mean, we're 33 seasons into the countdown. What do we have to lose? Okay. So we'll get into all things Survivor the Amazon here up top. So excited for our coverage here tonight. Of course, we will talk about some more on our patron feedback show over later on this week. On Thursday, we'll get into our patron feedback show. Hope you can join us for that in our patron podcast feed. Grant Mallow and Sarah Amelia will join me on the patron podcast feed on Thursday to continue our discussion and our feedback from Survivor the Amazon, which I'm sure we have quite a bit. Now, last week, we talked about the number 9 season of all time. It was Survivor Second Chances. By the way, I had seen that Cass felt like that she did not approve of Christian's analysis on the record-setting podcast. So
really?
that on Twitter.
What happened?
She thought that Christian was coming off. She didn't say anything about me, so I'm gonna breathe a sigh of relief. But she said Christian was too much of a game bot and thinks that he will not do well when he returns to Survivor.
Oh no. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, for that season, I feel like there is a lot of game to talk. So. What do you really expect to get Christian on to get just the fun side of Survivor?
I don't know. But Cass didn't seem thrilled with that. But that was the only negative comment I saw from the 6-hour podcast with Christian last week. So
I can just say we are not going 6 hours tonight. I can guarantee that. I'm sure people looking at the runtime, if I am proven wrong, oh no, something went terribly wrong because I can't do that. Yeah. No one could do that. You and Christian were fabulous, but yes. I am not like that.
Well, Maggie, when it comes to Survivor the Amazon endurance challenges, that is not my forte. So I don't know, maybe this will end up being a quicker one. So we'll see here tonight. But this is another week where we're going to pick up the pace one more time, where we are going to go into double speed for the final time in the top 40 countdown. We'll be back with the 7th best season of Survivor this Saturday. And 1 week from tonight, we'll talk about the 6th best season of Survivor. So that will put us on track to have the top 5 baby completely uninterrupted coming up with 1 week for each. But just in case people want to get into start their rewatch and they may not finish the podcast, we won't make you wait. We'll tell you up top the number 7 season in the countdown. And later on in this episode, at the end, we'll tell you number 6. Any guess on what's coming up?
I feel like Winners at War has to come up soon. I mean, I don't know how much everybody likes all the other ones, but all the other ones I have higher in my rankings, at least.
All right. Maggie?
I'm gonna abstain because I think one doesn't deserve to be in the top 10, and I feel like it's gonna be top 5 baby, and I'm gonna abstain because it's one that everybody likes. So
okay, all right, here we go. And it's Winners at War. Leave me alone already, okay? Saturday, Winners at War. It's going to be Taryn Armstrong and Shannon Gus are going to join me on Saturday to talk about Winners at War. And I think we're going to do something a little bit special for that one in terms of instead of just going through it straight, I think we may want to talk about it in some different ways, considering it's the most recent season that we all watched. So look for that on Saturday. Finally, Winners at War comes up on the countdown, the number 7 season of Survivor. And we'll tell you what number 6 is going to be at the end of this podcast. But okay, Survivor the Amazon, here we go. It was a season where we had a big theme. It was the men versus the women. And for the very first time, in true to the Amazon location, where Amazon women once reigned supreme, they would reign supreme once again in 2003.
Yeah, I think that this is a really direct result from the previous season. I don't know how long they had been planning to do both Amazon and this theme of men versus women, but I think part of the reason it's this high is because of just how fun the whole season feels. There's a couple moments, there's a couple arguments, a couple things that are a little bit downers, but for the most part, there's just this sort of overarching feel of like, haha, we're kind of giddy to be out here and look at all the silliness we're having.
I totally agree, Mary. So I started watching Survivor in like 2019. I know, it's crazy. I started watching 2019 and I started with season 1 and watched all the way through in order up through 20 in order. And I'm not going to lie, like as a Big Brother person who'd been watching Big Brother since they were like a kid, I'm not going to lie, those first 5 seasons, I was like, I'm not sure that I can keep doing this. Like, I'm really, really trying to give this my best shot, but they're very old. It's very different. After Thailand, I almost gave up. And then when Survivor the Amazon came on, I was like, now we're cooking with gas. I can watch this. This is a show I feel excited to watch that's making me laugh, that's giving me what I want. Now we're finally into the strategy part that I know is like, someone in 2019 watching reality TV. So I feel like it's the first season of like that gives us a hint of what Survivor can be, if that makes sense.
Yeah. This is going to be a unique challenge for me because I've talked about the first 33 seasons on the countdown and sort of like look at them from like a holistic point of view of like, okay, this was the impact of the season. This was the good. This was the bad. It's hard for me to separate like the, first person experience of going through the show, watching the show from being objective about the show. So I'm really going to lean on the two of you a lot tonight to help me guide through it. I feel like I really did a lot of the first person experience with all of this in the Evolution of Strategy with Josh Wigler, which if you are really interested in a deeper dive into my personal experience, I recommend that you check that out. I'm not sure. I feel it's like 12 hours or something like that. And Josh does a really good job of interviewing me about my particular experience. So I'd love to like be, focused on the season at large and, give any sort of like coloring in where I can along the way, but try to keep it in at least the same sort of category of how we've talked about all the other of the 39 seasons of Survivor.
Definitely. And I think it can be tricky sometimes when you say that up front, considering the fact that I don't think that it is shocking to say that you're probably the number one better player on this season, and that you also get like twice as many confessionals as everybody else and are seen driving most of the strategy conversation. We're going to get some separate strategy from Dina, but separate strategy from the tribes that you're not on, for one thing. So we'll have some things to talk about that. But especially when you look at some of the other endgame players like Jenna and Matt, I don't think that many people are out there saying that they outperformed you in a lot of the like strategy conversations early on, even so much that like instead of having a section in my notes that say like this season's impact on the game and the rest of the seasons of Survivor, I have a section called Rob's impact on the game. And that's not just to be a brown noser, because I'm finding it really hard. Like, I'm looking at you right now, talking to you, and it still feels like a different person from the one that I watch. Like, I can see you, obviously you're the same person, but unlike Maggie, yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure. Unlike Maggie, though, I started watching this show in season 1 when I was like 5 years old. So by the time I hit Amazon, I was, 9 or 10, and I was really starting to get into the show. This season for me highlights a lot of like my first thoughts on the seasons. It's the first time I can remember rooting for a particular person. It's the first time I remember being I'm not gonna say no about that. I was rooting for Dina for a long time, but I remember that me and my family all had a very different impression our first time around, where we got to the end, we were like, oh, Matt should have won. Matt out there, though, he was the person. This is like such an embarrassing, weird fact, but when I first remember getting a Facebook account and I realized that like quote unquote famous people had Facebook, the first person I looked up for whatever reason was Matt von Ertfelda. I was like, oh, I wonder if he's on Facebook. I don't know why.
Was he?
Yeah, he was. I didn't friend him or anything because that would be creepy. But I did remember thinking like, oh wow, that was the first time I realized that Survivor people were people too. So that was a big moment for me. But this season I think shaped a lot of my thoughts about Survivor, even that like me and my siblings and my friends growing up would like play Survivor in the woods, and we based a lot of our like shelter building and stuff around the look of this season, probably because you're in a forest as opposed to the beach, felt more normal. A lot of the challenges you do in this season for the first time are ones that stick around and mean a lot to me. And so it's a big season for me personally, but yeah, I'm still having a hard time like exactly having you and this Rob as the same person.
Yeah. It's weird for me to watch the show. It was like a really long time ago. I have not watched the season back since we did the evolution strategy. So, it had probably been like 7 years since I watched it the last time when we did the evolution of strategy. And then, I can't believe it now. It has been 7 years since Josh and I recorded that part of the evolution of strategy. So, it is wild that there has been, Survivor had been on the air only a couple of years since then. And it's been a longer gap since the last time I watched Survivor the Amazon than there was from the start of Survivor to the Amazon.
Can I just say something to like get the elephant out of the room here?
Sure.
I think you might be the horniest 24-year-old on television that's not like on a dating show ever. Like, I can't think of anybody else who's on like a show for money who was as outwardly just like no holds bars horny as you are on this season. And it is just hilarious that I'm talking to you right now and being like, huh?
True. That what I will say is that I would not say that like the show is a documentary where I feel like that I was that person, but I also was a person who was trying to be a television character, and
you succeeded.
Yes,
masterfully. Yes. You did.
and we were talking a little bit about like stand-up comedy like before we started the podcast, and I really feel like that in the way that like it like a stand-up comedian like would have like a really exaggerated version of their persona. Like I felt like that from the time I went through casting, from when I was casting for Big Brother, that I was really like playing up this part of my personality. And I was like, this stuff was killing with casting and with the producers. And so, I was like ratcheting things up more and more. And especially when I was on a tribe of all men, that I felt like that I did not have a lot in common with any of the other men in my tribe, really. Even like when I'm in social situations and I'm with like other guys, a lot of times I'll talk about sports. Like the ironically on the men's tribe, like nobody really liked any professional sports or anything like that. The only thing I had that got a positive response from the other players, let alone the producers, was talking about the other women that were in the game. So like it was the kind of thing where like it got a lot of great results from the producers who were like, oh yeah, give us more of that, from the other players. And the stuff, most of what I'm saying, it doesn't even make sense.
We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that.
I think it's pretty clear. And I mean, I'd have to take a minute here to think about the first 5 seasons and see if there's another person that comes to mind. But there's definitely people in the first 5 seasons who are playing up a caricature of themselves or an archetype. Most of the time, it seems like to be a character on the show, or for TV purposes, whether they're playing like the, Captain America style person or whatever, or even the villain after you. But there's very few people I've seen who've come in up until you did who planned an archetype that seemed to both be interesting on TV and also benefit your game. And I don't know how much you thought about that, about like being the sort of like, oh, this is a little bit cringy that I'm this age and I live with my parents in their basement and I sing karaoke, and like a lot, there's like a good amount of self-deprecating, sort of humor, while also still trying to sort of be with the guys and stuff. And that does, I think, benefit you, especially when it comes to people like Dave or Alex, who I think probably looked at you like, oh yeah, he's like the new guy who's trying to join the fraternity, and we're gonna take him under our wing a little bit. He's not quite as cool as us, but oh, wouldn't it be funny if he was like talking about the girls? Ha ha ha, Rob. Like I feel like there's a lot of that in there, and that definitely benefits your game. Being, we're gonna hear a lot about people feeling like they're being underestimated because of how they look, but I think you are the one who actually was for a bit of the season. Yeah. So.
No, I definitely think that is a valid point. I think that was something that worked to my advantage, but not something that I necessarily was like calculating in that like, okay, I'm gonna like play this up so that like people won't suspect that it's coming. But I think that I was like trying to at least like present the personality of like, hey, we're having so much fun, and they won't see that necessarily coming. Like I won't, like I wasn't really trying to say like, hey, I'm a loser. You'll never see it coming. It's hard. I don't remember really exactly if that was part of my strategy. I think it was just more like just generally, like I couldn't believe that they even let me be on Survivor. Like I really was just like exploding with enthusiasm that I was there, and just like couldn't contain like just how like thrilled I was about the whole experience, because I feel like that there were a couple other people there that were like fans, but like I mean, I was like far and away like the like Survivor nerd that was there.
Yeah, I think also like, well, I have really 2 things just about your character on the show. And I was watching this with my friend who had never seen this season, who has very recently gotten into Survivor. And he was like, I totally get what the producers are going for, because it's the 2003 like American Pie era, like
Mhm.
Rob like is that guy from that movie. Like he's the guy who like is cringy with like his sexcapades and like what he's trying to do, and you're like sort of rooting for him, but like you know what I mean, and like the way that you're talking about the way these other women. And
Yeah.
I also think that, you know, just to swing back to what Mary was saying, like I think that's something about you as a person that draws people to you, is the fact that you're not like a very prideful person. Like you don't really care if people are like saying you're wrong to you, or like, you know, you don't really like that's not like very important to you. So I think that that is something that in your when you were playing the game, that was something that totally benefited you, because you were like, sure, I'll be laughed at for doing karaoke in my parents' basement. That doesn't bother me at all, because like in turn you were able to be underestimated, if that makes sense. I think that's a part of, like, I think that you are, it's just because I know you in real life, but I think that the best players of these types of games are the ones who can use themselves as, and really look at who they are as a player and use that to their advantage. And I think that that's something that you really weaponized in the game, which was that you didn't care if you got screamed at by Jenna and Heidi in front of the whole tribe. You were going to take it, and then you were going to go and do damage control later, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that was not part of my plan, but it definitely happened. And just to go back to your first thing, that, you know, you are not the first person, or your roommate is not the first person to make that Jason Biggs comparison from the American Pie movies, especially at that time. It used to happen all the time, to the point where it was like 2000 or 1999. And like I was at a party, and like somebody came up to me. He's like, you know who you look like? That guy from the American Pie movie, but you look like that guy, but you are that guy. Like, okay, all right, thank you. I got it. But let's try to pivot a little bit away from me for the time being,
Sure.
and talk about the season at large, because it is the first season really where they do a theme of the battle of the sexes, of men versus women. It will certainly not be the last time that they do a theme on Survivor. Obviously, the show is happy with the results. They're going to go back to this in Vanuatu only a year and a half later. But I guess let me ask both of you, like, do you feel like that the idea of the theme worked, and was it a concept worth exploring?
So I think it works in that, as I already mentioned, it adds a bit of levity to the season. I think it sort of gives I was going to say it gives a chance to some of the women who normally would not have meshed as well with the guys, except it actually totally doesn't, because they still are the first women to leave. So what are you going to do? But I think it makes it fun. I think it really sets up the idea that it's like the same stereotypes and tropes are somehow going to pop up all 3 times they do this, which makes me wonder if the people on those seasons have never watched the previous men versus women seasons, because I think we can probably make a compilation of all 3 times, and they say, oh, we guys, we're totally going to beat the women, we're going to win every single challenge. Cut to them losing several challenges, the women doing well. I mean, twice we're going to get female winners out of this format. I think it's fun. I really don't think that it like says anything big about people. I know like Jeff's gonna try in the reunion to be like, is it just that men and women think differently or whatever? It's like I don't know. I think Joanna even says like it depends which group of women you have here. Like women can all get along if you have like a different group.
This is a scientific experiment.
Sure,
okay,
right.
They took 8 men and they took 8 women. What
like,
else do you need to know? We've learned everything there is.
Like we're gonna get a lot of camp life stuff in the first couple of episodes about the women have to be clean, whereas the men are gonna build a giant shelter and all that kind of thing. It's like, yeah, probably some truth some not truth depending on your group of people, but we also saw some of the men didn't want to work at all, and some of the women really were, trying to go out there and do stuff. So it's whatever. I just think it's fun in order to set up the future dynamics of once the men and women do mesh and do mix up, like that famous toiletries box challenge, wherever that one is, the sort of memory one. Like that one is just exactly all that they wanted from this season, I think, and also just makes the show really fun. So I like the format. I don't think it's something they need to do all the time. I think it has held up better than the other ways they've tried to divide the groups. Like we don't need to see, age divisions anymore. I mean, I guess like millennials versus Gen X was the best try that they did at that, but this, I don't know.
Well, my biggest issue with this, I think, is like, I listened to the Millennials Gen X podcast that you guys did, and you were like, oh my gosh, I could have done so without like as a millennial, as a Gen Xer. And they lean into this so hard with the men and women, but like as millennials and Gen Xers, it's just like an age divide. Here, there's like a layer of like dark sexism over everything, where it's like these women, all they want to do is look pretty, and the girls are like, I can seduce any guy. And there's just like a weird, it's like very uncouth, like everything that they're saying. So like, in the way of like with like age differences, you get a lot of that, and it's annoying. This also like is saying things that are inappropriate, and it to be said in 2003, I don't know, in 2003 I was 8 years old, but like to be said now, it makes you cringe when you're watching.
Yeah. I mean, I think it, and even though the women ultimately end up winning, like I feel like that the show really wants to bring home the narrative. And I think this is like an issue with Survivor that happens for, well beyond Survivor the Amazon. I feel like that the show really presents, like at least for like 20, 30 seasons of the show, that, there are two valid strategies for playing Survivor. There's sort of like the like nicer, like under the radar lady, like a Tina or a Vesepia
or Denise.
Yeah, but this is in the early going.
I see.
Or you can be, use your feminine wiles to manipulate the men. And ultimately, like Jenna is the winner. And I think they really present that as like that. Oh, she was the sexy manipulator which I really don't think that at all. Like that was like a thing that actually worked to advance her in the game, particularly very much at all. But, and then Parvati is going to then, like when she ultimately wins, then she'll become like the poster person for that. But, Survivor really, loves that from like, that's the, like the ultimate like female player in the way that Survivor presents women on the show for, a while.
Which I think is interesting when you get into some of the conversations that you're going to have with Dina in this season, because and that's why I was rooting for her when I watched it the first time, was I really looked at Dina as being a very different type of player, especially woman player in this season, of someone who in a lot of ways was playing kind of similar to you. She was thinking strategically throughout. She was thinking more about which pieces on the board do I need to align myself with, more so than who do I get along with or who's contributing to the tribe. She was thinking more about which threats do I need to take out and win, and how to advance myself. I think that there are many ways, and we can talk about it when we get to her vote, but like there are other paths this season could have taken had that not been the option that you went with, of voting her out. But that was someone who, like, if I look at you and I say, if you're looking for like a partner in the game to actually strategize with and move throughout, I would expect someone like you to want to pair up with someone like Dina, and then one of you would try to take the other out as you went along when you realize that, you're probably each other's biggest threats.
Yeah. I think that Dina was actually a very unique player. And I think it's really a sin that they never brought her back to play again, because I'm trying to think of from the first 5 seasons previous to this, like, I don't think that we really ever had like a true alpha female who was and really she was allowed to be in that position, I think, because of the division of the men and the women, but I'm trying to think if there was just like a really outspoken woman leader of a tribe in the first 5 seasons. And like, while Dina and I had some definite like similar ideas about the game, like I don't want to play the game from like some sort of like out in front position where like Dina was like very comfortable being that person who is going to be like seen as sort of like the person in charge of a group. So I think that, she really was like somebody who did break the mold for Survivor players. And, we'll see other women who like play in that style in the future. But I just think that, she was such a interesting person on the show and like a really good player that never got a chance to come back and do it again.
And I think we're going to see some similarities coming up with other people, especially like Amy comes to mind in
Yeah.
Vanuatu of playing sort of in a similar position and another men versus women season. And I wonder if having that format actually helps that type of player because, if Dina, if this was a season where it was not split by men and women, I don't think she would have really been able to. She would have had a lot more clashing in the beginning with some of the men who were in that same kind of alpha position. So she's going to seem to be a little bit reluctant to step into that leadership role at first, but then clearly be very comfortable in it as well.
Because look what happened to her. I mean, we get to the merge, and her and Roger are at odds, and ultimately she outlasts Roger, and then ultimately, she's not gonna like Alex ultimately, and they're gonna be at odds. So ultimately, like it didn't work out for her. But I always wish that Dina would have gotten the chance to play again. I just think that she had like such upside to potentially win the game, and she should have been in the mix for the first All Stars at the very least.
So I think overall, just to talk about a couple of things at large from this season that I think shape some of the gameplay moving on. This is the first time we're going to get a lot of like alliances within alliances and a lot of fluidity between alliances in different groups. We've seen power alliances before. We've seen pagongings. We've seen small turns where like underdogs can work their way up. But in this season, you kind of have like the power players in both of the tribes who at face value don't seem like the power players initially. You have the people who think they're running the game and then the people who actually are, because it's numbers are finally overpowering like worth to the tribe, right? You have the people who are going to spend all their time working on the camp and the shelter, and they think that they're in a good position, but they're going to get taken off because they're just not in the actual numbers alliance. So that's one of them. I think the idea, like we're going to get a lot with you of the sort of last minute vote changes flipping based on a lot more people thinking about like their position within the game. And you're going to say it at the end, but like the ability to really be self-aware with your position and where everyone else's positions are, and then also where they think their positions are, because you need to know all of those things in order to convince people to flip with you. So and being self-aware of how others might be trying to manipulate you, which is something that Maggie kind of brought up with like a lot of the women talking about like using sex appeal or, oh, I'm going to be able to do this or not. And whether or not that like really matters, we're going to see that at the very least, the sort of age similarities of people are going to bond some of these alliances more so than probably like the downright sex appeal. And then telling everyone what they want to hear, both in terms of like socially and in terms of votes. And you're going to do this, but some other people are as well, of just like being that, like telling everybody, yes, of course, I'll go with you. And then that's something kind of new, because in a lot of the previous seasons, you might have like one player on the season who's willing to lie, but most people are a little bit more keeping their cards close to the vest or just being upfront and honest, as opposed to just like telling everybody yes, getting all the information, and then making a decision after that.
Yeah, lots of great points. Just to go to the fluidity of the game, I do think that Amazon does move the ball forward a lot in that direction, to the point where I don't know if the game is as interesting or like has 40 seasons, and maybe they get there eventually, but the way that, this was not a season where it was like a straightforward vote over and over and over again. Really, the only time that we've ever seen that before in the history of the show really comes in Marquesas, where we have the one big vote flip, and then it just like flipped over, where then it was just the other side got picked off all in a row, where there's a few votes in a row in this season where you really didn't know who was going to go home. And I think that actually the men versus the women dynamic of the season ends up helping that, where the men, there were a couple of the men wanted to just stick together and have it be just men, not take out all the women. But just the idea like that wasn't going to hold. So you ended up with a very fluid season because of the mixed tribes that come out of the swap. And so I think that really makes the game a lot more interesting. And then I think that's going to continue on into Pearl Islands, which the Pearl Islands cast all saw this season, Johnny Fairplay in particular. And you're going to have that now baked into the show from here on out.
I also think, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mary.
No, I just spoke.
Oh, I thought they, I also think that the biggest, I think that the most the thing that transformed the show the most, the moment for me that I was like, oh, this is what we see now today in reality TV gameplay, was the Christie vote. I think that the way that the Christie vote went down was so innovative based off of the 5 seasons of Survivor. I had sort of, sorry to Survivor purists, that I felt as a 2019 watcher had sort of slogged through. I was like, this is now I recognize what's happening here. This is what I see when I watch reality TV today. And I think that Christie vote is one of the most spectacular hours of television probably during that time, a reality television for sure. It's so great front to back. And it's really, it was when I finished it, even down to her last confessional as she's leaving, it's just it's perfect reality TV. And I think that in particular, and also, your the Amazon cast and the Pearl Islands cast that you just referred to, almost every single person on this Amazon cast is very self-interested and wants to win. And same with Pearl Islands. And I think that also helps move things forward, because there were people on the earlier cast who were there to experience Survivor, who were there to go out and build a shelter and live in the wilderness. If they won, great. If they didn't, they weren't going to lose their morals. And, there are some people who during the season get on a high horse, mostly Jenna, Heidi, and Alex, about the fact that they would not have turned on you. But they're at the end of the day, they all really wanted to win, and they all thought they were going to win and had a case of sour grapes. So that's why they were mad. It wasn't a morally
one of the episodes.
Corrupt thing. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a morally, important thing to them the way it was for some of these other players that we had seen in Survivor previously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I also want to mention that you mentioned Christie, and it's the first time that she comes up, but I think it's also very interesting that this is the first time that they bring on somebody onto the show. And, we'll have Nina in Survivor Worlds Apart, but that Christie is the first person to come on and have a issue with her hearing. And it I guess at the time, I didn't think that much about it, but that was really a big thing that the show did to put her out there. And I do wonder, should they have done more for Christie out there with somebody who Christie was not completely deaf. I think she had some partial hearing, but that when it gets dark, she can't really read lips, and that was a big disadvantage for her.
Yeah, it was definitely a big disadvantage, and something that is going to be talked about both in high and low moments on the show. I think once she swaps, there's a very this is completely different than how the women treated me on my previous tribe kind of. Well, yeah, I was going to get to that. I felt there was a little bit of, I don't know, that's some of the things that are said by Roger and Butch in those episodes are a little bit weird. But, yeah. but I feel huge, I don't know. I was extremely impressed always just watching her, and like I was trying to sort of read the lips along like while I was watching the show, and I felt like despite the fact that she mentioned in the beginning that she would read lips and that if you could just look at her and like talk slowly, there are many times when she's in group conversations that I'm watching being like there's no way that she's being able to read lips this fast, and I felt like uh I don't know, it makes you wonder like I wasn't there, but was anybody like taking advantage of that in order to I don't know, like not like purposefully talk around her where she couldn't tell or something.
So I don't think that people were trying to like take advantage of her, but I just feel like that they just ignored her. I don't think that people really like bent over backwards to try to include her into things. And she also was somebody that didn't know the show particularly well. So she really wasn't like a key cog in too many of the like strategic conversations that were being had anyway. She was sort of like just more of a floater in the game. So yeah, I think that, and maybe like one thing really led to the other, where that because she couldn't really be in those conversations, she wasn't as much included. But then she also like didn't have like really the sense of the like strategy of the game, being like a newer person to the show, where she was really like thinking about the game in those terms.
And I know you didn't meet her until really the merge, I guess, was the
Yes.
first time you were in the same tribe with her. So I don't know how much you know about this, but it seemed like I found it interesting that in her first two tribes, I found it interesting how long people actually did keep her around, considering the communication barrier, because um, we're going to hear a little bit from some people throughout this season talking about like who they think they can and cannot beat at the end. And while I don't think that Christy necessarily would have been a goat to bring to the end, I wonder if that was like contributing to people's ideas of keeping her in the game or what, because no one ever said that outright, but it seemed like when they're choosing to vote out Jean over Christy and choosing to vote out Joanna, I was wondering like where some of those decisions were, because it seemed like a lot of the time also Christy was like not 100% in on the vote as well.
That's a good point. Like in terms of like if Christy gets to the end, she'll win because that she's a deaf person playing the show.
I was wondering if people were thinking that, or if they were thinking like, oh, nobody's gotten to know Christy, and so yeah, like I didn't think that either.
I don't think anybody thought of that. Like like I think it comes up with maybe it comes up with Chad and Vanuatu, maybe, but I just don't think that thought had been invented yet, of that the jury would have like some sympathy of her, or that she had the best story of potentially getting there. Like I mean I contemplated going to the final three when I went to Jenna, like, and she got mad at me. And like the plan that I had was I had concocted a way to get to the final three with Jenna and Christy. And I felt like that no matter which one of them won the final immunity, they were going to take me because they hated each other. And that was the plan that I wanted to pull off. I guess no part of me was thinking like, well, if I sit in the end with Christy, they'll give Christy the votes.
I think Go ahead,
well,
Mary,
just
sorry.
were you thinking also that she wouldn't get as many votes because of not being able to bond with people as much, or where were you on that?
Wasn't a popular person among the other players in the game. Like she didn't really have great relationships, and again, that maybe like completely because of her communications issues, but just like personality wise, she was not into the same things as like Jenna and Heidi were into. Not even like from a communications perspective, like if they were able to communicate perfectly, she the types of things she liked to talk about were not the same types of things that Jenna and Heidi like to talk about.
Yeah, I think that's something that within the show up to that point, I don't know how much of, I feel like now you see like you see a lot of, sorry, the dogs are barking. You see a lot of like grand hero edits for people, you know, like grand, like, you know, I just watched Cambodia, and like Joe is like this larger than life person who can do no wrong. And I feel like they really like to lean into hero edits nowadays. And I do feel like in some of these older seasons, even though there were obviously heroes and villains, like they really showed Christy as a well-rounded person. You know, I felt like I really got a true sense of who Christy was, and some of the things that made her so brilliantly strong and unique and special, and some of the things that made her probably very difficult to live on the island or in the Amazon with. And I think that that's something that they do well on this season, is really sort of try to show you a person's full breadth of character, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's very few people who they decide are full heroes or full villains. Like, for better or for worse, almost everybody gets kind of like a good and a bad side. In this season, which and that's something that people have brought up about other seasons as well. I know, like David versus Goliath, that's one of the reasons people liked that season a lot, was because of how most of the characters were kind of multifaceted. And I mean, obviously that's true. And somehow you guys managed to do that and also just be complete caricatures at the same time on this season.
Just to go back to Jenna and Heidi with Christy, you know, Christy was like kind of like a hippie she's from Colorado, and Jenna is like a 21-year-old sorority girl, and, you know, and her and Heidi got along, and, you know, Shauna also like was they were just like different types of women, like, you know, let alone like the, you know, the communications issues, like it was just like not a great fit for Christy with them, and they just never saw eye to eye on a lot of different things.
I feel like Christy and Matt would have bonded a lot. So they probably did at the merge a little bit.
At times,
she thinks he's creepy. She like has that hilarious confessional where she's like, he's creepy. He's creepy. Yes, and that confessional is hilarious to me.
That, along with Wanda singing Survivor, are probably the two things me and my family quote the most from Survivor as a whole. Yeah.
That Matt's creepy.
Yeah, he's creepy. Yeah, we say that a lot.
Boy, Matthew von Ertfeldt made such a big impression on the
Kwiatkowski household. I don't know what it was, but it was great. So also some things that make this season fun, along with the men versus women, they employ some interesting editing things that I'm not sure we've seen a whole lot of in other seasons. We get the duo confessionals, which I love, and they occasionally will do that on Big Brother, but like I don't know, we don't get more of this. And they do them in like a very The Office style, which I don't know, chicken and the egg, which came first there, because I know some of the camera people from Survivor went on to be camera people on The Office as well. But
so I'm not sure when the UK Office started. This definitely predates the American version of the Office.
Yeah, so probably this first, but the like you're zoomed in on like my favorite one is when they zoom in on Alex and he's talking about something, and then all of a sudden he goes, actually never mind, the plan changed, and he looks to the side and they zoom out and Matt's standing right next to him just kind of nodding along with him. And Jenna and Heidi are going to get some more of those duo confessionals. They're great and they should do more of those. I really love them.
I think a lot of that is all in the one episode where Roger ended up going home, which just is like a complete party, just all together. I don't know if there's another episode of the show where, especially in the first 6 seasons, where the boot is just so telegraphed, where, you know, they're going to tell the audience, okay, this is who's going home. Everybody's in on it except for Roger. And so you're going to get this where like you're in on the fun of like everybody knew he was going to go home and he's going to jump off the thing, and everybody is like laughing at him. And, you know,
there's even like in the middle of that challenge when he jumps off, there's obvious everyone in the alliance is giving thumbs up to each other. At that point, they flash around and you see everyone exchanging the thumbs up. It's great.
Yeah, even to the point like when they have My Confessional in there, which is now no longer on the Paramount Plus.
What happened?
Yeah. Well, look, somebody paid a lot of money to have me sing on television, that a lot of rights were paid for and that no and somebody came to their senses and said, we are no longer paying for the rights for any of these karaoke songs.
I somehow still put it in my notes, even though it wasn't in the episode. I guess I just remembered it being there.
Yeah.
No, I wrote it down too, but I did text the great Kirsten McInnes and tell her, like, Rob's amazing, iconic Roger vote out confessional isn't there anymore. And she said Probst finally got his way, because we all, if you listen to the evolution of strategy for context for that one. But
yeah, so he yelled that after I got done, I came back, I was like so proud of myself, and he's like, what the hell was that? It's like, what? He's like, if you think that will ever make it on the show, like, it will never happen.
And not just that, you talked a few weeks ago when you were talking about Philippines about Jeff's banter with Jonathan Penner. You have some similar moments. I mean, it's not handled the same way because you're a very different person than Jonathan Penner, but like Jeff has a lot of like little one-liner kind of things he throws at you and that you answer back. I mean, there's definitely a lot in this season that I noticed, especially during challenges, where it's like you clearly are thinking of like a funny little one-liner at every moment because you have all these quips that on like a second or third viewing, you're watching, you're like, oh, Rob's just standing there trying to come up with his little pun or little, moment. But Jeff does a lot of like turning to you and being like, oh, Rob, how do you like this? I bet you don't get this every day. Or like that. Like he starts picking on you in those moments.
Yeah. I would never challenge Jeff like the way that Penner, like, my ass or what happens then. But yeah, that if he goes to me, I'm going to have something.
Yeah. So along with the duo confessionals, we've got the thought bubble sort of editing where especially again with the men and women thing of like get it sometimes in confessionals, sometimes just in camp, whenever you're talking about the other tribe, they'll do like a little thought bubble's the only way I can describe it. Dream sequence, sort of, where you'll see clips of usually the women bathing, or whatever it is you're talking about.
They got their money's worth. Those are great. Women bathing.
My gosh! Like honestly, I'm like, what? Like the producers,
they called in the GD helicopter for that.
Yeah. You said that. I noticed on this viewing, though, they also call in the helicopter when you guys have your Speedos on as well over when you go over and bathing. There's a great moment of like you and Alex and I don't know who else, but you're looking up and you can tell you're just looking at the helicopter as it's flying above you while you're bathing. So
maybe I was mistaken by like accusing you of being the horniest person on the season. I do think like the cameramen and the producers are way hornier than you guys ever were because of all of the shots, like the iconic chocolate and peanut butter sequence, like all of that. Like there's so much like that they milk out of like Heidi and Jenna and Shauna as like being the young pretty girls, that it's just like, what is going on here? Like it's the era of like Girls Gone Wild, I suppose, and like American Pie, and so that's why like to someone in this day and age watching, my roommate who is a queer man is like, I would have been voted off first. What do I talk about with any of these people? All they want to talk about is licking peanut butter off of each other. Like, I'm just not, you know what I mean? Like, it's just it's just so overly sexualized in a way that is, it like on a rewatch, there are moments that make you cringe, especially today, but also it does, like you said, Mary, like it has a lot of levity to it because it's a lot of people who like kind of don't know what they're doing being like, you're so hot.
I think is layered. Like I think that, this is like with the cast that they put on the show, they did get like their idealized version of what could happen on the show. Like I think that also Jenna and Heidi, and I think specifically Heidi, like really brought a lot of the like, hey, we can manipulate the men. Like if we are in our bathing suits, if we do these things, like we can really take advantage of this. in the game. And I think that, Jenna was definitely willing to get on board with that. And, I feel like that the idea of like, hey, we're all going to take a bath together. Like, I don't think a producer said to them like, hey, what are you think you ladies could go take a bath together? Like, I think that they, like the women themselves, I think were the people who wanted that moment in the show. But I think production was like, get the chopper now, stat, let's go. We are not,
It's
this
just
is
like,
not a drill.
I don't know. I think my thing is just like, really, everybody needs to just calm down. Like, I just think it's like embarrassing for everybody involved. Like, everybody's just a person. Everybody needs to calm down with their pervy selves. And like, we're here to win $1 million, not to like the get the chopper moment. Like, really? I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but it's like,
it also though it comes across very like it comes across like a bunch of inexperienced people trying to act sexy.
Yes.
Because if you look at this season compared to other seasons, there's like, I mean, maybe they just didn't put it in the show. There's no making out. There's very minimal cuddling, it looks like. I mean, you got like a lot of like scratching hair and backs and stuff like that, and a couple shower scenes. But it's not like some of the other seasons where you get like legit couples coming out of it and people showmancing it up.
Mm-hmm.
So it all feels very like first week of college-y. Ooh, let's play Never Have I Ever kind of, and let's shock people. That's what it feels like to me. Also, especially the men, and you, Rob, in particular, a lot of it comes across like, when you guys are saying like, oh, we're going to win, we're the macho guys, or the women are probably struggling. It comes across more like dodo-y because we also see the women and how that's not the case. And so it's like, I thought of it less of like some people are being very cocky, but some people it's more like, oh, they're being cocky, but we get to laugh at them because they don't know what's really happening.
Yeah, I mean that I do think that the men are the butt of the joke of the season. Like, I think that you come away from this and like feel like, okay, well, like these men are idiots and are dumb. Like, I don't think that this is a show that paints men in a flattering light.
But I mean, even in Vanuatu and One World, like the men are going to have that. I mean, even with Chris's win, the men overall, especially as a tribe, do not seem to do particularly well.
Well, I think that it just... No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I think that there like is something to this whole idea of like, maybe as I'm saying this and I'm realizing like how deeply embedded it is in the show and like, the experience of like these like this women's sexuality, like maybe there is something to say for like the fact that like you get a bunch of girls who have like fake boobs and guys are like going to be running around with their tongues hanging out in a way that I'm just like,
where did everybody standing? Just saying,
like, where is everybody's brain cells? Even like Alex at one point, who like I'm like watching this and I'm like, he's like the adult of these young men, and he's like says some of the most horny comments like during the chocolate and peanut butter scene. He's like, I'm looking. I'm like, get it together, you people. I don't know. I don't know. It just like I'm very scandalized by the whole thing in a way where I'm like, this is like the things that there's a moment in the sequence when Jenna and Dave are like on their little, I don't want to jump ahead too much, but when they're doing the thing together, the night where they get to talk.
Yeah.
And he says that seeing Jenna in the shower where he can catch a glimpse of her half naked, like a little bit through the door, is the greatest moment of his life.
And I think I wrote down something like, oh, I was like, oh, that's pretty sad. If that's as good as it gets, is glimpsing like, Jenna through the reads. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like you want something that makes you sound more like a loser virgin? That is the quote.
Somebody should come over. Like, have any of you guys ever actually met a real girl before?
Apparently not.
Literally. That is how I felt watching it. That is literally how I felt watching you guys all talk about these women.
Look, the ickiest thing that is said on this whole season is when you pull out the 8-ball and Roger asks, is Jenna gonna give the old man the look? Like, what does that even mean? I don't want to know. It's really gross. Okay.
Sorry,
Anything
I
else
have to
up
get it
top?
all out, guys.
Yeah.
I had
Should
to.
we
I had to
jump
get it
in a
out
little
because
Keep going. We're having fun.
We're
Okay.
having fun. Okay.
Well, just big picture, because
Yeah.
that we still want to talk all the way through this. Is there anything else we want to say up top? Because otherwise, then here's what I want to do. Let's take a quick break in the podcast. We'll come back and we will start to walk through the season and take it back from the start of the show. Okay. All right. We'll be right back after this. All right. So here we are, start of the season of Survivor the Amazon, and the men versus the women in the jungle. What do you think about the location, Maggie? We haven't really talked about the location of the Amazon rainforest.
I think it's amazing. I think it's so awesome and cool. And I remember listening when you said on Evolution of Strategy that they gave everybody a machete.
Yeah.
Like, I think that it's so funny to watch all of you guys walking around holding these machetes up like they're like, I just think it's really, I think that overall the views are amazing. I don't love I think that the terrain obviously is very dangerous. So some of these challenges that you guys do are very dangerous to me. Like, I kept writing in my notes, like, this feels very dangerous.
Like what? What felt dangerous to you?
The fishing challenge, the fire
piranhas?
challenge. Yeah, the fire challenge that you guys do, where you literally are grabbing the fire with your bare hands and pulling it over, and the men are like
part of it was like
screaming.
we were just like so close to the fire, like trying to like shield it from the wind, that we're like getting like
Literally.
getting like burnt up.
Yeah. And then any challenge
can
where
of
you
soda.
guys are in the water,
Yeah.
and Probst is like, make sure you get out quick. And then they like B-roll insert like crocodile images.
Yeah, there wasn't
I
like
oh
a
my God.
crocodile standing there. When Jen and Heidi jump in the water, like it wasn't like that there was a croc like right next to them.
For sure. But overall, I think it's such a fun, different place for Survivor to take place. And I do think like there's so much there to that is just like the look of it. It's very green. It's very dirty, and not in like the sandy way. Like, yeah. So it's dirty in both ways, So but yeah, I do really like I really like them putting it in the Amazon.
All right, Mary, we start off our adventure. It's the men versus the women. What are some things we should highlight from the start of this adventure?
Yeah, so they have that opening where you guys are on, what is this, like a big fishing boat or something?
Yeah, it was like a big boat.
Yeah, you're on a big boat, and Jeff starts calling out the names. And at first, I think some people are having their hopes up that it's going to be 4 men and 4 women on each tribe. But when they get to that 5th woman, it's like, okay, never mind. This is what we're doing here.
Yeah.
There's a little bit initially of like the Shauna can't untie the rope. Oh no, it's embarrassing. How is this going to happen? I like the tie-in with the female tribe of Amazon warriors and how that's what they're going with. Like I said, I wonder if they always thought that they were going to do Amazon and do this twist, or if they thought after the fact, like, oh, since we're doing men and women and we're in the Amazon, might as well bring this up. Like it seemed to fit too well to be a coincidence.
They brought the men and women out in Survivor Thailand, like in separate boats, where I think they were trying to fake them out that it was going to be men versus women. So, I don't know at what point the creative on the season was it was going to be men versus women, but when they like recruited me for the show, like I think that they were specific, like they had this theme in mind of when they wanted me to come in for, my casting story was that I went through Big Brother 3 and they didn't end up taking me. They took this guy, Josh Feinberg, instead of me, but they had remembered me. They were looking for somebody to sort of like comic relief. And especially that the way I talked about how, I was hoping to get on Big Brother to meet meet women in the house, that I think that they thought that I was a good fit for what they were trying to do with this season.
Yeah, and it's going to be highlighted immediately by a couple different things. When you guys get to your separate camps, Dave's going to give a speech, which is going to be the first of several speeches that he gives. It's
big speech
really
guy.
It's really beautiful how it bookends parts of this episode. You get to the camp, he gives a speech about how you're all men of pride and you're the favorites and you're gonna keep
men of
winning and you
pride,
just
men
can't
of honor.
lose. Yeah, we're all men of pride. I don't. Dave is such an enigma to me because he's like this
Perfect casting.
Well, he's like this rocket scientist guy who also has decided that he's using like all surf slang or something. He just keeps saying like booyah and bangarang and
Booyah, bangarang.
yeah, bangarang. It's so great. It's so great. But he also like he'll have moments of realizing like that he's on the bottom, but he won't do anything to change that. Like he just does. He's like you said, so unaware of like how the game is supposed to be played. But yeah, after you guys end up losing that immunity challenge, he's gonna give his second speech where he's like, "Hey, we need to just not be so cocky and lie about how many fish we caught. Like we could be prideful, but I'm not going to stand for that. You guys made me look bad." It's like whoosh, just opposite of what you just said.
Mary, he is such a weirdo. Like I was watching it and I was like, this man is perfect casting because I like people on my screens who I'm like, who are you? Where did they find you? And exactly what you're saying, like he's supposedly this rocket scientist. I would like to see the paperwork on that degree. I don't know. Yeah. I'm sure he's very successful now, but him in the game is hilarious and so bizarre. And that speech that he gives at the end, Mary, it's like, where does that come from? Were you guys like, huh? In the season?
But what he was mad about was that when Jeff was like, so what's going on? You catch any fish? And Dan was like, oh, yeah, we caught many fish. And then Dave was like, really like, like if they ask you how many fish we caught, like, don't say many fish. Say that we haven't caught any fish, but we're still a great tribe. Like he was like very, very annoyed by that from Dan.
But it's clearly because you guys lost. If you had won, I don't think that he would be chewing people out about that. He was like, "Oh, we look stupid both in the game and on TV, probably."
Mm-hmm.
And did he like? But nobody else on your tribe was like, "What is Dave talking about?" You guys were just like, "Sure."
I mean, I say in the confessional, like that, I thought that it was kind of arrogant that he gave that speech at that point.
And I think that underlies like a difference between someone like you and like Dave, one of many, which is that he's gonna sort of side with the like shelter building, hardworking kind of crew. That's the main divide among the men, where you've got Dave and Butch and Roger sort of on one section, and then you've got Ryan and Dan, and then Matt who kind of befriends them. And I guess you and Alex are sort of in the middle, but doing more of a like, we're going to at least play along with Roger, even if we don't really like subscribe to his way of thought. We know that we need to be subservient here.
So I didn't see it exactly like that. Like I kind of felt like that I was like more like trying to get in with like the main group, which was sort of like Roger, Butch, Alex, and Dave. Like I felt like that was like the core four. And then I was kind of like in the middle, and then there was like Dan and Dan and Ryan, who were just like attached at the hip the whole time, and like just like going off on like side missions, and like nobody knew what they were even doing. And then Mateo was kind of a loner, and he was like more aligned with them. And then I think they thought that they could recruit me into their four, but like I felt like that I was better off with the bigger numbers with the bigger group.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice when you guys get the machetes also that Butch is going to tell everyone to be careful because they can kill you, which is like immediate foreshadowing for who Alex is going to like hit himself in the head later with that.
Yes, later on.
Later on. It's just great. Like throughout the season, even when you guys are at challenges and stuff, there's several moments where everyone's just like wearing a belt with a machete strapped into it. It's just so great.
That's what I'm saying. It's like so hilarious to watch these people who I've just watched like, embarrass themselves about like hot women, like walk around with big machete. Like it's just that's the thing. Like the season has this levity over it because it's like, what are these people even doing? Like they don't know what they're doing. Like it's very, like you said, it feels like they're the butt of the joke, but like in a way that you're still like you're like a fun, casual observer. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
The machete was very useful. Not only did we cut down trees, but it was also my spatula for flipping the little manioc pancakes often. So that was like, it would come in very handy to have it holstered to be able to, use it whenever you needed it.
Now, I know that old school Survivor players are going to say they had it worse, whatever. You guys have like rain jackets full of multiple pairs of
Do
clothes.
I ever say that old school Survivor players had it worse?
You don't, but other people do. You get fishing hooks, water jugs, like all this stuff initially.
We had like a can of kerosene.
Yeah, kerosene. It's pretty great. You don't seem to have any issue with that kind of situation. I think both, because of this kerosene, like both the men and women are going to make a fire like within the first couple days, it seems like.
Yeah. I wonder if that they felt like that, okay, well, maybe they were more concerned about the tribe of women not being able to make fire on their own. And I think that they wanted to give the like some help in the early days. And I think that they, had to give the same things to both tribes. So I think they might have made it. Yeah, I can't think of another Survivor season where the survivors got like a can of kerosene.
Not that I can think of, especially because you have kerosene and flint. Like you got all of that.
I mean, they don't even normally give you flint.
Yeah, and the kerosene is like going to almost kill Matt on day 39.
Fireball.
Now I have to ask you, did you like just watch for cameramen to come around and then like have a one-liner plan? Because almost everything you say, not even in confessionals, but almost everything you say that makes it to camera is like, you're not saying it for the people around you. It seems like you're saying it like you're saying stuff like you had a machete and you're like, oh, my parents would never let me have a machete. And then later on you're chopping down a tree. You're like, I think I miss my calling in life as a lumberjack. Like, who are you saying this for? You just kind of making quips for fun.
You don't waste good jokes when there's no camera people around.
Exactly.
And I don't even know, like, and those are just the ones that made the show. God knows how many like bad jokes that I had that just ended up on the cutting room floor.
Right. And well, that's what I'm wondering, because and they stand out, I think, not just because we're going to talk to you and it's your podcast, but like watching the show for the first time, they stand out as being these quips that are like purely for the show. Like there are moments, if you look at the Funny 115, where people will sort of unintentionally do or say funny things, but it all feels very intentional with you.
Nobody should have let me be on television.
I think that like also, and again, like it's very hard because we're on your podcast. But like I do think that the best Survivor seasons that don't feel like this season, if it did not have a narrator who kept it light, this season could have gotten pretty dark because there's like so much sexism running rampant through it. But I feel like the seasons that remain like that have levity to them, that remain very fun on a rewatch, it's because of who the main strategic force in the season is and who the story that they are telling. Because Jenna is the ultimate winner of the season, but this really feels like your story as you're watching it. You, like Mary said, you have probably, I'm not even exaggerating, like 70% of the confessionals. Like there are some episodes where you have like 9 or 10 confessionals in them. And I think that so much of the fun factor of it is the fact that you are having a blast out there. And it is so apparent in all of the confessionals that you give. Like we feel that you're like really having a good time, because sometimes these seasons that feel very bogged down, like Redemption Island ended up very low on the countdown, even though Boston Rob plays an incredible season. It's his 4th time out. He knows what he's doing. He's there for business. He's not, jumping up and down in these confessionals, having the time of his life, making these hilarious quips. And I do think that and I think this is in most reality TV. We talk about this a lot on Big Brother too. The person who is the driving strategic force has a lot of say over the timbre of the cast and the mood of the gameplay. Even when you're doing crappy things to people, it still remains fairly light. And I think that is, and I think that you are the reason for that.
Yeah. That's a great point in terms of like if the people on the show are having fun, then I think the audience is having fun, as long as the fun isn't coming at the expense of
Totally.
like other people on the show. So that I think that's overall, like I think that the group had a pretty good attitude the whole way through.
So another notable thing for the men's tribe here is that you're going to get your Butch's unveils his "Believe in Yourself" banner.
Yes. What do you think of that?
I mean, I could you have made it a little bit bigger? You could have used it as a full-on tarp.
Yes. Well, that's a great segue to we have a new item in the RHAP merch store, which I'm going to share with you for the first time. In the same way Butch unveiled his banner, we have a brand new shirt that our designer Tricky has been working on. And let me see if I can bring it into the screen. We have, for the very first time, "Believe in Yourself."
Love it.
With the fire.
The fire. Yeah. I want to see if we can get the Butch banner blue to get that
Oh my gosh,
the right
I need
color.
one.
Yes.
That's
okay.
amazing. I see that you decided to go for that as opposed to a shirt that says Junior Deputy Firewood Butch instead. So
maybe
we're going with
Junior
this.
Deputy Firewood Butch.
Oh, that
Maybe
would be
should be keep it
that would
family
be
friendly.
This is great. This is a great shirt.
RobIsWebsite.com/Amazon shirt, I think is what we're going with the URL on that. There you go.
Lovely. Love
Believe
it.
in Yourself.
Oh my gosh.
I love it.
So that's kind of how things are going on the men's side of things. On the
Wait,
women's
Mary,
side of things, oh yeah, you got something else?
Oh, I just have a question for you about your thoughts on Butch.
Oh.
Butch, I also think is very fun on the season. He makes me laugh all the time.
Butch is like there's more Big Brother players who come to mind when I think of someone like Butch than there are other Survivor players, but he's someone who I feel like is self-aware enough to know, like, oh yeah, I'm kind of at the bottom of things. Like, I'm just trying to climb along. We're gonna get his famous like chain link speech later, but he's also doesn't seem to have any kind of knowledge of like how to propel himself in the game. He's just kind of out there. Him and Matt and to some extent Dave and Roger are all kind of there to work hard and to be, good assets around camp, but they don't ever seem to like put any effort into strategy beyond, oh, the men are going to stick together. And that's kind of
Butch's. Yeah, to me, Butch is essentially like he's just there. Right? Butch is just there. And somehow the guy who's just there ends up burning up and completely destroying the camp. Yeah. And that to me makes me laugh so hard. It's just like, mwah.
He has some really great moments. He has was he on a Talking with T-Bird or there was some kind of I don't remember if it was that. There was some
I touched base with him a couple of years ago.
Maybe that's what it was.
For like a holiday special.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was, because I remember listening to him within the last few years, and it was just, seems like a really sweet guy, but
totally
had no clue what he was doing on this season.
Yeah, the thing that they say about Butch, like I forget who told me this, but it was like when they met him in casting, they were just like, "Oh, this is like every high school basketball coach that anybody ever had." Like I think they saw him as like Ted Lasso of the Midwest.
Like, with the exception of one or two things he says to Christy, he doesn't really do the like father figure or grandfather figure. I mean, he's only like 50, but he doesn't really like do that in the same way that Pappy or Roger did on the previous seasons. Yeah. He's just kind of like, oh, kooky
just
Butch.
There.
Yeah, he there didn't really have much of a relationship with any of the women that were there. It was like Matt was like his fishing buddy, and that was really it. He had Roger, like he was basically like sort of like the good cop to Roger's bad cop, and then once Roger was gone, he like latched on to Matt, and then that was like basically all he had going on.
I see him, Rob, as like every single girl I went to high school with. Like they're like sweet dad who like when I went over there would like sometimes bring down the food that his wife made like for us as a snack. You know, just like sort of out of the way, just like kind of hanging, very nice, but like, you know, exactly that.
And we don't
vibe.
really get any confessionals with his thoughts on like any of the other people in the tribe or anything. I mean, at least Roger, we're gonna get a couple comments about how you are like a loser
A
or whatever.
loser.
But like, yeah. But like with Butch, it just kind of seems like he just like did he just like refuse to do confessionals or did
I
he
just
just have
don't think
nothing
he
to
had a
say?
lot to say. I think
Yeah.
that he
I
was
mean,
not like, I think that, you know, Survivor's hope with Butch is like, he's going to be like really folksy and have like a bunch of like hilarious one-liners, like a big Tom. And he just is like,
Yeah.
I think that he got out there and I feel like that he was not, you know, camera savvy.
We get some great highlights from him pretty much all in the last like 3 to 4 episodes.
mhm.
Burning
We'll get
down
there.
the
Yeah.
shelter.
Mhm.
It really
Yeah.
heats up at the end.
It really heats up. Okay, so on the women's side of things,
Yeah.
yeah, Christy's gonna tell everyone that she's deaf, and it goes over well with some people, and then you have some other women who are gonna say, like, basically say, "Oh, well, we can't communicate then. Guess we'll just not ever try," is kind of what it seems like.
Mhm.
Um, some talk of the guys stay up late around the fire, and yeah, that's it for a lot of it. It seems like, and I don't know if this was location based or we just don't get this with the men as much. A lot of talk on at the Jabiru tribe. I guess yeah, the
Yes.
Jabiru is the women and the Tamaki is the
Yes.
guy.
Yes.
Um, a lot of talk about like spiders and leeches and tarantulas and a lot of things at the women's camp. Did you guys have that on your end or
No,
what was
we
going
didn't
on there?
seem to have that as much. I don't think I saw a tarantula at the men's camp the whole time through. Like I don't know what the women were necessarily doing in terms of Jean mentions like the hygiene of the women's camp in terms of like if they like caught a fish and like sort of like left it out. They had a big lot of problems with their manioc also where it gets
Yeah.
all
Well, it seems like
moldy.
they just sort of have the manioc like sitting there. It's not under a shelter or anything. It's just kind of
Well,
in its barrel or whatever.
the women never completed a shelter.
Well, yeah.
That it really like they got something up, and by the time I got there, it was like I think it's the worst shelter in Survivor history. I mean, like whatever like Boston Rob and company threw together when they were on that other tribe in Winners at War might be like a close second. But yeah, the women like they never got it together. Like that it was just like a disaster.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. There's also a lot of wasps
Hold on,
around
hold
there.
on. Let me demonstrate my growth over 18 years. Not to say women can't build a shelter.
Uh-huh.
These women couldn't build a shelter.
Thank you.
There we go, Rob. There we
They
go.
didn't need to
There
they
are
didn't
plenty
need to
of women
build.
that can build a shelter.
Uh-huh.
These women, and maybe they could, they chose not to.
Right. Did they waste all their time trying to build a cell phone to call their boyfriends?
That look, I did say that, Mary. You're right, but I would like to add that if I was said boyfriend, I too could not build a shelter, and if I had a boyfriend, I would need to call him to build my shelter. I had a bunch of guys around to build my shelter. I was not a major contributor in the building of the shelter. So,
How would Nicole do in terms of building shelters?
no, not great. That is not great. Also,
I think that Nicole at least would be like, I need a shelter because I can't do these bugs. So like, I am going to put all of my effort into this.
Yeah.
You know.
So
like, I feel like Heidi and Jenna were just like not, you know, not into
some of the
doing
women
anything.
were like interested in working on the shelter, but you know, not enough. That's you know, the first order of operations is you know, get the shelter going.
Yeah, and over the course of these first couple episodes, we're gonna get like a big editing shift in, once we elect Dina to be the leader, it's gonna be a huge turnaround and the women are gonna get their ish together. I feel like that seems a little exaggerated. I mean, what do they do? Like brush out the camp, wash off the pot?
Yeah, I mean, the women never really got their camp together. That they sort of have a segment where it looks like, the women are getting their act together and the men are playing with the magic 8-ball, and then the women go on to win the challenge. But that's just editing tomfoolery. That the women never really got their camp together.
Okay. Yeah, and then not just Jen and Heidi, but like Janet does not seem to be doing well. Pretty quick out the gate here.
Yeah. I have to say, I would not do well on Survivor, even a little bit. I do think day 1 and 2, I would probably be like a Janet out there, so I was at least like, well, it's understandable, but also like day 1 and 2, and Jenna and Heidi are like, we get it. Like, it's so like Jenna and Heidi are so funny because they can only relate what's going on around them back to themselves. Like, they can't look at it as though it's like somebody else's experience. They look at it as though it's their experiencing, like if they were experiencing what the other person was experiencing, if that makes sense. Like, their worldview is so small to themselves. And look, I love watching Jenna and Heidi throughout the season. Heidi, delusional queen. Here for her the rest of the way. There is so much that we're going to talk about with Heidi. She delivers every single episode. Like, Heidi, I loved every episode she was in. But they just I think that the reason that they rub everybody the wrong way, and the viewing audience at home, it seems, after watching the reunion, is because they truly are incapable of taking a step outside of themselves and being like, this, what if this had nothing to do with me and was not about me in the slightest? You know what I mean?
Yeah. If that is a hole in their games.
Yeah, it's just a small one.
Maybe the one.
But yeah. Perhaps. I mean, Jenna still wins, so
Jenna's still, she's still the winner. Yeah, but Heidi does not often see the game from the perspective of the other players. Although she does do a good job in trying to reel Christy back in at the final 6, so she does do a good job there. I just want to add that I forgot to mention at the top of the show, David Bloomberg and Jessica Lewis are going to have a special podcast, Why Jenna Won, coming up this weekend. Be on the lookout for that in our Survivor podcast feed coming up. Find out how many of the rules did Jenna follow on her way to the victory in Survivor the Amazon. David Bloomberg and Jessica Lewis will break it all down.
So stop me at any time in interest of not making this a 10-hour podcast. We're going to have this immunity challenge, which they really are going to love this balance beam action and bring it back in season 9 again. Now, I know that you've mentioned, I think on the Evolution of Strategy, that the show does not completely accurately show how close the challenge was or exactly where the challenge was lost for the men.
Yeah, I mean, no, it was lost on the balance beam. I think what I've objected to is that they tried to make it seem like it was actually closer, where it was that we had, Dave and I had a chance to come back on the puzzle, and then I forget who was where. If it's I think it's maybe Gene and Joanna who were doing the puzzle, and they had been working on the puzzle for 10 minutes before we got there. It was an eternity that Dan and Ryan were going over the balance beam. And full disclosure, it took me numerous times to get over. I think it might have taken me 3 or 4 times to get over with Dave, but it took them 8 or 9 times to get over.
Why? Can I ask why?
Well, I think that really what the women demonstrated, the women were sort of hey, we'll put our hands, we'll brace each other, but the guys were hey, bro, don't put your hands on me. It didn't even occur to us to that was the way to get over it, of just the women just put their hands on the other person's shoulders and just walked over.
Toxic masculinity
ruining
did us in. Ruining the chance of immunity.
Yeah. And so ultimately, Ryan and Dan took them so many times to get over. And then in the edit, Jeff Probst was like, what, a rocket scientist and a computer guy can't do a puzzle. We had no chance.
Yeah, and it's gonna be brought up again in tribal council when somebody says like, "Oh, we're surprised that we thought we were gonna lose to them on the mental part, but we lost to them on the physical part." And Jeff's like, "Oh, you lost all around," and so I can see that kind of messing with the editing here.
Yeah.
My image of Heidi throughout the whole season after my first watch and as I went into the rewatch is just her with that key in her mouth climbing up that ladder, like looking so intense and focused.
Yeah.
No, but that also does appear a lot of the season in a way that I love. But yeah, when she has that key in her mouth and she's climbing and she's like so focused, I remember in the first episode when I watched it, I was like, I love her. Like, I love this girl. Like, she's going to give me everything that I want out of someone on television. And boy, does she.
One of my favorite things in competitive reality TV is people who are so intense, like at the end of a challenge, like the run at the end or whatever, when they're so far ahead and like they don't need to run. I love that. Yeah, she's like just going down that flying fox and
she's very competitive.
booking it. Yeah, it was great. Now this is when we're gonna get that second speech by Dave, of course, and you have we're gonna see some tension because Dan thinks that Dave needs to chill out a little bit, and then you're gonna have a great confessional where you say that Dave is a stand-up guy, and that's great for you because you plan to lie and cheat and do whatever it takes to win, and that telling the truth's only gonna hurt you in this game. It's just a great moment from I think probably you, and I mean there's a few others, but you're one of the few people who goes far in the game this early on and shows that in episode 1 you're gonna be playing sort of underhandedly. I mean, we're gonna get some of that kind of from like Richard Hatch, in that same way of at least he's like thinking about the game strategically, not necessarily outright like do you feel like you were trying to be the villain, or do you just feel like you were trying to be more like sneaky fun?
I don't feel like that I was trying to be like the villain. Like, I didn't want to be hated by the audience. I just wanted to play really hard and be like Richard Hatch was like a great example. I was trying to think of like the players. Like, I mean, my hero was Dr. Will. I had watched Dr. Will Kirby play in Big Brother 2. And especially I watched the live feeds and I watched him like talk to the cameras all the time. And just that he had so much fun in Big Brother 2. And then I watched Boston Rob in Survivor Marquesas. That's what you and I have in common, Mary. We both watched Boston Rob. And it wasn't so much Boston Rob's game, but it was Boston Rob in the confessionals that was like, hey, you know what I'm going to do to these guys? Like, let me tell you, like, just like the way he talked to the audience. So I wanted to play Dr. Will's game, but I wanted to like be like a Boston Rob in the confessionals and talk to the people at home.
And I don't know if this is so, a case of just looking back now that we know what happened, but because you are going to do well most of the time, these type of confessionals where you're explaining your game and stuff makes you seem like even smarter than you probably were because it does work out for you most of the time.
It's a very favorable edit in terms of like what they show. I mean, there's also it's a very unfavorable edit in a lot of the things that they
sure. But like what you're gonna have Alex and Dina at different times, and even Roger at sometimes say similar things to what you're saying about like, oh, we're gonna win, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. I'm at the head of the game. I feel in a great spot. Blah blah blah. And then it's gonna bite them, when they get voted out, like that same episode or one or two later. So it does work out for you in that way. But I can see where you're something that Boston Robin Marquesas and Will in Big Brother both did was like still have a little element of I think I'm doing well. I'm going to be trying hard, But if it doesn't work out, I can laugh at myself, kind of, which I think you also have. You don't have this like very serious tone to yourself, where you can kind of see your own flaws.
Make no mistake, I never thought I was going to do well on Survivor. I thought that they were going to let me on the show, and then I was going to be I was going to be like pre-merge boot, and then I was going to just still get to go to like the reunion and meet the other survivors. Like that was like as far as I planned on any of this. Of like, I can't believe they're going to let me be on the show. I might actually get to meet survivors now. That was it.
Maybe you should have had that attitude the second time around.
Yeah, well, then I met survivors, and then I was annoying
Mary.
That like, hey, Sue, like, could you tell me about like when you were gonna do that speech? Like, what was that like? The other survivors didn't like having that around.
Yeah, I can see that. I just mean more like I didn't want to see you sad, and it always comes across so sad in All Stars.
Yeah, well, I mean that's look. We're talking about the happy season.
Sorry. Should we talk about the first tribal council?
Please do.
The like horniest 15 minutes in Survivor history.
Yes.
Like what is happening here? Like this is where we get some really just some quotes, like is this where you say that Heidi is so hot that she could put Viagra out of business?
No, that was earlier. That was
earlier. Okay. Yeah. All right.
I thought that was a good line.
No, it's a good line. It's just
it's complimentary. Yeah.
Sure. The thing is you have like Daniel saying that he thinks Sean is hot. We get everybody talking about picking each individual woman that they would like to be with, like we get the ski hat moment, that's like so ridiculous. Dave has like a line that's pretty bad about not screwing the cheerleaders at halftime.
I believe he says,
that one's pretty bad.
The quarterback doesn't screw the cheerleaders at halftime, which is like nobody said that. That's not even an expression.
Dave is the quarterback in this scenario, I suppose.
Also,
okay,
same guy is like, we're men of honor, we're men of integrity. We're not gonna don't bring me down.
What a weirdo! Like I can't with Dave. Like honestly, if I was out there with Dave, I would have been like, enough with the bangarang, Dave.
With the exception of Shauna later on talking about how she's a flirty person and enjoys flirting with Alex, we never really get any of the women talking about how they find the men attractive. And I know you're going to say like, oh, haha, these women would never talk to me in real life. I don't think these women would talk to any of you men in real life. Like according to the edit we get on the show, like we're not having people like goo goo gaga over Dave. I mean, maybe they're saying it and they just think it's not good editing.
Jenna and Heidi
I don't know.
And Shauna talked about like who were the cute boys at the other camp. Like I don't think that Dina and Janet and Jean and Joanna were in on that conversation, but I'm sure it came up.
Yeah, the editing of the show chose not to show it at the very least.
Yeah, it didn't work for the story.
Just we're watching like these adult men act as though they are 13 years old and talk to Jeff Probst.
There's way too much objectification of the women on the show. It goes without saying. I will add also that I felt like that there was a bit of entrapment here from Jeff Probst of saying about how, so what do you guys think? Like any of the women catch your attention? And then after the whole segment, he's like, you guys got a lot to think about.
Yeah, you fell for the classic blunder there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in general, I just want to ask you a question about like some of this voting stuff.
Anything, Mary.
For being an earlier season, can you talk a little bit about like how the strategy would go down before some of these votes? Because we're going to get like, it seems like some people want to vote for, Roger, and then some people are voting for Ryan or whatever. It always blows my mind that like you guys are playing a game and some people would go into tribal not 100% sure like who is going home. Like this is before idols and stuff. So there's not a whole lot of reason to not tell people how it is. Like, did you feel like you pretty much always knew the plan, especially early on in the men's tribe? And do you think you were unique on the tribe in being a person who felt like you knew where the votes were going?
So I knew where the votes were going almost. I think the shocker here on this first vote is that I don't think we knew Matt was going to vote with Ryan and Daniel. And we did not think that he was going to be another vote for Roger. Also, Dave Johnson knew Ryan like secondhand. Like I don't think that they knew each other, but they were like and Dave even says it from the episode, like they're from the same hometown. But I think that like they had like acquaintances where then Dave couldn't vote for them. So if I would have voted with those guys, Roger would have gone home, which I did not know that because I didn't know that Mateo was also voting with Daniel and Ryan. So it was a 4-3-1 vote. And if I would have voted for Roger at that vote, then Roger would have gone home. But I was so happy after that vote that I'm like, I can't believe it. This idiot Matthew voted with Ryan and Daniel. Like, so he's going to go home ahead of me also. So I felt like I really felt like I made the merge that day because I'm like, all right, well, Ryan got voted out and then Daniel is going to get voted out. And then Matthew's ahead of me also because he voted for Roger. What an idiot. So I just felt like that the pecking order was really set that day. So I had told Ryan and Daniel that I was going to vote with them just because I knew that the swing vote was going to like get to be sort of like the deciding vote going into tribal council, like on television. So like they were asking me to vote with them and I just told them yes, because I felt like that was going to be like going into tribal council. Like I thought that the show that like I would be like the person who was like the center of attention on the show. I'd see how like my stupid brain works. Like I'm just like trying to like be on television.
Hey, no, you're not the only player to do that. So that's interesting though. Like at this point in the game, you're not personally asking Matt like where his vote is. You're just kind of like, oh, I don't know where he's gonna go. Guess we'll just go to tribal. Like it seems like in these early seasons, people just sort of get to tribal and see what happens. Like was there not that much
people
discussion?
Didn't talk to Matt that much. Like I mean, Matt was sort of like an outsider, even from when we were at Ponderosa. Like he was so odd. Like when we like had like training like in the woods before everything. You know, he was wearing like a full like beekeeper costume, like in on like the jungle floor, because like that's what you should wear. Like it was just like who is this guy? And he was just like did not fit in with the group really at all. And you know, Ryan and Daniel were just off themselves, and that nobody really like thought about what Matt was even doing. And I don't even think it really even occurred to us that he was voting with them.
Okay. Well, hey, you guys
Yeah,
actually
that's so
played Survivor. What do I
interesting.
know?
Yeah. But again, like that they didn't have the numbers as long as, you know, I was with, you know, Roger, Butch, Dave, and Alex. So and it was known that Dave wasn't going to vote. He wasn't going to vote for Ryan. He was just going to put his vote somewhere else. But so even with those 4 votes, they didn't have enough. But yeah, nobody knew what Matthew was going to do.
Okay, so 4-3-1.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's crazy. I'm just okay. So episode 2, just because I truly can't be here for 6 hours.
I think we can pick up the pace on a lot of these other pre-jury.
I would love to know
Great.
Why did the women have balloons?
That was Dina's luxury item.
Oh,
okay.
Mm-hmm.
What a choice.
Yeah.
Okay. The 2 big things in episode 2, I think, to talk about are the headlines are Roger and the granola bar. So I think that like Roger, the episode opens with Roger fighting with Alex about gay people, and he's being super homophobic, and Alex is fighting back with him. And we get the confessional from you who's like giddy because you're like, I have a way in, I can swing people over and we can get rid of Roger if we want. Go ahead.
I watched that back, and really like kudos to Alex, who was really like you know, ahead of the time there, and Roger also like the opposite of kudos for being way behind the times in that, but like good for Roger. Good for Alex for like really sticking up for something that he believed strongly in, and at the point, like to the point of like it would be something that, you know, I was like upset with myself in that, like, you're right. I'm so happy that this is happening, of like that Roger and Alex are fighting over this. And at no point, like, am I considering, like, thinking about like what they're actually talking about. Like, I'm just like this, like so game of like, oh, this is good for me that these two people are fighting about this. And, you know, it's sort of like lost on me in 2002. Like, this is a conversation that's happening like on television that like actually could like affect people's lives, of, you know, that like if you're you know, a gay person or a young person who's like, you know, hasn't told their family that they're gay, and you'll see it to like what Roger is saying, like really good for Alex for like sticking up for those people. And like you know, I just felt like uh a jerk in that I'm like,
Well,
I
I
can't
think
hide my excitement about the game in that
Rob,
moment.
I do want to say though, as I was watching it with my
Mhm.
horrified roommate who had just sat through that tribal council where, you know, everybody was objectifying the women, as I was
Mhm.
sitting there with my roommate, you know, you don't say anything in that moment, but then in that confessional, you do say that Roger, like you do call a spade, and you call
Mhm.
him a bigot and an asshole.
Yeah.
And my roommate was like, okay, good on Rob. He's, you know, maybe he wasn't going to say that. Like, it is 2002. Like,
Yeah.
you know, maybe he's not going to say that in front of everybody. He is playing a game, but he's calling the spade in the confessional, which I do think
Yeah.
you should give yourself credit for that.
Well, just to bring it like around to like where like things are now, like I could tell you, like,
Mm-hmm.
even if I did like have the courage to like step up to like, oh, I heard that that's something that like I did not agree with, that my position in the tribe was very tenuous. Like, I was very concerned about where I stood in the game, in being like at the bottom of the, like that alliance, like sort of like 1 foot in, but maybe like could have been the person to go home. Like, that would have been like a very bad game move to call out Roger for like a opinion that I didn't agree with. And so like I totally can understand like how these things happen on reality shows, where people don't speak up about things because they are afraid for their position in the game.
Yeah, and that's something that we see, I mean, even as recently as a few seasons ago on Survivor, of this dynamic of trying to figure out which people aren't speaking up because they agree with either side of the argument, or which people are not speaking up because they know it would be bad for their game. Because we've also seen people who do, you know, do the same things that Alex is doing and then get hurt from that in the game. And
Mm-hmm.
I think kind of like the wider consensus is like that you would hope. I was gonna say you would hope that these discussions don't need to come up and they don't
Mhm.
need to affect the game. And then at the same time, you'd say like, well, no, it's good that they are coming up, so that we can like
Yeah.
shed light on it. So it's both things, and it's tricky because yeah, I feel for like, I don't know, were you thinking in that moment when you saw this happening? Like, I know you're saying you were thinking about only the game and how it was affecting you. Did the thought cross your mind like, ooh, what if I did join this conversation and hop here in on Alex's side? Like, did you really think that was going to hurt you in the game, and that's why you didn't say anything, or did you just feel
I
like it
would
wasn't
have
your place?
never stepped up to
Mm-hmm.
Roger in like any way to challenge him really on anything. And you know, Alex is coming from a place where, you know, Alex was from the Bay Area, and he had people in his he had gay people in his life and people with AIDS, and he had sort of like had his life affected by you know, these types of conversations. Me being 24 years old and not really having any gay people in my life at that time was, you know, like uh It's like, okay, well, this is like a debate that these guys are having. And, 2002 me, like, like felt like, okay, well, this is wrong. Like, obviously, like I hear things on television that this is like, not a great take that Roger has, but I just never would have thought to challenge him on that at that point in the game or in my life.
I think that the headline here for anybody listening, if you're going to go on a reality show, is, like you use the term debate to describe this conversation. But I think that for anyone who is queer watching that conversation, debate is not the correct term to describe that conversation. It's somebody being actively bigoted towards them, and actively, trying to oppress them and say derogatory things about them. So if you are going on a show like this, these types of things are not like fun, lively debates to have. And if you hear something that you feel is someone is saying that is infringing on people's rights, infringing on the way they're treated in this country, their safety, that you should be stepping up and you should be talking to them about it, regardless of the game, because these are conversations that we can't shy away from in this country. And everybody should, in a 2021 sense, be able to have the access and the education to know better and think better, which you just described that you have in the 20 years that you've grown. And I think that this is such like a layered conversation that could perhaps be had, off of this specific podcast. But I do think that the main takeaway for me, at least, listening to you describe this, is that maybe then you saw it as a debate and now you no longer see it as a debate. And I think that is something that everybody watching should be apparent to everybody watching the season.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that if this happened now, I just think that you'd have like 6 people like in the conversation. Like I honestly, I don't even know if Roger thinks holds this same opinion in 2021 as he was saying in 2002. Like I just like was I just felt like such a small person watching it back, and that my like immediate reaction is, oh, the game. It's just like something that's bigger than the game. It wasn't a great feeling watching that back, and that's definitely something that I was really proud of, the way that Alex handled himself in chat. Like the game wasn't even like a thought for Alex in having that conversation. And then, but also he was somebody who was in a much better position in the alliance, where he could challenge Roger on something that he didn't, see eye to eye with him on, because he was in like a position where he was like equals with Roger in the tribe, and I was in a much worse position.
Definitely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's also a season that I don't believe, at least not openly, there are any LGBTQ plus people on the season.
Yeah.
And like Maggie's saying, in terms of like not using the word debate, if there was someone on the season or on that tribe who was there who heard what Roger was saying, it would be coming across as an attack, not a debate. This is and it's only because the tribe is apparently full of straight people that he probably even felt comfortable saying that, for all we even know.
Yeah, I don't even know how they got into that conversation that they were having.
Yeah, it's unclear. And it's interesting that also you bring it up talking about the game. I also got the impression from the editing that the show put it in order to put in your confessional about it and how it was affecting the game, because they didn't give any context to how the conversation started, etc. It seemed like it was more of the cause rather than like a particular
it was
larger
sort
discussion.
Of like again, the show presents it also from the same context of that. Ooh, this is Rob's opening to be able to get like Alex and Roger have a rift over this issue, and this is Rob's opening to be able to potentially blindside Roger, and it's not treated as though like a serious discussion about what they were actually talking about.
Exactly. Now, Maggie, you mentioned the other thing was the granola bar situation.
So Janet gets voted out in this episode, and they explain it that, there's this granola bar at the bottom of this box, and the Maniac box or wherever they put their stuff, and they're all like, who's going to confess to it? And Jean starts the rumor that it's Janet's granola bar, and it's unfair because, everybody else didn't have food and that she smuggled in food. And Jean says at the reunion that she saw it in Janet's bag, but Janet maintains that it wasn't hers.
Yeah.
It's a mystery, I guess.
Still a mystery. Yeah, nobody really knows what's going on here. I mean, I think that those bars, we had them at Ponderosa, and, nobody quite knows that, there's even theories like, oh, did production plant it? Because, there wasn't enough drama going on that they needed to put a granola bar in the, box with all the stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I would find it hard to believe that somebody could smuggle it in. I mean, I don't know how much they were checking everything before you went in.
They checked everything. I mean, this was post beef jerky gate.
Right. So I mean, I don't think that Janet is exactly someone who's thinking so deep into the game about how can they smuggle in this granola bar. I think I've either read or heard you say that potentially it was not exactly a plant, but that someone on production had it and just either accidentally stuck it in there or somehow stuck it in there, got in there. And I also feel like there's a lot of oh, we need to be fair. The men don't have food. Let's burn it. I'm sure they weren't allowed to eat it. What if they had said, hey, let's just all cut it up and divide it? I'd do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Did the production people are not allowed to have any food, but did somebody did it fall out of somebody's pocket, and then somebody's like, oh, let me throw it in the in my bag, and then did it fall out? I don't know. Nobody's ever had a working theory that makes any sense.
I'm annoyed that we have multiple of these cases on Survivor and we don't have definitive answers. Why? It's been years. Somebody just come forward with it, please.
Maybe when Probst does a tell-all, he'll shed some light on it.
Why do you think he knows?
Because he's the producer. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wouldn't they know?
Janet Koth did a quarantine questionnaire. She says that even some of my family members thought I snuck in the granola bar after seeing how they took a scene of one day and edited to another day to make me look guilty. So she's still not coming clean. Who knows? Maybe one day, one of the Survivor Amazon women will confess that it was them. They also asked Janet Koth, what's one player from another Survivor season you wish you would have played with or against, and why? And she said, I would have loved to be on with Russell Hantz from Samoa. What a fascinating personality. I think we would have made a great team, which just tickles me so much. This is my alliance with Janet.
Oh gosh, Janet.
She's not a dumbass.
See, this is more personality than we got. More personality than we got from Janet the whole season. Yeah, she went out with such a whimper.
It's such a misfire casting, especially if you're going to cast a tribe of all women. I feel like that, you sort of want to bring out women who are really going to be able to, carry the team physically, competing against the men. And, Janet, I don't know if she just lit the world on fire in her interviews, but she was kind of just a little sleepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird vote too. We're gonna get 4 different people receiving votes here. It seems like the for all that Janet and Joanna and Jean are gonna mention throughout these episodes about being annoyed with the way that certain votes go, it's not even they're on the same page. I don't know if they just knew that Janet was going home, but Christy's also gonna just vote for Jenna kind of out of nowhere.
She hates Jenna.
Yeah, I mean that there was one sort of base of power. It was Dina, Jenna, Heidi. Shauna's reluctantly with them. Christy's doing her own thing. And this was the issue with everything at the women's camp. I think that this is a great representation of what their camp life was like. Okay, you had maybe Dina is working on something, Jenna and Heidi are working on something else. Joanna and Jean are off fishing. Christy is gonna go try to work on something else.
I still can't get over the fact that I know it's early, but we're 6 seasons into Survivor and people are still not actively trying to get farther in the game by like knowing where the votes and tribal council are the most important part about getting yourself farther. And so many people are leaving something up to chance of just like, I'll just throw my vote somewhere. Just like vote my conscience, vote for whoever.
It's uncomfortable to talk about the vote, to like whip like the votes in a certain direction. You got to single somebody out. Like it's not a fun thing to do for some people.
Clearly it was fun for you, Rob. You had a great time.
It was fun. It was fun for me. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. That was good.
So episode 3, I think the big headlines from these are just like, you know, Dina's the leader, which we already sort of talked about.
Yep.
That really fun reward challenge that you sort of brought up, Mary, where like everybody gets to talk and it's the what's in your box. Yeah, the mixer. And then we get the iconic, you know, Sean, Jenna, Heidi, they bathe and then she does her iconic, you know, we can't help it that we're just young women who have little bodies and that's an issue for the older women. Like, this is what I'm talking about when I say that, like, Heidi just has she just can't wrap her head around the fact that maybe like anything that's happening to her, good or bad, has nothing to do with the way she looks or like the way she presents to the world. Like it's so, it's just such an, honestly, like it's such a character study on someone. And I don't mean this in like, this is probably going to sound harsher than I mean it, but like, I get the feeling that Heidi has always been a very attractive person. So she's probably like yeah, I'm sure you would think so, Rob. So she's probably always been treated a certain way because she is attractive. Therefore, I think that when people, like, maybe I will put myself in this category. Walking into a room, I'm not going to turn heads the way Heidi turns heads. So you have to find something else, right? That people are going to want to be around you for. You have to be funny. You have to be interesting. You have to be able to talk to people. And I think maybe Heidi, her whole life, has been able to sort of coast on this, like, this is the way I look. This is the way I present. This is the essence of who I am. And it is all here. And that's what my value is. And you really see it in these confessionals when she relates everything back to the way people feel about, oh, well, they're jealous of the way I look or my body, or I'm judged because I'm so beautiful. Or, you know, like the way that she talks, like she never talks about her other qualities until the reunion when she says she's very athletic and she's very intelligent. Like she never ever talks about that on the island. She only really refers to in terms of her own assets as the way that she looks. And maybe that has to do with the way that they edited it. But go ahead, Rob.
No, I was gonna say that in fairness to Heidi, like I feel like that, you know, that again, we're just getting the edit of the show. So I have to think that, you know, Heidi is a businesswoman and is also like somebody who I was always like felt like that she was the one who was cutthroat and had like a lot more of the game savviness than Jenna was. I was always much more afraid of Heidi. And I think that what she is like saying is, I think that a lot of times she's saying that people only judge her by her looks. Like she definitely gives like some terrible sound bites to the camera.
Okay,
I'm telling you what I think she's trying to say as opposed to
no, and
like,
you know,
what
maybe
she actually did say.
So then maybe like I am putting that on her by saying, you know, maybe I am totally feeding in and being a casual and following the edit. But like just the way that she describes the way people perceive her is just, that's why I think maybe that's the way she perceives herself. But perhaps that's not the case. If you were out there, you know her personally. I just think that it's just so funny
to me.
What
she said, you know. I'm just saying, like was there like on the other hand, like that you didn't get to see?
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons why watching this show, I'm going to lean more towards rooting for people like you, Rob, or Dina. And I mean, there's a reason I'm on a podcast and not on a swimsuit magazine. I think that like this is an insecurity I have of myself, but when I watch these shows, I have a hard time relating to Jenna or Heidi because I don't I don't open a conversation or a thought with like, oh, well, people are going to underestimate me because I'm just so beautiful. And I would never refer to myself as one of the younger, cuter of any kind of group. And this is not just like a Heidi Jenna thing. This is something that's on lots of reality TV shows, especially now more that we have things like Love Island and F-Boy Island and all of these different islands where there's the hot people who almost every single one of these shows has an opening statement of somebody saying something like, I know that people are going to think I'm just a pretty face, or I know that people are going to think I'm just a meathead, or whatever it is. And so I think it's
champagne.
Like, yes, like Prince Champagne, sure.
Another delusional king.
Yeah, like and I, I think that my problem is when I watched just Survivor, and especially when it was like the first 20 seasons, I thought there's no way that these people are real. They're all just playing a character. There's no way people really think this way, whatever. Because I'm over here, I've got big quote unquote, I'm just a normal girl energy, right? And like that's my thought, which is in some ways just as bad, right? Like I'm gonna always have that kind of thing where I look at Jenna and Heidi and I go, oh my gosh, you're so unrelatable. Like I don't get this. Which is, my own spin on it. But like this is how a lot of people are, and a lot of people, especially on reality TV, are that way. And it's fascinating to see it on Survivor because we're gonna get like what Sarah from Marquesas is like kind of in a similar vein. So we certainly had a couple people, but it is fascinating.
Mm-hmm. I just absolutely love that, like, no matter what happens, like that is the reason to her, like whatever, if people are treating nicely, poorly, whatever, like that's the reason that we are given on the show.
Yeah. It comes up quite a bit in the post-merge also, where that there's a conversation that happens at Tribal Council where that Jenna and Heidi are complaining about how, that they're like people are only like judging them for their looks and not considering like their other qualities, and how it's held them back in the game because people have only looked at them because of their looks. And I had said at the time that I was very fortunate that I didn't have that kind of a handicap in the game where I wasn't good looking. And so that I was very, very fortunate I didn't have that problem at that time.
Well, and I think that you are speaking to 99% of the audience who perhaps feels similarly to you, where they're like, "Oh,
I'm pretty sure Christy was still in the game at that point that they were
and
talking
it gets
about
twisted
that.
around." The final tribal. She thinks that Jenna referred to it as a handicap, but it was actually you who were kind of making a joke and a dig.
Turning the knife a little bit.
Yeah, and that comment is another example of that comment is a comment to the audience. It's not to like
that was not over the head of the people there. That was like for Jeff and the audience.
One more thing from this episode is there's actually quite a lot of strategy talk on the men's tribe side of things. And this is it's like the first of 4 or 5 moments where Dave is going to have a confessional saying like, oh, there's a lot more strategy happening than I thought.
Here than I thought. Yeah.
But he's not ever going to do anything about it. It doesn't seem like he ever integrates himself.
There's a couple things that were hard for me in this episode when I watched this back. That like I get like a lot of credit and accolades with this season, but like I was sloppy also because that, I go to Alex and I'm also talking to Dan and talking to Matt, and I'm trying to like basically I have them on hold of like, hey, all right, I'll see if I can flip the vote on Roger. Let me talk to Alex. I go to Alex. Alex says that he's open. He'd consider it. But then at the same time, Matthew is like talking like, oh, Rob is working on this. Like that could have so easily gotten back to Roger. And like my game could have been like, I could have been voted out day 9 because of like how this was handled. Like there were a lot of loose ends that could have like gotten back to people that they shouldn't have, where, if Dave talks to Roger, if Daniel wants to blow things up before Tribal Council. I mean, I think he was DOA already at that point, but my game could have been like, I would have been the next one to go potentially, like had Dan really thrown me under the bus. So that was also very sloppy. But at the tribal council, or actually, let me go back to that. There's a moment where Dan is talking to Roger, and Roger asks him to get the water, and he doesn't. That Dan doesn't do it, and Roger is like really pissed off. He goes and like, I'll do it myself, and then he goes back and he tells. I think he's telling Dave like, boy, that Dan made me so mad. I'm going to give him a kung fu chop.
I noted
which
that.
is really out of bounds and out of line for Roger to say that. And at the tribal council, Daniel says that, I think that, that it's also been like, I've been, it's been hard for me to fit. I don't remember what his exact words are, but basically saying that, I'm the only person who
he said one Asian guy versus 7 other white guys. I wrote this down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I was like very quick to say, I absolutely reject that. That's not going on at all here in this tribe. And I really like, that, and because that in my mind, in the real time, I'm like, what is he talking about? We voted out Ryan first. Like, if there was an issue that anybody had with Daniel, he would have been voted out first. We voted out Ryan. So, that's clearly not a thing. In, watching this back now, I'm really like, F you, well, Rob, because
who are you to say what Dan feels?
Yeah. It just like, it's like how dare you say that, you speak for like what he's feeling in the group. Like, also, like, there's things that are happening that you don't even know about. And just because nobody said anything to you, or, I was working like to save Daniel, I'm trying to get Roger voted out. Ultimately, like, it didn't work, but I don't know what's going on and what he's experienced in the group. It's like that's something that I really like, just look back and cringe I know I say a lot of dumb stuff in the season, but that was something that really bothered me when I went back and on this rewatch.
Yeah, it's something that I had never noticed the comment that Roger made until this time around. I remember noting, because he says several things, like, "Oh, I wanted to slap him. Oh, I had to stop myself." Like, he says that kind of thing a lot, some in confessional and then some out loud to Dave and Alex.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of similar to the previous conversation we had on the previous episode, but it's like your naivete at the time and like bubble of being in this game universe and not really seeing like the bigger picture around you of like Dan's perspective, and it's something that I've been glad to hear, like some of the conversations you've had on the podcast with Daniel like since then, because he's a person we don't really get to know super well, except for in opposition to Roger, and like being one of the lazy guys with Ryan is the way that the show portrays him, which I know you've had some disdain for Ryan on the season, and that he was really just like a complete non-entity out there, but like
well, he uses the term, sorry, Ryan, I didn't say this in the first episode because we were getting in the weeds, but Ryan is the one and only person in the season to use the term sausage fest to describe the male camp. So I think that tells you everything you need to know about Ryan Aiken. Go ahead, Mary.
He really doesn't give you much, but I know that you've kept up closer with Dan since then, right?
Sure. Yeah, I've seen Dan. Like when I was in Los Angeles, I'd see him like, and he still looks great. Like he looks like he hasn't aged since Survivor the Amazon, and he's around at like when there used to be like Survivor functions in Los Angeles, like he would always like be around at different things. So he's a nice guy. Roger had a hate into those two guys from that. Really, it started with like I always felt like, and Roger's real issue was with Ryan. He hated Ryan, and then I always just felt like that Dan is like guilty by association, because that he used to complain about how Ryan, who pregame had like food poisoning and would like stomp up and down the stairs and keep Roger awake during and like when the game started, he was like, "You were the guy that was keeping me up all night." So he really like, and then they cost him the challenge, and they were like not hardworking. So Roger really like had it out for those two guys from the jump.
Also, just like as a person, you can't blame Dan for not wanting to like listen to the orders that Roger's barking at him when he knows he's next to go anyway. Like there's some element of it takes a really, really great, strong player to like put that kind of thing aside and then still like actively try really hard to change things in the game. And most of us are going to say, you know what, no, like screw this guy for acting like this. I'm not going to help him. And we're going to get more of that from like Jenna and Heidi and even Christy, like at different times later in the game. Like, why do I need to all of a sudden fight so hard to be on this person's good side when they're treating me like crap?
Yeah. Also, I had no idea that Daniel and Matthew were speaking Mandarin to each other.
Yeah, which is also a really cool moment.
So cool
in the show.
It's so cool. It's like it's just awesome. Shocked
when that we're like, wait, what's happening right now? Like Matthew never even like said after. He's like, oh, did you know that me and Daniel used to speak Mandarin?
Yeah, he was like, look, he had more going on than you thought he did. See, I saw it at the time. Yeah. I knew.
I mean, thank God they didn't have like more going on strategically where they could have like blown up like, oh, you're not going to vote out Roger? All right, we're going to blow your game up.
Right. Yeah, until the final 3 challenge, that is.
I mean, like it could have been voted out on day 9 or day 12.
Yeah. So Dan's gonna go 6-1 there. Who does Dan votes for Roger? Okay,
yeah,
classic.
The one
that makes
on
sense.
Roger. Sure.
And then we get anything else, Maggie?
No, I was just gonna say like episode 4. What do you got for highlights, Mary?
I wrote the women make an alliance and Shauna cries over lost Coke is what I wrote.
Yeah, Shauna is like wants to go home. They trap
bad showing
her in the game
in this episode. It's not good. She's a whiner who's a wiener, as Denise would say.
I never really got the whole like Shauna thing. Like part of me when I looked at Jenny, there's too many J names in this darn season. Jenna, Heidi, and Shauna like sometimes are shown as this like trio, and then other times it's like no, it's Jenna and Heidi, and then Shauna is way farther off to the side. It was hard for me to tell like exactly where Shauna fit in because on surface level she seems to be like with them, but then I think it's really this moment of her starting to like really not hold up well that's gonna change the tides here.
Yeah, I mean, this is like they make the alliance, and this is another amazing Heidi quote that we get where she said that you've got the bigger women who have the fat to burn so they can work more, and then the smaller women who are the stay-at-home women. Okay, so like my comments before, like you have to understand, Rob, that like these are the quotes that I'm pulling to like come to my conclusions about Heidi. So like, but they like, and Jenna, says, don't be mad at that we have good bodies. Me and Heidi are the skinnier of the group. And so we're seen as a liability, But so then they make the alliance and they ask Dina to join. And Dina is like, great. You guys don't know what you're doing. You'll kind of let me run the show. This is awesome. Sounds good to me. And then Shauna, like Mary, you said Shauna gets very dehydrated and really, really sick. And like, I have said many, many a time, I would be so bad at Survivor because I would get dehydrated and feel sick and do what Shauna did and 10 times worse and embarrass myself on national television. But like, it's tough to watch. And Dina has that amazing confessional where she's like, shut up, drink your water like you're supposed to.
Yeah.
We also back on the Jenna and Heidi quote, there is a really great like speech that Joanna gives that I wrote down word for word because it just killed me listening to it because it's like everything she's saying, like part of me was like, yeah, girl, put them in their place. And then the other part of me was like, you are not in a position to be saying these kind of things to Heidi, because Heidi takes it exactly how Joanna meant it, where she says, this too shall pass. This is not the first hard thing I've had to do. There's always sweet rewards. Anything worth having is worth working hard for. You can't just expect stuff to come drop in your lap. I mean, beauty is deceitful and favor is vain, but a woman that fears the Lord shall be praised, because people may give you favor and pretend to be your friend for their own purpose and their own gain, and beauty will fade with time, but only your virtue and character will last. And Heidi's like, what is she saying? Like, we're pretty, and so that's not going to be as worth it, not going to get us far. And it's just,
well, yeah, Heidi says,
Heidi said, gotten pretty far, Joanna.
Yeah.
Well, Heidi says, in her confessional about that, she said, well, what happens when you're a cute little girl is that it's easier to get ganged up on. Like, apparently Joanna was doing to her, which, like, if we're going to talk about, is this the Joanna
goes out on this episode.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we're going to talk about Dan, I think that we would be remiss to not talk about Joanna's experience out here. She is the only woman of color on this tribe, and she's religious, and she gets called, like, she walks up on Christy saying that her entire belief system is stupid. Like, it's just, I can't imagine. I'm sure it was a really difficult experience for her out there.
Sure. The Joanna Christie fight is, I think, rough all the way around, because she also puts her hand in Christie's face, which, as somebody who's trying to read lips, like, you really shouldn't do that to Christie either. I mean, Joanna, bless her heart, I've had some fun times with Joanna. She didn't like that I had the Magic 8-Ball. I think she had a very unique experience out there on Survivor. She didn't like the immunity idol.
Yeah, there's a lot we get there that's a little different, that I think we've seen in the past. I don't know if before or after this we've ever had anyone bring up the like idol situation, being referred to as an idol, in that way. Joanna's interesting because she's like clearly very strong and like a good sort of classic asset to the team, right?
Completely.
And then Dina's also going to mention, though, that she finds Joanna to be like a physical threat as well, and that's part of the reason why she wants to join the alliance with the younger, cuter women, so that they can, because she can manipulate them more so than she would be able to the, as she says, I think, more established.
No one can manipulate Joanna. Joanna will, she has her, own ideas on everything. She's going to do what she wants to do.
And I don't think we get a whole lot more characters exactly like Joanna, just because she's really not someone who's trying to like play ball with the game itself. It seems like I feel like that. To speak to Maggie's point, like not a great era for diversity casting for Survivor. And I just think that Joanna was like not a great fit for the show. I mean, I guess unless you're looking at the show at this point of sort of like from the social experiment side of things, of like, how would someone who has like very like specific like religious beliefs fare in this group of 16
I also
people?
do think, though, like, if we're talking about, and this maybe is not the correct space to be talking about this, but like I always am a bit bothered by like when people are like, well, the social experiment aspect of it, it's a social experiment to see what happens, but like, what like, how is it an experiment when it's like one woman of color with a bunch of white, like there's no, like, what are we, what I mean? Like, and I do understand what you mean, Rob, about like the specific religious beliefs, but to me, it just seems like a bit, like, what do you think is going to happen in that situation? If we're doing a social game where it's about being with people that
certainly goes without saying. But on top of that, she was like, seemed like that, she was not really playing the same game that
Mhm.
other people are playing on the season. Like she has like a different like moral code that she's working by.
Fair. Yeah. Very fair.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that she I don't think she studied Dr. Will or Rob Mariano's confessionals before she came on to figure out how to play the best Survivor game she could.
Yeah.
Fair.
All right. Are we ready to talk about the swap?
Oh boy.
Let's do it.
I think we could go through these swap episodes pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're pretty quick. The mechanism behind the swap here, it oh yeah. Sorry, I was reading my notes some more. I wrote really big. This is even more foreshadowing, and I was trying to figure out what that was. It has to do with Matt talking about machetes. We're gonna get
Yes.
even more
We'll
to
get
that.
there.
The machete.
So we've got the good old youngins meetup, right? What was it? Wine and laughter, right? And
Yes.
you
Also I was really like I was being very petty Pete about not getting to go for wine and laughter.
we get both you and then Jean sort of commenting on how you're upset with who gets to go, but with you're like, man, freaking Dave, like over here. Why does Dave get the
I thought it was
golden boy?
unbecoming how much I complain. I know we've talked about Dave here on this podcast, but I had an axe to grind with Dave the whole way through. Who like I have found outside of the game to be like a great guy, like one of the most fun people from the season. Like one of the times I hung out with him after the show. But no, I was very, very jealous and very petty about Dave.
To be fair, I also have a bit of an axe to grind with Dave, given the things he says on the season. Like he says in this conversation, I already spoke about the main thing that I had a huge problem with. But he also says, like, to Jenna, he says, Rob talks about Heidi's breasts and we talk about your ass.
Yeah. I don't know how much I discuss them. Like, I felt like that was a mischaracterization.
How inappropriate to say to Jenna's face. Like, do you think that is something charming? And I don't know. See, this is why I'm
assuming this is like post the bottle of wine, but like, what do I know? Dave's gonna get some of the like more cushy rewards.
Don't speak for me, Dave. I'm a man of character. I'm a man of honor.
A man of pride.
Don't bring me down with your BS, Dave.
Yeah. So, hey, look, it worked out for you in the long run because otherwise you would not have ended up on the tribe with Jenna. So let's think about it that way. So yeah, they get this like overnight. This is like a bachelor overnight date that we got here with like wine and cheese, and the show really like we're at the point in Survivor where the rewards you're gonna win in the reward challenges are kind of like spices and stuff, but then
fish bait?
Fish bait. Whereas like the random two young people get like a buffet of food. It just seems a little unfair and a little unbalanced there, but
a little.
Yeah, a little bit. Jenna, let's go ahead and talk about Jenna's flaw here. Just like explains. And not just like, oh, here's what's happened. Here's my alliances. Here's who I like. Here's who I could never live without. Like, read the room a little. Like, had she never seen any Survivor either? I mean, I know that like
she was a big fan. She was a big fan.
Well, that you just don't. I don't know. I look. I have to again. Maybe if I was on Survivor and you gave me a bottle of wine and I hadn't got to talk to any
they had
guys,
never done like a draft like this before. So or actually, they done a draft in Thailand, but we hadn't seen it.
At some point, Jenna has to assume that at some point they are going to either swap or merge, and that maybe saying up front who all of her like alliances are and who she has beef with.
Yeah,
it might not be like the best thing to say.
Making sense. Yeah.
I know. I'm using like the GameBot lens on Jenna, which is not necessarily like where everything is lining up, but whatever.
Yeah, but in this case, I think that everyone here and everybody at home would echo those sentiments, Mary. Like, I don't think there's anything else to say about this other than like Jenna.
No, not to nitpick, but I do believe that if you have like slats in bamboo that you can see through, that would be semi-transparent, not translucent, right? It's not like the bamboo itself is partially clear. I'm just Dave, I mean, rocket scientist guy. Like, let's get your terms right.
Yeah. Come on, Dave.
Yeah. So
Don't bring me down with your BS, Dave.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna
draft new teams.
We're gonna get new teams. The new Tombaki, drafted by Dave. We've got Heidi, Butch, Christy, Roger, and Jean, and then the new Jabiru, Jenna, Alex, Dina, Rob, Sean, and Matt. I think, and I don't think that I'm alone in saying this, it's the serious tribe versus the fun tribe. Like,
oh yeah,
you have the fun tribe by far, and
were you?
Yes.
Rob, were you so pumped?
I was so excited. Like, I mean, I really feel like that my time at Tombaki was like, okay, like this was like, okay, I'm on Survivor. This is so cool. But I felt like I didn't really get to play Survivor until we went to the other tribe. Like that was like, okay, like I like it was like when I went like away to college and like moved out of like my parents' house. It's like, oh, we could do whatever we want. Oh, this is so cool. We don't have to listen to Roger. Like it was so great. I love Dina. I love Jenna. Shauna was awesome. I was with Alex, but I haven't talked enough about Alex, of just that I thought Alex was like the coolest guy like I ever met. And like, I don't mean to make it like sound like so immature, but I just was like, Alex was older and it's just like, oh, he was from I think he was living in LA at the time. I was like, wow, like this guy is so cool.
He seems like a really good guy.
Yeah. And so I was just like so stoked to be, on the tribe with Alex, away from Roger and Dave. It was just like, I was just thrilled.
So did Alex and Shauna like ever have anything after the season?
No, I think, well, she went on the pre-jury trip and then like they'd sort of like gone like separate directions a little bit after that. And so it never really rekindled.
Oh wow.
Well, it's like it's like the whole Shauna, these guys come over and like literally you've seen the previous sequence where she was like dying and like a zombie and the guys come and she's like dancing and is like suddenly beaming ear to ear. And that also doesn't help you as an audience member. You're like, come on, Shauna. Clearly it was, and she's like, maybe it was a mind thing rather than a body thing. And you're just sort of like, you think? And Dina is great in all of these confessionals about Shauna because she just echoes everything that the audience is thinking. It's really fun.
Yeah. And, very quickly, like it's the first time I think that there's a tribe swap that really is like sticks in terms of like that this new Jabiru group, I hit it off with Jenna right away. And for all like the talk there is about like, dating and like, who has a crush on who, like really like, and I'll talk about Jenna, like, oh, a swimsuit model, that like the relationship that Jenna and I had like was like always like much more like brother sister than, like anything else like that. Like we just had like, we just clicked like that where we could just like have fun and get along about things. Like it was never like a flirty thing like at all, like between like me and Jenna.
And I think, we talked about whether or not the divide of having men and women really did anything to this season. I think one thing it did do is because you have such a like on paper obvious split, it's much easier when you do this tribe swap to like see the lines of here are the people from the previous tribe, here are the people from the new tribe. So and then you're able to play off the men who wanted to do the all men thing. And so it's like more of an obvious divide. And I think like more so than just the fact that you guys were all on this swap tribe together, the fact that you had more people of a similar age together, I feel like works. And you're going to pull Heidi back in. And so that's still like all sort of like the younger people there. So it's really I'm trying to think of, based on the seasons before this, is this the first time where the swap tribe alliance ends up being the one to really take control at the merge?
Yeah, there's no swap in Thailand. It's really it depends on how you look at Marquesas, where
Because when you have the Nalia and Vesepia and Kathy, who's the other person on that pedestal?
It's Nalia, Pappy, and Kathy, but they vote out Gina and they vote out Sarah, so they just so they end up coming back. So like it really comes down to like do Sean and V count as part of like the swap tribe, over there. So I think this is probably really it. This is probably the first time that you have a swap group taking control at the merge, and really Heidi is like at Tamaki, but she's really like the fifth member of like the power is like Alex, me, Dina, Jenna, and Heidi. Like that's like the five.
Yeah, so it works out really well to start that like fluidity of the season. And it's really showing which players are kind of doing more of like next level game. I love the fact that even before you guys go to the merge, you really solidify like, here's the plan, here's what we're going to tell people, thinking about the game in much more of a strategic sense.
It's great.
Yeah.
We had it all like worked out. Like, okay, here's what we're telling them. Here's what we're going to do. Are you on board? And they had to put a lot of faith in us because they're going to vote off Shauna, where, there was like a little bit of distrust of like, that Dina and Jenna put a lot of eggs in our basket of like, okay, you're not just going to flip back to the men when you get to the merge. Right. And like, they believed in us.
It's also going to really influence the vote we're going to see here on the other tribe, because Tambaki is going to lose, and this is where Jean goes. And it's put on paper pretty much until like the last minute. It seems like it's going to potentially be a 3-3 men-women split. It seems to be like what Jean and Christy are kind of down for. And then it's going to be presented to us like that sort of in the 11th hour is when Heidi's going to say, you know what, never mind. I'm actually going to throw my lot in with the guys. And part of me thought, like, did she make 100% the right choice here? But I think it comes down to she knows that all the people she wants to align with are on the other tribe. So as long as she just makes it to the merge, it doesn't really matter what happens here.
I think she totally makes the right decision. And I think that this is like, I think that I misrepresented the way that I view Heidi in the season by saying what I said before. Like, because Heidi is the brains out of her and Jenna. I really do believe like Heidi is the game one. Like she's the one who's gaming hard, and she's the one who's very self-interested. And maybe that is the way that I should have phrased it before, is she's just a very self-interested person. And like the way that,
she puts her foot in her mouth. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Like I don't even think like what she's saying is what she means. Not to like carry too much water for Heidi. I think that like she like her words don't come out the way that she intends them to.
Like, I think there could have been another way for Heidi to do this by maybe cluing Christy into the fact that this was going to happen, or maybe not. I don't know. Not even in the discussion at Tribal Council where everybody pretty much says like, "Yep, we're sticking with the alliances," and then they ask Heidi last, and she's just like, "Oh, I don't know. There's so many things in my head right now." I'm like, "Oh, not a good look. Like, you're not fooling anyone." So it makes you wonder whether or not there might have been one or two things Heidi could have done throughout the season to not alienate Christy so much by the end there. But oh well, it is what it is.
And then the next episode opens with, the great scene of Christy coming back and be like, "Why did you vote Jean out over me? Like, I thought I was weak." And the guys are like hyping her up, and she's like feeling so good about herself. And she's, Butch says that the smile that she got,
the woman of his life.
Yeah, of his life. His whole life.
Yeah.
Vote for her at the merge.
Yeah, there's gonna be like a longer scene of this in the like Redux episode. I think it's funny here that we're also gonna have a confessional by Dave where he's like not happy by the spin zone that Roger and Butch are giving Christy.
I don't even understand what his problem is.
Yeah, he's like, I don't understand. It's his problem is that he sees
that wasn't what we talked about. That we thought that was just gonna be like, I don't even know what he was trying to say.
He's saying like, he sees that people are, lying or exaggerating or playing more of the game, but he's just not able to then take that next step to say, maybe I should do this too.
He wasn't a fan. Yeah. He's just like, I'm not sure how exactly he got there.
But Heidi is mad then, because then the next morning all the guys go off again. And she's like, crap, did I make a mistake? Like, what? Because I'm sure in her head, she's not thinking that there's one more vote and then you're merging. I'm sure she's like, oh my God, I'm going to be here. You know, what if I'm here 2 more votes? I'm gone. Like, if we lose the next 2, I shouldn't have done this. And I think that like, that just goes to show like sometimes it does have to do with challenge wins and luck and all of that. But, then we get I feel like the other stuff from this episode is your awesome alliance with Dina that we get. That's so fun and exciting.
I wish that could have worked with Dina. Like I was all in with Dina. That I had just watched Big Brother 3. That's this was 2002. I had just watched Danielle and
Jason.
Yeah. I just watched Danielle and Jason play like this amazing game in Big Brother 3. And I just felt like they're like, we can do this. Like, I need to like pair up with like a mom, and that's going to be, nobody's going to see this coming. And Dina, who had also watched Big Brother, and I had said it, like, we could be like a Danielle and Jason. She's like, okay, this is great. It's such a good plan. And we were like, it didn't work out. And, but that's like, I felt like that she was like, it would have been so cool.
I mean, I was rooting for it. Oh well.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
They also do you guys do the dating game with Shauna.
Yeah.
Did you take your beautiful wife on that date to Rockefeller Center and the Broadway show, Rob? The best date of
how did I win the best date contest?
Because you were competing against Matt.
Matt, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Matt says there's not a lot of things to do in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah, not fair.
Well, he was competing with the climbing that Alex was doing.
Yeah, it's also.
I had forgotten about the whole sequence where like Alex and Sean are getting close, and Matt is like. I had forgotten about all of that. I don't like it.
That is weird. That there's not a lot of love triangles on Survivor. That doesn't happen a lot.
So it's like I feel, Mary, how you feel about that proposal that how you're always like it's terrible. Like that is how I felt watching it.
I had to watch this on like 2 times speed.
Yeah.
The Dave Murphy thing is still the hardest thing for me to watch. I can't get through it. But this
I don't think
bad.
that Shauna really ever expressed interest in Matt. She seems like very interested. As Dina says, Shauna's interested in the Alex thing.
Like, I can't say that I understand like what Matt thought he was getting that was making him feel like this was a good idea.
I think he's misreading a sign. Yeah.
So weird when there's like the 3 of them sort of like all cuddling and
Alex are gonna vote for each other at this tribal council.
It's bad. It's bad. It's bad.
I'm sorry that Shauna and Alex vote for Matthew, and then we bring in Matthew to work with us, and that's really the start of like
we get this whole episode's a little bit weird. Like we're gonna have the bath. The bath. Oh yeah. There's the
scrubbing,
the grooming. Like that's what I said. This was another helicopter shot. There's a lot of that. You got your Speedo situation, which you've talked about.
Honestly, this whole episode makes me cringe because you have the worst challenge in Survivor history, the worst challenge in reality television history.
The meat eating. Oh yeah, that was terrible.
Yeah, that one's gross. And especially that you win all the gross meat if you win that one. That's disgusting.
So, watching this post-COVID.
Yeah, it was gross even then.
So there's a couple times in this season where you guys are gonna sit around camp and basically just like spell out who's voting for who or like what the plan is. But yeah, Alex and Shauna are like, well, we're not going to vote for each other, so we're going to vote for Matt. But Shauna's also kind of saying like that she wouldn't be mad if she was voted out at the same time. So in the real time here, you guys, I guess they don't really show it on the show, but you pull in Matt, and I guess Jenna is on board with voting out Shauna here as well.
Yeah, I think that Dina and Jenna were just sort of over the whole Shauna thing. Like, I think that they were sort of like, they trapped her in the game for like, hey, we need her for a vote. And then they like basically like just saw like a new path where like, okay, we have Rob, we're going to pick Heidi back up. We have the numbers. Like, okay, let's just like, Shauna seems like that she's more into the Alex thing anyway. And so, like who knows, she might turn around and want to quit tomorrow. So like everybody was just fine with just moving on from Shauna at that point.
That's okay. This
was really a cool person, but it was just like, I think I
You
said,
have that
you're
awesome
like,
confessional.
you're
Yeah.
great. You're not a good Survivor player.
Yeah, you said you're one of the best people I've ever met, and you put what's good for others before what's good for you. But unfortunately, that makes you a really terrible Survivor player.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
great
good voting confessional.
Mm-hmm.
This is another time at Tribal Council where Jeff is gonna kind of like make fun of you a little bit, where he's like, "Oh, Matt, you catch a lot of fish, great." And Rob, what's your job? Like, are you just kind of there for a laugh? You don't really do anything. Like, you just kind of,
basically, yeah.
basically, like, you're like, yeah, I think I try to keep the energy up and be entertaining. At least, you know.
That's right.
So yeah,
That's
I'm
funny.
it's interesting though that Matt does vote Sean out if he was so in love with her.
Yeah, but we picked him up as a vote and told him like that that was basically it was like that Alex and Shauna are voting for you, Matt.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Okay. But let me ask you both as we're approaching the end of the pre-merge here. Did you find the pre-merge slow on the rewatch?
Yes.
I found the pre-swap particularly slow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree with that.
It's interesting because obviously this season we've reached 8th place here on the countdown.
Yeah.
And for me, I think I have it somewhere around like 6 or 7 on my top favorite seasons. And I think it's because there's a lot of great highlights. It works well on a binge. There's so much camp stuff, which is not bad exactly, but it does feel like I think a lot of people think of it as a strategic turning point, which it is, but it's also still like a really old school season with tons of camp life kind of stuff. I still think it's really like fun. Like there hasn't been much that I've found to be like bad or hard to get through as much, but there's a lot that's like, okay, you can just bump this up to 1.5, get through some of the challenges have mostly been pretty interesting, but I think it's going to really, really pick up, especially strategically post-merge.
Okay. Totally agree, Mary. And I think that when I first watched it, because I had only been watching like the old school seasons, like in the order that it comes, it's the most exciting season ever. Like there's so much, but like after now I've seen everything pretty much, like I've watched everything that's above it on this countdown. So like on a rewatch, it doesn't pop as much in the pre-merge as I remembered when I watched it directly after watching Thailand. So
all right, just sort of like big picture conversation as we're talking about it as the 8th best season and whether that may be too high for Survivor the Amazon. I feel like that, the pre-merge is definitely, not super fast paced. I will say that, I felt like that the back half of the season does really flow. And that was, a more fun part of the rewatch for me, which we'll talk about here in a moment. Anything else from the pre-merge?
I was just going to ask, was it in the real time living it? Was it more fun post-merge as well?
So it was the first, the swap was really fun. And then the merge was like, the beginning of the merge was really fun. And then up until like then when Dina is going to get voted out, like the couple of votes in a row of like Dina, Alex, Christy, I would say, to quote Keith Nail, that was not fun. Going on a cruise is fun. Playing golf is fun. going fishing is fun if you ask Matt or Butch, but that part like got less fun. And then the last week was torture. Like that was when the camp burns down and it's the rainy season, and like that was like some of the most like miserable times that I've had, just from like how tough it was. But this is just nothing but fun right now.
Who would have thought that when all the votes are going your way and everything's nice and easy, it's more fun than when things start to fall apart.
Great weather, like just like
not as many girls screaming at you.
Nobody's screaming at me. This is just like some of the most fun times of my entire life. Like these like day 12 through day 27. Like it was a good 2 weeks.
Nice. Well, I'm excited to talk about the merge next then.
Okay. We're gonna talk about the merge. Then we'll try to pick up the pace a little bit in the back half of the season.
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay. I don't want Christian getting nervous. All right. So
me either.
I don't want Maggie getting nervous either.
I'm already nervous.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna take a break. And then we're gonna come back and talk about the post-merge game. If you're listening to the podcast, we'll just be but 30 seconds. And if you're watching the YouTube video, skip ahead a couple of minutes. All right. And we'll be right back after this. All right, and we're back to talk about Survivor of the Amazon at the merge. All right, and let's bring back Maggie and Mary. You ready to go? Did I surprise you?
No, you didn't. But I think both Mary and I maybe had a snack in our mouths while we were just finishing up.
Fine. So do I. It's fine.
Great.
Finishing up.
Great.
Okay.
I'm seeing ski hat all of the video viewers. It was getting too hot.
I'm also hot, but I've committed to the sweating under my jacket.
So hot. So. Ski hat.
It's as hot as Butch makes your campsite here.
We need that good, hot, burning ski hat. Okay. All right. Let's talk about life at the merge, a famous Survivor episode known as Girls Gone Wild. That was the name of it.
Yeah, Girls Gone Wild, the famous chocolate and peanut butter episode. The one that you had aforementioned is just like a fun episode all around. It's really the downfall of Roger. It's fun for everybody involved except for Roger, probably.
I think that the best thing about this episode is that like people aren't just voting out Roger because he like sucks. They're also voting him out because like the reasons that he sucks are affecting like them personally. You know what I mean? Like, and not saying like that, but like there's strategy tied up in like the issues that, like the fact that they are saying that like Jenna, Heidi, and Dina are all saying that they really want to vote out Roger because they know that if they were in the final two, he would never vote for them. So they can't have a chauvinist like that on the jury, I think is like really, it's just like seeing someone like take back their power. That's all I meant by my previous statement.
And that's Heidi's read. I mean, Dina and Jenna like haven't played with him. I mean, it doesn't like take a long time for them to be around him to know that maybe that might be how he's thinking. But you know, Heidi is like, you know, she spent 6 days with Roger at this point.
Yeah, and so you're gonna, before you go over and actually have the merge, you're gonna have a talk with the alliance, the group, and talking about wanting to stick together. I thought it was pretty adorable that you were like, now I know this is kind of deceptive, but I just want to throw this idea out there that maybe we're gonna go back and the plan is that you and Alex and Matt are going to pretend like you're doing the all guys thing in order to keep Roger comfortable before you all vote him out.
I think that we're actually like planning Dave at that point. And then it switches to Roger.
Yeah, sorry, you're right, Dave. Were you nervous at all about pitching this type of plan and the fact that it might make you seem like a strategic threat and like that you're already thinking not just about the fact that we're going to stick together, but what the false plan is that you're telling some people and that sort of thing?
I don't know if I was really too worried about like that I was going to be seen as a threat by the people I was talking to. I think I was maybe more worried that it might get back to Roger where I was going to get blown up.
Gotcha. Okay. It's interesting. I just feel like, this is obviously,
Elaborate. Yeah.
well, it would be way too early for you to have seen anything like this happen. But of course, now in Survivor, if somebody pitched something like this, you might have a shot of people, talking about like Michaela from Millennials versus Gen X. Oh my gosh, they're so strategically smart. We got to now flip it on them. But this is kind of early for that to happen.
Yeah, but even the plan that's happening, I feel like it's very early in the show's history to like, okay, we're gonna go back with them. We're gonna pretend we're doing this, but we're actually
Right.
doing this. Like, I don't know if we've like seen too much of that before.
It's very clear to me watching this. I listened to Hannah Shapiro's Archetype podcast with you. And, you said that you felt like you went into this season of Survivor and played it like Big Brother. And as a Big Brother fan, that is so clear to me in this post-merge. Like, it is just so apparent that you thought you were going to be on Big Brother and then ended up on Survivor because from the very beginning, the first winner of Big Brother, or second winner of Big Brother, Dr. Will, but the first winner of Big Brother proper does what you do, the lying, the backstabbing. It's just embedded in that game. And on Survivor, that really hadn't happened yet. Of course, Hatch won the first season, but like he won being true to an alliance. He never broke his word to that alliance, So there's just, it's just very clear to me, like as the Big Brother fan getting into Survivor,
right? Even when you say things like, you and Dean are both going to say like, "Don't let the other tribe see your group of 5 talking all at once."
Yeah.
And that sort of thing. I love that you're already referring to it as like the 5 as well, with Heidi being pulled in. So that's great.
Right. Never even met yet. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I also noticed. Just want to call this out. I think I mentioned it on the Redemption Island podcast. When you guys get in the boats to go to the merge, they're playing my favorite Survivor song, which is called "I Can See It" by David Vanacore.
Yeah, that's my favorite too, Mary.
Yeah, I love this song. It's normally used at the rites of passage, but you don't really have a rites of passage this season. But
they really like half-assed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole one.
I love that song. So it's great. And the music in this season in general is pretty funny. They do some things like I was talking about with editing earlier, where they'll go back and forth between the different tribes and have like one like drill sergeant-y kind of music, and then one's like dodo fun music depending on the fun tribe. And there's a lot of juxtaposition between that is really great. There was a weird sequence in one of the early episodes where they were doing like a stomp beat kind of thing that the women were doing when they were like cleaning up their camp. So
yeah, when the women were about to be on a roll.
Yeah. So this is one of the first of the a few like kind of drunk moments we're gonna get.
Yeah. This was another part of the rewatch I didn't love. I will say that I was I can't even say I was overserved. Like we got like a bunch of beers and I had overindulged. No one made me drink the beers. But the producers did say like, "Hey, want to go do let's go do like come on, let's go do interviews right now." And they set up like the camera, like they like they shoot me with like a fisheye lens that like and they use like 15 different clips from this one drunk. I mean, I wasn't wasted, but I was probably like 4 Coors Lights deep on 21 days into Survivor.
It's actually really good to know because all of those confessionals that you give are like some of your most unflattering. So that is good to know, Rob.
In every way.
Yeah.
Is this the only time they set you up next to the famous like tree where you've got this like log right next to your head?
That was all one interview, Mary.
Okay, because they use it over several episodes.
Yeah.
And
every time, every single one of those, I was like, "Ooh, Rob."
In general, and I don't want to say this to be rude, but I've heard your voice a lot on podcasts and stuff, but in this whole season, there's a lot of points where something about your younger voice or your survivor persona voice, you got like a sort of like drunken tone to it. Sort of how it sounds.
Like my speaking voice now is different than certainly like and sometimes I'm talking like a normal person on Survivor, but there's a lot of like, when I was going to war the other day, that I thought that it's like that is me. Like I'm trying to come up with something.
Yeah, it sounds like you're thinking
I'm
as you're
thinking, yes,
talking.
and I'm like, like the end of the sentence is not written at the start of the sentence, so like I don't know where it's going, but it's like I'm trying to find, like I'm rummaging through, like, oh, there's something in here somewhere, so,
it's notable.
Some of them hit, a lot of them don't, and it's just like me, like laboring, and a lot of that stuff. Like especially in this episode, that there's stuff also when we're all drinking at nighttime, also where I give a couple of interviews.
I'm glad you're bringing this up, Rob. I wasn't sure if you were, so I'm glad you're bringing it up.
Again, I'll get into any of it, but yeah, this is like really like not great. Things that I'm talking about, and things that like aren't even true. Like I'm just trying to say things that I think are funny for where we're at in the game, and there's somebody that's on the other side of the camera that's laughing, but might be laughing at me also.
Now, you are going to have a confessional here that I do think is like actually pretty accurate, though. I don't know if this is one of the same from that clip or not, but it's after this feast party thing, Roger's really going to be like, okay, time to build the shelter. We need everyone's effort. Oh, except for the women, they can't help. Go do the I do note he says go help Rob with the palm fronds, which is also great. You were delegated to that too.
Yeah, that's also foreshadowing for when I'll play with Boston Rob, man.
Yes, yeah. They don't let you build the shelters.
Nobody does.
And you say some people are more concerned with building shelters. Some of us are more concerned with building alliances. Let's see if those of you concerned with the shelter are here to use it for more than 6 to 9 days.
I wasn't drunk when that happened.
That one checks out.
Like I'm holding like the vine in that. Like I was like I might. Well, in fairness, I might have been like a beer or two in, but I had just eaten. I think I was like socially buzzed at that point, and I was just like hey Heidi, hey Christy, while the Dave and Roger and Butch are working on building a gigantic shelter, which was so impractical.
And I know that I have a bossy side to me myself, but I can't relate to Roger either when it seems like the majority of people are like, oh, haha, let's keep the beers cool or whatever and build this whole cooler system for that. I would never step in and say, even if I thought it was dumb, I would never say no and then take the beers out.
Wouldn't let us put our water in the refrigerator because that he was like, no, that's for the fish. We're not putting the water in that deal. He always just called things a deal. We're not doing that. That's stupid. You can't put the water in the refrigerator. But what? But could we just no? We're not doing that.
I don't know. I'm a people pleaser. I would have a hard time being so firm on that kind of thing. But it is a pretty funny sequence to watch you guys try and insulate the beers with
what happened with the beer was that we got to keep the stuff that was left over, but then they told us the next day. And I don't know why I remember this. This is I'm not a normal person. I'm not right. I remember it was the days of the week, and we merged on a Friday, and the next day was a Saturday, and I was like, oh, this is a great weekend. Let's drink the beers during the day. But they're like, hey, we're taking the beers at noon, so that's it. So we're like, oh, I guess I should drink them because they're taking them away. We don't have a challenge today. There's nothing to do. So let me drink the beers. And that was when that I did the interview where they were like, oh, like Rob, like let's get you for this interview.
Yeah,
What do you think about Heidi?
There's a couple weird things with the rewards here because I notice also, and I think you'd mentioned this on TOS, when you swap, they don't let you take your Cokes with you because we see like Heidi drinking a Coke when she's gone over to that tribe.
The refrigerator was so we didn't get to like divvy up the Cokes, I guess.
So you didn't? Did they just keep refilling the refrigerator? Why didn't you guys drink all those before you left?
Roger said we were only allowed to like that this was like I lived with my parents, and then Roger was like my dad, like that he said we weren't allowed to have the Cokes, and I didn't question it.
Okay, all right, amazing.
I just said, what are we doing to vote out Roger? Let's figure this out.
Yeah. So you've got this plan to vote out Dave because he's a threat here. But when Heidi talks with Dina and Jenna, she's going to say that since Roger won't vote for a woman on the jury, they need to get him out first. And fair point. So so that's the new plan there.
Yeah, doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, and then Dave and Roger, who are just, I mean, at least for Roger's sakes, he does have 2 confessionals this episode where he says that everything seems too easy. He doesn't ever like take that next step to like, maybe I'm on the outs. No, he's just like, oh, seems easy. Look at this.
Maggie, wouldn't this have been the worst season ever then if the 6 men just voted out the women and pagonged them, and then
my gosh, it would be like I would not be here talking. Like it would just be
it would have come up about 30 seasons ago had that happened.
Oh my gosh, how terrible.
Yeah,
like after you guys, like after they have to listen to you being like, well, we like Heidi's boobs and Jenna's butt. Goodbye.
Yeah.
You know, like there's just terrible.
But then also we said, okay, well, let's get rid of the men. Come on.
But also, if that had happened, I think you're what, 5th, maybe 4th? Like, I don't think you're faring a whole lot better.
I fared better this way.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Dave thinks that Dina and Christy are in trouble. He's out of the loop on everything. This is where we get those great duo confessionals, like we were talking about earlier.
We get the best, like not the best, but like one of the most talked about moments from the season, which is this infamous peanut butter and chocolate challenge, which like I remember before I started watching the season, a friend told me like, oh, this is the season where the girls get naked for chocolate and peanut butter. And I was like, that does not make sense to me. What do you mean? And then I watched the episode and it still didn't really make sense.
No, it still doesn't make any sense. It still makes no sense.
And it didn't make any sense then either.
Yeah. And even in the reunion, when they bring it up again, both Jenna and Heidi say, we were just really hungry. At no point did anyone say you needed to take your clothes off. Just jump in. You just had to forfeit the challenge to get the chocolate.
It was their idea. Like,
it made no sense.
That the production, I think we should explore like their response, but that Jen and Heidi were the ones who like came up with like, all right, they always tempt you with food. We'll tell them we'll get naked for chocolate and peanut butter. Now, again, that I said like, okay, yeah, you should. I think that's like a solid plan. I don't want to say that I tried to talk anybody out of it, but it was.
Well, you had the line. You had the line of the episode though, when they say that, and you say, "Probes, if you don't get these girls,
get the girls to chocolate peanut butter." But it was their idea. And then they just like announce it during the challenge. Like, I mean, I will say like now I think that Jeff would say, yeah, no, we're not doing that. I'll give you the rewards, but you know, at this point that they were like, they say it, and then they're like, all right, we're gonna need chocolate and peanut butter out here, stat.
And that's why I'm saying that, like, I actually think production might have been hornier than you guys. Like, who on production had a huge crush on Jenna, Heidi, and Shauna? Like, that's what I need to know.
It was a crush, but I think that they like really felt like, hey, we're making television here. Sex sells, baby. You know, I think that they, and believe me, that is what people talked about during this season, where I felt like, hey, I'm doing all these interesting strategic things. And then meanwhile, it's like, tonight on Entertainment Tonight, the Survivor girls are getting naked. Find out what happens. Like, I mean, that's what, people talked about. Like, people weren't talking about like, oh, look at this season of Survivor where the game is fluid. At least like in the media, like that's like, the game was not what was being talked about. It was talking about that.
If you said, if you talk to most casual Survivor fans and you said like, oh, blah, 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 the winner of season 6, they'd be like, huh, who? And then you say, the one who took her clothes off for chocolate and peanut butter. Oh, yes, of course. Mm-hmm. So I it's definitely in the bigger minds here. It's also, I think this has happened 3 times that I can think of people on this temptation challenge, like pitching what they want from Jeff. And like, I know that, now I'm blanking on who it is. I think, is it Natalie Anderson who does it later? Yep. And then also, who is it that said that they would jump off if they got a boat that would take them in dry? I think that was in
Alicia, I think.
It was in Africa. It was definitely in Africa.
Well, there's no boat in Africa.
Or no, you're right. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Australia?
I think it was Alicia
Australia. Sorry, Australia. Yeah. In Australia is what I meant. Yeah, somebody in Australia said they would jump down if they could just get a warm boat in. So I think maybe that's the idea on the temptation challenge of just like, instead of waiting for something you like pitch something.
But normally they just want you to step down. Like you don't have like, it's not like all right, Jeff, I'm gonna step down for I'm gonna need a burger and curly fries. Like, all right, and we're gonna need your pants also.
Well, but I think like for Jenna and Heidi, if they had said, okay, we'll step down for some chocolate peanut butter, I'm not sure they're going to get it. I think that they had to throw in a little extra reasoning here. So
it is wild.
I can't. Like, honestly, I still to this day don't understand it fully. Like, I'm sure they were trying to make, I do understand. They were trying to make a TV moment. Yeah. It clearly worked, but like,
no, it's just like, it's like, in the perspective of like, where we are now following like season 39, like for the production to be like willing, like enablers of like, completely. Hey, like get naked for food. Like again, it was not their idea. But they're like, okay, sure. Let's work on that. I mean, it's insane to think that this was like part of the show and a celebrated part of the show.
It's also funny that, we keep talking about these moments that are like sort of quasi sexy, but also just more awkward and cringy. Like,
and embarrassing.
What the two women are saying when this is happening, like Heidi sounds like this, like, grandma, like, oh, what do I do with my pants? Oh, okay, are they just around your ankles? Oh no, I gotta pull my pants up. Like, she doesn't. It's not smooth, I mean, you were there, maybe it was, but it was.
I didn't see a thing. In all seriousness, like I was so afraid at the time I was gonna fall off the stupid thing. Like I was barely holding on. Like I didn't see anything, and in reality, like it was. that maybe the idea of this happening might be like a attractive thought, like that in the practice, like this was like there was nothing that was sexy about this at all.
Yeah, no, it's a weird moment. And then of course to like just make this even more ridiculous.
Yeah.
Roger's just gonna jump it, like doesn't even wait for food. Why doesn't he just wait for food?
No, he was like, we were up there and it was hot, and he was like, I'm burning more calories standing here than what I'm gonna eat. It doesn't
very
make
concerned
sense.
about that.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, I'm jumping it.
So you're gonna jump off with Butch and Alex or some pizza.
Survivor pizza.
Yeah, and it's raining. Now, how was it? Because I looked at it. I mean, it looked like pepperoni and like yellow peppers or yellow tomatoes.
It wasn't great. And it wasn't great, and it was soggy. It was like sharing with 4 people. It was not, not perfect.
Were you just done at that point? You didn't want to.
I was about to fall in anyway. I was just like waiting for the next temptation.
Yeah. So we get that. We end up getting Dina's Dina's win, where she just kind of does rock, paper, scissors with Christy. It didn't matter at that point. They know what's happening.
Yeah, she wanted garlic bread.
And then we get the great tribal council, where we get Dina's awesome vote out for Roger, where she says, never underestimate a powerful woman. Mm-hmm. It's so great. And then your iconic one that's cut out of Paramount Plus. And and then bye Roger.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And I don't even know like the impetus for why I did that specific like voting confessional at that point. Like I couldn't even tell you what was going through my mind of like, let me do a Casey Kasem impression and then dedicate a song to I think everybody was just like loopy of like, okay, the girls are like saying they give us chocolate and peanut butter, we'll get naked. Like people are just being crazy, like doing confessionals 2 at a time. Like it's like people are just getting crazy.
It's a great merge episode. It's wonderful. Last question on it though is how much time did you actually have to spend like convincing Dave and Roger that you guys were doing the guy thing, or did you pretty much just come back, say, hey, we're doing the guy thing, that's it?
The guy thing. Like, okay. Like, I mean, nobody really talked to me about the vote. Like, I don't think so. I don't think we had like a guys meeting.
Okay. Wow. Amazing. I just amazing that they didn't even question that maybe you would have made some friends on the other tribe.
You know, Mary, I think that like there's so much here. You know, like I said, it's very obvious that Rob was a Big Brother fan, because like in Survivor up until this point, people don't have relationships with every single person on the tribe. Like people have their people and that's it. And then they sort of alienate the other people, I feel, in the first 5 seasons. But on Big Brother, you have to have relationships with everybody because you never know who's going to win HOH. And Rob says in the reunion show that I had a relationship with every single person. I felt like I could go to every single person and we had a working relationship in some way. And I think that you really changed Survivor strategy in that way, in the way that like you want to be able to talk to everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had something going on with just about like everybody. Maybe Dave might have been the only person that like I didn't have like a working relationship with.
But you had the guy thing, right? You went up to him and said the guy thing.
Yeah, I mean that really like that I was like talk to Roger and Butch, and then like they would talk to like it was never like me and Dave one-on-one.
But and I want to be clear, I'm not saying like, oh, I don't understand how people weren't talking. I'm just saying it's so interesting based on the order that we've been talking about these seasons.
Yeah, the guys
when you
were
compare this with
shelter.
like Philippines, it's like, whew, it's amazing how little conversations were out there.
On a big project.
Yeah.
The whole shelter thing had to be built. Well, I was like hanging out with Dina and Jenna and Heidi and talking about what we're gonna do with the vote.
I think a lot of us people who fancy ourselves to be like these strategists or gamers or whatever, very envious of your spot being able to do this on season 6 at the time when it was so new.
I have a hot take. Okay. Yes. This is my hot take on your game. Watching this, I felt, and now we're going to really, this honestly launches us into the next episode, because this is where we start to see your relationship with Matt really forming. I think that if Matt had won that final tribal council and brought you would have been the OG Tony and Woo, because you were in the Tony spot swinging back and forth from alliance to alliance. And every time you brought Matt with you to make the numbers go, you would bring Matt with you to each side that you were flipping. And when you would flip, you would figure out a way to mend it with the other people. And then you would flip back and then you would figure out a way to mend it. And I think that the only difference between, I mean, not the only, but like, I think that what you were able to do with Matt was the prototype of what Tony was able to do in Cagayan with Woo.
Yeah. That being said, I'm pretty sure Tony has never seen Survivor of the Amazon, but that's interesting. I never thought of it like that. I definitely think that I would have beaten Matthew in the final too. I think that me versus Jenna, I think actually would have been very close and could have gone either way. But yeah, I think I felt very good about like going to the final 2 with Mateo.
So Coming into these next couple episodes, I think that there's sort of like including the merge episode, like a 3-season arc that is kind of the fall of Dina. We start getting it, and it's all retrospectively because she is going to get voted out in episode 9, but it's the whereas if you were saying some of these same things, it would be looked differently, but she's just starting to get a little bit like comfortable in the position that she's in. But we got to deal with Dave first. Again, amazing that after being blindsided, Dave and Butch are going to decide to build this dock.
Got to build a dock.
Right, because that's the way to reintegrate themselves and not by talking to people.
Yeah. One of the things that I noticed here, and I'm not sure if I noticed this before, if I talked about it in Evolution Strategy, was that Dina was talking about how her final 3 was going to be me, her, and Jenna. And that, I always wondered, like, was Dina gonna maybe end up doing like all women thing and cutting me earlier? And I guess I still don't really know, but I just felt good that I felt like that. I think that Dina wanted that might be what Dina wanted to do. I'm not sure where Christy ultimately landed in that plan, but like I feel like that I probably still end up in third, no matter what. Like, really, when I rewatched this, I figured that like almost any other way I could have gone, I probably still end up in third. So
wow, worst places you could be, where basically
like,
whatever
if I go to the
decision
final
you make,
3 with Dina and Jenna, like Jenna probably still wins that thing. That would she have taken Dina instead of me? Like I wouldn't have made as many like game moves at that point. Maybe she would. Like maybe Dina is like the big threat. So who knows?
It's definitely interesting. Okay, here's where we get the creepy Matt and the machete sequence, which came actually way earlier. And then in my mind, I thought it was like, last couple days of the season, but no, it's
there's a point, it comes up in the reunion, it's like a point of contention of like, what was Matt really crazy? Matt, like, definitely after the whole Shauna thing, like he seemed off. Matthew says in the reunion, and I think he says like, no, I was acting, I was doing this on purpose.
There's no way.
I mean, who knows? Who can say? He says he was acting to say he's not acting. I don't know. But he was definitely like off. And then like we eventually like found it endearing, and then he like mellowed out a little bit, but he definitely was like a little not himself for a few days.
The whole machete sequence on the show is also great because there's a couple confessionals, but there's a lot of time where people are just sitting next to Matt being like, hey, you gonna kill us? Like they're just saying it openly to him,
sharpening it, like, sure.
Yeah,
why
it's
does
great.
He need the machete so sharp?
Yeah, it's a one of your top like 3 quotes by far. Yeah, so we get the ice cream sundae reward.
I feel like that we can yada yada the Dave Dave food.
There's a lot that's just like kind of, it's fun to watch on your first time around, the first coconut chop, but other than that, it's pretty obvious.
I do think it's interesting that Jenna wins that. I think that is. Did you throw that challenge, Rob?
Yeah.
Did you throw that?
Yeah, I was throwing. So I think I would have won that challenge. I really like. I sort of like figured out that, if I never get a question right, like this is what you lose, because either if you're the target, you go, and then you lose because then like, I'm going to chop Mary's rope. Aha. And then Mary's like, oh, well, I'm going to pay you back. And then so it's like, if I never get a question right, I never have to chop anybody's rope. And so I'm going to win. But stupid idiot, loser me has to, I have to let the people at home know that I'm throwing the challenge. So when we get to the question about what is a Bushmaster?
I wrote that down.
I'm like so obviously picking the joke answer. so that the people at home will know, oh, Rob must be throwing this. Like, I can't not have the people at home know that I'm throwing. They like, the people at home have to know, oh, he does know the answer. He's throwing it because of my ego. And then Jeff calls me out like, oh, you thought it was a forest ranger? And then I give a stupid answer like, well, actually, I thought it was a porn star. And then everybody's like, all right, you're done. That's it. That's it. And then like 3 people in a row just chop my rope because, because I have to let the people at home know that I'm throwing it. And then it came down to Jenna and Heidi. But you're right, Maggie. It's like a social politics thing where, Jenna and Heidi are right in the middle of everything. Like nobody wants to like chop their ropes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you blew your cover there with that question. Yep, it's always very telling where these go. I do feel like unless you really, really need to try and win the immunity, but if you need to win the immunity, this is not one that you can really win that way. So
Jenna wins 4 immunities. Like this one's a little fluky. The other one she wins is a little fluky with the shuffleboard, but then she gets she earns the last 2.
Yes. Yeah. So the next episode. Oh, sorry, Mary. Is there more from this episode?
No, I think all I had left was writing down "booyah" like 4 different times. So I think we're good.
Yeah.
But the next
first member
episode
of the
is
jury. Yeah.
Yes, Dave. So this next episode is where you start the chain with Butch and Mateo. Which is really
whether or not the chain is important or not, it makes a great sequence in the episode.
Yeah, it's very funny.
They bring out this more music talk here for those who care. They bring out this like almost like spy kind of music. Yeah, it's really great. It's amazing seeing you say stuff in confessionals and then hearing Matt just like quote it back or like say stuff to Matt and then quote it.
And then Butch quotes back like what Matthew said.
Yeah, it's like none of it makes any sense either because it's like the deal that you're giving Matt and Butch is like, hey, you guys are at the bottom of the chain and you're on a need to know basis, but we'll pass some information down. And Butch, I know you've talked a lot about the whole like links being able to jump thing that he talks about where it's like, yeah, sometimes you're the 7th link or the 6th link and then there's a break and you can jump up and become the 3rd link. It's fun. To be fair though, that's kind of what happens with Butch.
It is kind of what happens. Yeah. I mean that they were sort of like Alex really disliked Matthew and it was like, I don't even want to talk to that guy. And I'm like, all right, fine. I'll talk to him. I'm like, all right, I'll don't worry, everybody. I got this. And so I was working and they would be out like fishing all day. And so I was just like, I don't even know why I was like thinking, I don't know if I was like at that point was like thinking like, hey, I'll have these guys on standby of, or I'm like, oh, this is TV time. Like, let me give these guys like, I don't even know where I saw this of like giving people just like, wild goose chases to go on and like, and work on. But, I was telling them basically like, oh, we're really working with Alex, like Dina, like we're gonna like the men are gonna get back together, like just keep it on the down low, don't let the women know. And like that was like what the fake plan was to keep telling these guys. I think it was also that we didn't want Matthew to win immunity. Like I think that part of it was like, we need to like lull Matt into a false sense of security so he doesn't try to win all the challenges.
Yeah. It's fun. It's also just fun to think about that you've got like Matt and Butch who are going out and doing their fishing thing and whatever. And then everybody else, like the other people in the alliance are kind of just hanging out. And it seemed like they just like didn't really care if you put yourself in like a mastermind position. They're like, yeah, whatever. Rob can go do whatever he wants and just sort of play this role.
Yeah. Alex, I do feel like was distracted with like the Jenna and Heidi of it all. And not even like, again, I don't know who like had like flirty feelings for whom, but like he just like really enjoyed being in their company. And so there was a lot of like they were hanging out at that point in time. I'm not necessarily sure why Dina was cool with it, other than if she felt like that we have to lull Matt into a false sense of security so he can get voted out next.
Yeah.
It's just really fun. And you're right, Mary.
Yeah.
The best things are when you say something to him and then he repeats it in confessional. It's just like, mwah.
Mhm.
Then the only reason this challenge is like pretty irrelevant, but the only reason I want to bring it up, the weapons challenge, is because when when you guys are all practicing with the spears, you say my personal favorite line ever said on Survivor. It makes me laugh every single time. And you say, before I came out here, the only spears I knew were Brittany, broccoli, and asparagus. And it just, I don't know why.
Yeah.
It just makes me laugh so hard every
Has there been
single
another
time.
Britney Spears reference on Survivor in 20 years, or do I have the only one?
I don't know.
You might
You
be
have
the only Perry Como
Yeah.
reference also.
You know, and Maggie, I always beat myself up over that. I feel like that's a poorly written joke. That I feel like, because I feel like that broccoli spears and asparagus spears is the same thing, and I don't know what the other spears would be.
I mean, I don't think that. I think that.
I'm glad
If we were critiquing,
you appreciate it. Yeah.
If we're critiquing, it should just be the only spears I knew were Brittany and asparagus.
Yeah,
you know?
but the
rule of
problem is
three, you
you've
need
got
three.
rule of three, so you needed a third
You
one.
know,
But
Yeah,
do
I
they
think
even
I
call
should
them
just
broccoli
said,
spears? I don't even think that's a thing.
forget the broccoli, forget the asparagus. That the only Spears I know about is Britney Spears. That's it. That's succinct.
But
I don't even know what MTV means. Yeah.
I think it's just so for like the viewers at home who like aren't into like the survival stuff. It just tickles me. It makes me laugh really hard. So love that one.
Yeah.
And then
my Twitter timeline is just people rewriting Spears jokes now.
Right. Great. So yeah, this is where we're gonna have the fall of Dina section.
Yes.
Dina's gonna realize
It makes me so sad.
Yeah, Dina's gonna realize that Alex is a pretty big threat, and then he's getting closer with Jenna and Heidi.
Yes.
He's also gonna give the reward to Jenna at that one point. So you have this whole thing happening, and so Dina's gonna talk with you and with Heidi about like taking Alex out earlier, which is not gonna fly with Jenna. And the weird part here is that there's a lot of Jenna and Heidi saying like Dina betrayed us, screwed us over. I'm like, weren't you working with Dina before Alex? Like, how is this? If anything, you choosing Alex over Dina is you screwing them over.
Up here. Like, I wish Dina would have like taken me aside and told me this plan one-on-one. Like her crucial mistake was she said this plan in front of me and Heidi. She should have never said this to Heidi. Because Heidi went back and told Jenna, well, you saw the episode, that I would have told her I think this is too soon. I think you got slow down, Dina. And then of course then it gets back to Alex, and Alex like, we're taking out Dina right now. I'm like, Dina, I can't save you.
So and you didn't think there was a way to like talk Dina out of it?
It was
after
too late.
This, or?
It was that Alex already wanted to vote her out. It wasn't that I couldn't she didn't have the number. She didn't have Jenna and Heidi.
So if she had Jenna and Heidi, would you have gone along with that? Did you think that was the better plan?
To vote out Alex or to vote out Dina?
To vote out Alex.
I mean, I didn't see to vote out Alex. I didn't like that plan. And I didn't like the vote out Dina plan either. I didn't like either of these ideas right then. But I just went with the side that had the numbers.
I'm just wondering if you really wanted to stick with Dina, you could have pulled together.
I would have
Butch, Matt, and Crispy.
I don't even think I could have done it, because like my plan that I was selling to Matt and Butch the whole time was that, hey, Dina is out to get you guys. We're working with Alex. So then when the vote was, okay, guys, it's happening, we're voting out Dina, like that made sense to them. It would have I would have had to, and I didn't trust that Butch wasn't going to say something to Alex at that point in time. Like, I couldn't use Matt and Butch, I don't think, to blindside Alex on that particular vote to work with Dina. Even though I will use them on the next vote to blindside Alex. The world had changed by that point.
Yeah. Well, every 3 days is a different 3 days, right?
Did this hurt you also at all in the fact that, Alex is going to find out about this from Jenna and Heidi and not from you?
It happened so fast. Like it could have where like I handled it well, where we hear that story. Like, I don't know if we even saw it like in the camera work on it, but like that we hear
Alex tells it, yeah.
of it. And he's like, if he would have like come to me and played it differently, like, hey, anything interesting happened today? I might have been like, I don't think so. No, it was like, oh, really? Because I found out that Dean is trying to vote me out. Like, oh, that, yeah, no, that happened. But he was like, I guess he must have come up to me and be like, so Dean is trying to vote me out, and my reaction was like, how do you know about that already?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you got lucky there on that one.
I got lucky. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, they voted. You vote out Dina.
I know.
Yeah.
I didn't want to. It made me very sad. I love Dina. I wish I could have gone to the end with her, but she got too ambitious. And she didn't have Jenna and Heidi. That Alex had them way more than that I think Alex and Jenna really bonded on the coffee reward. And they were feeling like really good. Like the thing with Jenna and Alex and Heidi was they talked about like what was going on, like our friendship, like, hey, we're friends for the rest of our lives. Like I'm like, I didn't sign up for that. Like I'm here to play Survivor. Like, this is my alliance. Like we're not like best friends forever. And that's like what it was like turning into, where Heidi was talking about like, hey, it doesn't even matter like which one of us ends up winning the game, because we'll all just go into business together and open a Sonic.
Sonic could have been a very different Sonic. Yeah,
it doesn't even matter who wins. It doesn't matter. We're going to the end, and we're just going to be in business and be best friends and open a Sonic.
See, you should have said, okay, yeah, I'll totally be down with that. But I really want the title of Soul Survivor, so y'all just give it to me if it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Well, I think that Heidi was hedging of like, that, like if she won, like I think I'd be like, hey, what about the Sonic? Where if I won, she'd be like, hey, Rob, come on, we're doing the Sonic thing, right?
Sonic. So, okay. I don't know if I've ever been to a Sonic.
So this brings us to, though, you guys all in the next episode.
They make so much money. I mean, they're still in business. I mean, she's smart.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Maggie.
I was just gonna say this brings us to the next episode, where you guys are all acting like spoiled brats at the top and being rude to everybody and making them work for you at the camp.
Yes, that's true. Let me. I might like what Mary has to say better. What were you going to say?
Sorry, yeah, Mary. What were you going to say?
I was gonna say we had the recap episode, but I don't really think there was anything interesting there besides the woman finding a pineapple, and then Jean doing some revenge.
No need to watch the recap episode.
There's just a few curious votes throughout, like on that Dina vote.
Yeah.
Like why did Christy vote Alex out? Like what? I guess Dina must have told her to do that at some point.
Well, I think part of the issue was that and this wasn't really part of the episodes, but Christy was like getting like very like close, where like Jenna and Heidi were like, hey, let's all right, Christy's not part of the plan. And Dina like wanted to bring Christy in. And I think that Heidi and Jenna were just like, wait, why is Christy involved? Like, why is Dina protecting Christy? Like, Christy should be in the pecking order of one of the people to go. And Dina wanted to bring Christy into the vote to vote out Alex. So I think that Dina was looking at Christy as like one of her pawns that she didn't want to lose. And so Jenna and Heidi had no love for Christy. And so that was also a point of contention.
Gotcha. Yeah, so where Maggie, I guess, has written down that y'all were being spoiled brats, I just wrote that you were bonding because I was being a little nicer about it.
I mean, in fairness, like that was like one
yeah,
afternoon.
it was the one sunny day.
I'm
we've heard you. Yeah, we've heard it.
No, but really, like I mean, look at the days. Like, it wasn't like Dina's not there. Like, we have the immunity challenge where I win immunity. Like, it's at nighttime, so it's the night before. Like, I'm already working on the plan to vote out Alex. Like, it was one day with that alliance where what a bunch of babies. Like, like, we have to do all the work around here, and Rob and Jenna and Heidi and Alex are the cool kids. And you know, and stupid Alex has to say, like, well, I hate to say it, it's like high school around here. Yeah, like, you know what? I've never once sat at the cool kids table ever, Alex. Don't put that evil on me.
I mean, you did try to take Matt and Butch's cookies in the previous episode, but it's fine.
I did, but I felt less bad about that after I watched Survivor Vanuatu, when like the women were like, they brought back
eating the
all
chicken legs.
all of the chicken bones, and then like ate them. And then when like Chad and like Sarge come back, they're like, oh, we're all eating the old chicken bones, and then they ate.
They like sucked on the bones. Yeah, it's terrible.
So, I think you've mentioned it before. This Survivor auction. Did you get anything else besides a protein bar? Was that it?
No, that was it. I thought I was gonna like I got the protein bar, and I thought I was gonna have enough money to get like one more thing, but Alex like outbid me on the steak, and then the auction ended.
Gotcha. Okay, well,
I did
fun auction there.
The money, and I was very excited until my money got burnt in the fire. I get so angry when I mean, that was $240. Like, that's not nothing, especially 2002 money.
Yeah, burning a hole in your pocket, burning a hole in the camp. It's fine. So yeah, there's a little bit of like spoiled brat Jenna happening with the Christy letter situation.
Yes.
Because Jenna's
in fairness to Jenna, that you know, her mom does have a brain tumor.
Yeah.
No, totally. That part totally checks out. She did just spend a bunch of money on some chocolate and peanut butter. Then maybe don't do that.
I don't know. So I think that the auction was out of order. I'm not sure. Like, either way, I don't think we knew there were going to be letters in the auction. I think that maybe that was it.
Gotcha. Like, I actually found the whole thing to be a little bit unfair to Christy, who ended up having to pay money to than Jenna did. But oh well. So, but it's great to hear that in this letter, at least for Jenna here, that that her mom was doing a little better at this time.
Yeah.
And then Christy gets her letter as well. So there's this is where Alex has just like the most incomprehensible conversation with you, where
what is he thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. He tells you, and like the logic so doesn't track, but the logic is, hey, Heidi and Jenna are never gonna vote each other out, so I guess I'm just gonna have to vote you out. Not, hey, why don't we just then become a pair of two against them?
You know, I was like second guessing myself today on this also when I watched it back, because he does say, well, hey, and then if I win immunity, I would vote for you. Again, I don't know what immunity comes into that. If I won immunity, I would vote for you, and then I expect you do the same. Which, like, I'm just trying to think it through of like, if he's going to vote for me, like, I guess there's no guarantee like the girls would also vote with him. Like, I think I would be like, yeah, but Alex,
but if he wins immunity, shouldn't that be the reason to keep you theoretically?
Yeah.
Like, he's safe.
I don't know.
Either way, there's no reason to tell you at that point, like, hey, you're going to get fourth.
It bummed me out.
I think that this is also just like, you just said that Dina was getting too ambitious and too comfortable. Like, this is Alex doing the literal exact same thing, which is, what's so lovely about these episodes is we just watch Dina get out and Alex be like, gotcha. And then he immediately, the exact same thing happens to him in the next episode. Yeah. And you are like, gotcha. Because it's just like, what is the point of this? Like, are you trying to be moral here and like give you a huge heads up? Like, I don't get it.
I don't know. He was getting like very close with them. And like, I definitely felt like I was 4 out of 4 like already. And so this sort of like played into that. And so I just felt like could I go in a different direction? Because I don't want to end up being in 4th place with these people.
It's also, I think, pretty apparent. Like, I think you 100% were 4 out of 4. And I think if you weren't 4 out of 4, Jenna and Heidi would not have had this reaction. They have this reaction because they're thinking, shoot, this was our 4th place person who just screwed us over and took out the person we actually wanted to go farther with. Or at the very least, whether or not they're looking at it in game terms of 4th place, whatever, this is the least close best friend who just screwed us and got rid of our closer best friend.
Yeah, I don't even know if they had really thought about the pecking order at that point, but it was like, hey, we were going to be the 4, and now it's like, oh, they're getting voted out next because this had happened. So I think that's where it was like not so much about like, oh, how could you do this to our friend Alex, but it was more like, oh, so you're voting us out next, and now we're not going to be in the final 4. So they were upset about it. Again, who knows, but like even if like hypothetically like Jenna and Heidi were like, no, well, why would we take Alex in the final 3? He's a huge immunity threat. We'd much rather go with you uncoordinated like person with no endurance. And so, but then I still would have been, I still would have come in 3rd. Like I still would have been like, even if they vote out Alex at the final 4, which Jenna did win the final 4 immunity. So, I mean, who's to say if Alex would have potentially beat her at that? But assuming, like, let's say hypothetically Jenna won that again, like even if we vote out Alex at the final 4, like Jenna or Heidi is probably still going to win that final 3 immunity challenge and take the other one to the final 2.
Exactly. So you're going to have the most important conversation of the game with Matt, to which he tells us in confessional, Rob and I just had the most important conversation of the game, where you interestingly decide to come clean to Matt about how you've been lying to him. You're sort of doing this like, to bring up Tony again. You're doing this like, you can trust me now because I've told a lie before thing.
No, but this is blatantly ripping off, Will Kirby, who I mentioned like was my hero, and like he's the one who's saying like I'm being honest with everybody about how many lies I'm telling, and it makes them believe me. And I really did find that to be the case with Matthew, where like this idea of like, okay, I have to tell you about all the lies that I've been telling you really did work. To great effect here.
It's the idea of the devil you know versus the devil you don't, right? Like if you can see it coming, it's less, it sucks less than like if I'm choosing to trust someone who's just told me that they've lied a bunch and then I get duped, it's like, oh, dang it. Like, why did I do that? Versus like, why did they do that? It's a really good way of like shifting blame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And Matt's going to say that you're underhanded, but he can appreciate your honesty. I think this is where some of the like Shauna love triangle really helps also with just Matt 100% being on board to get rid of Alex.
Yeah. Alex and Matt never like saw eye to eye again.
Yeah, exactly.
They share a confessional.
This is also where Matt sort of has this impression, which I guess is like partially true of that, like you're both teaching each other things because he's teaching you survival skills and you're teaching him survival? The game.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I do love the like weird sort of partnership you have with Matt throughout the end game. And then you talk to Christy, who is also glad to get Alex out because he's into Heidi and Jenna, so that works. Yeah. Okay, so
did you have a good relationship with Christy? Like they didn't really show it on the show, but like I just feel like that we got along.
Have you ever had Christy on Talking with T-Bird?
No, I've never reached out to her for that, but I've seen her like at different like events and things like that, and we always thought it's nice to see Christy.
Yeah,
I would like to hear her on
I'd be interested. So you do the slam book challenge, your win. Congrats.
Yep.
Good job. You also do a good job of not getting any like crappy superlatives. So that's good.
Yeah, I was, firing on all cylinders.
In your element here.
Yeah. I liked it when I was watching this morning when Jeff says like Rob, all right, come over here and get the immunity necklace. I'm like, oh, this is the best day of my life. And he's like, who knew you would know so much about the tribe? I was like, and I said like, well, these are my people. And Jeff says, well, you are their leader now. I'm like, whoa. Don't put that on me.
Yeah, that whole exchange was like really funny with Jeff.
It's like a very Julie Chen exchange, right?
Yeah.
What?
It was a little bit just kind of funky.
Yeah.
It was good. So yeah, Rob in the middle here. You got your
I was so
immunity
emboldened
necklace.
by him winning
Yeah.
immunity.
Well, and I imagine that makes you even more convinced that it's incentivized to
Yeah.
make a big move when you know you're safe. So that's
Because
great.
also this immunity challenge is the night before tribal council. So this is old school Survivor. So we're on the 3-day cycle. So this is the first day, I guess, was the auction. Then the second day was this challenge. And then so we had the whole third day of nothing before we ended up going to tribal council to vote out Alex. So at that point, I'm like, all right, I guess I'm all in on this because worst comes to worst, I'm getting voted out next time. I'm at least going to make it, 3 more days. So might as well make this crazy move.
Yeah, it's good. So yeah, you
go through with it.
Yeah, you go through with it. You're even going to say during tribal council that one of the most underlooked parts of this game is the interpersonal relationships. So that's really you. Look at you talking about the game in the game.
I was really chewing on the scenery of
yeah.
At the tribal council. I don't even remember if this is in the episode. I remember saying Jeff, there's 3 people tonight that I'm going to be linked with until the end of this game. I was really having just so much fun. I took no pleasure in voting out Alex. I did not give a confessional Casey Kasem or anything this was not fun for me to vote out Alex, but I did relish the being in the spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, being the one to make this move. Did you feel when you were in this season, I know you talk about Big Brother, but did you feel like you were changing the game or adding to the strategy of the game at any point, or did you just think you're doing kind of fun,
I wasn't
wacky
thinking
things?
in those terms. I was just I can't believe this is going to be on TV. I was not thinking at all about Survivor 7 or what comes next. I was only oh my God, can you believe they're letting me do this?
Yeah.
So Jenna and Heidi are so mad at you.
Yeah, real mad.
This comes back. They are so mad.
Mm-hmm.
Heidi, they spend the entire night basically being like, "Ugh, Rob, you suck. Screw you." And then when they wake up the next morning, Heidi's like, "Okay, let's get Christy." Jenna's still pouting, and Heidi's like, "Nope, we got work to do. Let's do it." So she starts working on swinging Christy over. Did you see this happening? Were you oh gosh, they're going to start working on Christy, or were you well, there's no way Christy goes?
I did not foresee that. I didn't think there was any way Christy was going with them because there was so much bad blood there. And, I have to give all the credit to Heidi here. I mean, Jenna, I think is not even speaking to Christy. I think that they're really, but Heidi is hey, Christy, you're gonna be in 4th. The guys are not taking you to the end, and you're gonna be in 4th with them, and you'll be in 3rd with us. And 3rd is better, and you should go with us. And she's like, yeah, I don't know. She's non-committal, and I thought I was making a good emotional case to Christy about how hey, but you'll be the last woman standing over here. She's like, I could be the last person and the last woman, and I'll outlast all of them. I don't know why I didn't promise Christy the final 2, or maybe I felt that, I'll lose her jury vote if I lie to her on that front. My big plan was that I thought I was going to win immunity in the shuffleboard, and I was going to give immunity to Christy. And I thought that gesture would get her back on board.
You would have you felt safe enough to give up immunity there?
Yeah, I did. I didn't think that, I really felt that Christy was not duplicitous, where if she told me she was going to vote with me, I don't think she would have flipped. I don't think that Butch and Matt would flip.
It was destiny that immunity necklace was going to be given away at that tribal council.
I was gonna win the immunity necklace, and I was gonna give it, and I was so close. I had my thing right on the X, and then Butch knocked me out, and then Jenna got it.
So sad. Why are y'all spit shaking also? That was gross.
That was Christy's thing. I don't know.
Okay. Ooh.
I mean, it's pre-COVID, Mary. You have to remember. Yeah.
This is also can we yada yada the family trip? Is that okay? The family visit?
Yeah, it was like a 10-minute family visit too. You like sit
Yeah.
down
Yeah,
at a table.
it was a stupid thing about like you could either get yours or give everybody one. You know, I mean, I was like, okay, this is when the important thing that happens there is that we get drunk again. Again, like
Yes.
we play in the era where there's no alcohol, or where I'm old and don't drink a lot of alcohol anymore. Because then we all drank wine. For the record, that's Butch throwing up, and among other things, in the shelter. But I had the worst hangover of my life. That it actually like was like a nice like I actually had like a lot of fun with Heidi and Jenna that night when we were all like a little crunked from the wine. And you know that was like it was like look at us, this is you know, like Paul Rudd meme. Who'd have thought, like, but then they went back to being mad at me the next day. And then yeah, go ahead.
I love your quote where you say, I just want them to remember all the fun we've had, not all the bad things I did to them." I love that one.
That's like the ideal. And like I was super hungover that day, and like I was just like, oh boy, I would like kill for an Advil. And I guess I was not thinking like completely clearly, but I was like, oh well, Matt's gonna win now because that he gave everybody loved ones visit. Everybody's loving Matt, so gotta get rid of him now. So then I like took Jenna aside, and I concocted this plan where we were gonna vote out Heidi next. And then I guess then I was gonna vote out Matt and Butch. Then I was gonna like basically vote out Heidi, and then I was gonna swing with Heidi, with Jenna and Christy, and vote out Matt and Butch, and then I'd go to the final three with Jenna and Christy. And then I'm like, oh, this is great because they hate each other and they'll both take me to the final two. And so I went to Jenna and was like, hey, like I have a plan. I have an idea to get you to the final two, but I can't tell you the details because I don't want you to go blow it up. And then she was like no deal.
Yeah, and then she immediately goes back to camp and blows it up. And I will say that like you really, really kept your cool here in a way that I think like most Survivor players would not have. And like I think that the reason that like Butch and Mateo are like okay is because of how you kept your cool and how you weren't like, how dare you, you know, like they were like, okay, you know, like this is just Rob being Rob.
Yeah.
And I my favorite part of the whole thing is just like, again, just Heidi being Heidi, you being like, well, I talked to my mom and told her I did a lot of bad things. And Heidi was like, that's the difference between me and you, because I told my mom I played morally and we just have different morals. And it's just like, okay, you know, moral schmorals here on Survivor.
My favorite part, she says something like, she's like, well, if you just keep lying and manipulating to everybody, then you're going to win this game. I was like, oh, okay. All right, good to know.
You have the great quote that's like, feel free to write ROB down on your parchment tonight.
You definitely say that in the slow, I'm thinking of a joke while I'm saying it voice. It's great.
Yep. But it's, I feel like it's very unconvincing when like Matt and Butch are like asking me after the fact, like, hey, what, like when they were like saying you had a plan, like what was that? I'm like I don't even know what they're talking about. Like they're just making stuff up.
I think part of it's just like Butch and Matt, they have no relationship with Jenna and Heidi to do anything with them. They need you as that middleman.
I guess so. Like if they vote me out, then like Christy really is like a very interesting swing vote at the 5 of like, is she gonna go back with the women? Like I think she'd actually would be more loyal to Matt and Butch, but I think they might just like look at it like, oh, but the 3 women will get back together.
This vote. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mary.
Let me see what was I wrote down. No, go ahead. I'm trying to find.
I was just going to say. So this vote, I was talking about it. I think this is like this episode as a whole is just like beautiful, start to finish. But like this vote, I think is so innovative in the way that you are able to look at your adversary and look at the person who is teetering and be able to just look at your adversaries and be like, why don't we just vote out this person? It saves both our skin.
Mhm.
And I think that that's just so, like, I don't know if that had been done before that. Do you know, to your knowledge, Rob?
Not in Survivor. I'm trying.
Yeah, and not on Big Brother
Big
either. I don't,
yeah.
because they don't have the option of, like, large house votes ever. It's just between two people. So, like, the fact that you were able to correctly identify the move that you needed to make to save yourself, and it was very unconventional, right? Like, who teams up with the people who have just screamed at them in front of the whole tribe and tried to blow up their spot in order to get out someone who's like a non-factor, who's essentially like a final two goat because they don't have good relationships with people. And not to say that that is how Christy was, but I think that at that point in the game, like, who's to say if she made it to the final two, that's what would have happened. But at that point in the game, that's how a lot of people viewed her, I think. So the fact that you were able to correctly identify, like, this person who is the non-threat needs to go so that I can stay and still have the numbers and still have the pull. It's very Suri Fields, Courtney Stodden. Is that her name? Not Courtney Stodden. That's a famous person.
Yeah.
It's a famous person.
Merritt,
but it's very Suri Fields with Courtney to be able to, like, correctly identify the person that nobody's looking at as the person that you need to go after to save yourself. Right?
Yeah, I think it was really just, it came up out of necessity. And I think I do, like, try to look at a lot of things of, like, trying to find, like, okay, well, what's the creative solution to find, like, a win-win to this scenario? And I was just, like, racking my brain that whole day of, like, you see me in the episode trying to talk to, like, Christy, like, what are you thinking? Give me an answer. She's like, I don't know. I got to think about it. And she says that
she's got her arms behind her head.
Yeah, she's like, she's laying down, and I'm like a nervous wreck, and she's like, when I have the pen in my hand, that's when I'll decide. Like, that's not good enough. I'm sorry. And I was going back and forth, and I had like such a good relationship with Jenna and Heidi before this that I just sort of said, like, right before, this was like 30 minutes before Tribal Council. And you see me in the episode, like, you want to just make this really easy and vote out Christy tonight? And you're like, well, how can we trust you? And, like, I basically said, like, look, if you see me go off with Christy, it's off. If I see you go off with Christy, it's off. This is what it is. Let's all stick together. And if you see us go off with Butch, like, it's off. Like, me, you, Matthew, or Jenna, Heidi, Matthew, Rob, that's it.
It's great. It's great Survivor. It's like, it's the unexpected, like, weaseling your way out, but you still maintain your numbers. It's just like, it's great. It's like that. This is why this is, like, such a compelling episode of television.
So why did Matt get on board for this one?
Why did Matt get on board with this one? Let me think.
Was Matt there in that conversation?
Yeah, I think I just told him, like, here's what we're gonna do. We're getting the gang back together. And then the brilliant part of it for us was, like, we still had Butch. It's like, and then tomorrow we'll tell Butch we're just voting out the women. So, like, we still had the numbers 3-2 on Jenna and Heidi. Like, Jenna and Heidi, if it's worth it for you to stay 3 more days and just to vote out Christy, like, it's not such a great deal for you. Like, they should have gone to, like, that they should, like sort of like chickened out, where sure they both got to stay, but, like, they should have gone to Rocks in that spot. Like, they were sort of like in the Sierra, Hayden, Katie spot of, like, they needed to go all in. And was Christy potentially gonna draw a rock for them in that spot if that was the way the tiebreaker was gonna work? I don't know either. Like, ultimately, Christy.
Yeah, well, since Christy does vote for Jenna, I think that, like, the reason that this is good for them is just because it's not like they had Christy. Like, Christy's not going to end up doing that. So for them, it's like, either one of us goes or we both keep staying, in the long run, going to work out for Jenna.
I hadn't thought of it that way. You're right. Because Christy is going to tell me, like, right before we're going into Tribal Council, like, we're getting mic'd up. She's like, I'm going to vote for Heidi.
Now,
I wish you would have told me that this afternoon.
at this point, after the Dina, Alex, and then having Jenna and Heidi mad at you, are you starting to get worried at all that you might not win even if you get to the end?
Yeah, well, I think I told my mom when she came. Well, I don't think this was in the episode, but I told my mom, like, I think I'm going to get to the end, but I don't think I'm going to win. That the brilliant part of this for me was like, ooh, I'm back. I'm back, baby. Heidi and Jenna. We got a working relationship again. Like I felt like if I got to the end, like potentially, like they might vote for me again.
Nice. So now we've got the Butch episode of
We're not going to talk about Christy's confessional after she's done.
Oh yeah, Christy's confessional, which they're going to play again at the reunion show in the Christy clip. And for a very long time, this was sort of the reason that a lot of people assumed that Christy like voted incorrectly at the end. The evidence pointing to this, where she says that she's never ever going to allow her evil stepsisters to get to the end and win.
Her final tribal council question was very like negative towards Jenna, but as somebody who like had wondered at times like if Christy voted the right way, that the production, like they go to that first, and if Christy voted the wrong way, like if the theory being that people had said, did Christy know that they weren't voting people out at the final tribal council? Did she know they were voting for the winner? And that I can't imagine if the production thought she was voting Jenna out. Like I can't imagine that they would go, like they opened the reunion show with Christy. We gotta ask you, why did you vote that way? Like I don't think they would try to embarrass her and like call her out. Like I think that they would know.
So when you go to vote at the very end, when you're voting for the winner, do they like, I mean, I know Jeff says it on the show, but anybody, I don't know, who's back there with the pen, do they say like, hey, this is you voting for a winner, make sure you remember?
So, I mean, Jeff does say at the final tribal council, I think he's like, and then, you are voting for a winner. I think at the final tribal council, from what I recall, I think there's nobody behind the camera. So the camera's just like on a tripod and rolling. And then I think that what they used to say at the time was like, we check the tape, make sure it's there, and that's it. Nobody knows the final result of the season until we get back to, the edit bay to see it. But Christy's going to hold up a thing and say whatever it is. So I feel like that I can't imagine like if there was like, I think that they would try to hide like if there was like a mistake like that. And Christy has long said like, no, she voted for Jenna to win. So like I know I think it's an interesting theory, but I don't think there's enough there.
Yeah, it is another point for, I don't really know why they couldn't have had like an interpreter at tribal council. Like even if you're assuming they can't have one in the camp, that would have been a good idea.
All good points that I don't think anybody was thinking about in 2002. I mean, they had it at the reunion.
That's what I agree with that. Like what you said, Mary, like, I don't know why they would have one at the reunion and not have one at tribal to make things easier on Christy, but
Oh, well. Yeah. Okay, now for the Butch episode. So Jenna's not doing great. She's a little grumpy. She's got like tonsillitis or something. She says pharyngitis. Is that his thing?
Yeah, is that can we look that up on WebMD?
Yeah, it's gonna look that up.
Is pharyngitis real?
Yeah, I don't know. She said it was like her tonsils and something else.
Do you mean laryngitis? No, like pharyngitis, inflammation of the pharynx.
Maybe.
It's
sure.
Most often referred to simply as sore throat.
Okay.
Okay.
Fancy name for sore throat.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's not feeling well, and
go home.
Right, and here is clearly where we're, if you hadn't seen it all season, this is the most evident portion of like Heidi is the one who has a little bit more stake in the game, really wants to win more. Yes. You're speaking very candidly to the two of them. Like you're like, oh yeah, I'll probably vote you out next, Heidi, and then you, Jenna, and then you have some good confessionals where you're like, hey, who would have known if you just like tell people that you're against them that it's fine.
I mean, it certainly is interesting. Yeah, I was even surprised. I didn't even remember that was in there. I'm like, yeah, I could go to the end with you three, but then yeah, I don't even remember the reason they're not going to take me to the end. What was it?
You said that you would have then screwed over everybody else in the game
yeah, I can't
by
win.
flipping back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the only problem with that plan. Yeah.
Yeah. Another one of my favorite like little quotey things you have is when you're carrying some firewood and you're like, you're getting my good shirt dirty, Butch. I like that one.
Yeah.
So now
we're all in on Butch and the firewood. They're really
Oh yeah,
Now,
they bury him.
the real question here is this all the same episode cycle, or are you doing all of this like gathering firewood like over the course of several days, or is
it might
this
be
really
like a little bit over several days, but Christy's not around, so I don't know. Like I feel like that we really went to work on the shelter post Alex for whatever reason. I don't know if we got rained on really bad one day, but we just like start working on the shelter, and I don't know, it's just Butch just got really fixated on the wood.
How was that when you came back from that reward challenge and they were all there? Like, what was that like?
I was very upset. And the first thing I said, what about my $240 from the auction? I was very upset. And of course, yeah, I do have I do have I think the one surviving thing from the from the fire.
Way.
I still do have the magic 8-ball, which is still very the heat like melted the side of it, but
that is really cool.
That's
Rob,
pretty amazing looking.
I still do have it.
Does it work?
Yeah, it's still like you could still shake it, and there's like the thing is in there, but I don't know if you can like make it out. The thing is in there. It's a lot of air bubbles. I think that maybe some of the water evaporated that's in there.
No, that's really cool.
Yeah, if you're ever interested in the construction of a magic 8-ball, like there's only water in the bottom half. The top half is filled with nothing that melts when. So yeah, I've managed to keep this. This is like I think I have a machete at my mom's garage.
They let you take the machete home?
Yeah, I don't know how I got it through security in my luggage, I guess.
I don't know either.
But yeah, I do have the machete also at my mom's house. I think that's about it that I have from the Amazon.
This is like go ahead.
Just before you actually get to the fire burning situation, when you're on this car date with Matt, you have you make a funny joke about like Butch in the firewood that just completely goes over Matt's head. Also, you're like, oh, it's too bad that the Butch is in here since we've got this grill. And Matt's like, oh yeah, he would like the food. And you're like, no, I meant because like fire. He doesn't
make the fire. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was watching all that back this morning, that Jenna is very upset about, like her pledge crown is not there. It's
yeah, she's like
passed down from sister to sister.
Yeah, she's like her Zeta letters. Why are you bringing this on Survivor?
I don't know.
Then?
She went all in on the sorority stuff.
Honestly, when I was watching with my roommate and she's walking around in that Zeta sweatshirt, he was like, really? She's got the Zeta sweatshirt or whatever it is. Like, he even commented on that, like her being like, my sorority stuff burned in the fire.
Yeah, I gotta imagine that like whatever clothes you wear on Survivor for the most part are gonna be pretty gross afterward anyway, where you're not gonna want to wear them even if they make it out alive.
But yeah, we lost a lot of things in the fire. You know, it was also cool that in the auction, somebody, I forget who got it. Somebody got a Polaroid camera, and then we had like taken like a bunch of Polaroids also. Like somebody's like thing like came with a Polaroid camera, and then we lost the pictures in the fire.
No.
I didn't get to mention it from the auction, but my favorite story from the auction is that Butch bids on breakfast, and then Jeff Probst asks Butch,
oh yeah,
all right, Butch, tell me, what's your favorite place to eat breakfast? And he says, Cracker Barrel. Jeff's like, no. at your house. which Jeff was getting like very frustrated with Butch because Butch was not giving good answers to a lot of different questions.
The one that did make the episode was he says, "With my wife and kids," and Jeff's like, "No, in bed."
yeah. But I was really like bummed out like when I was watching this part back with the barbecue. I really felt like that when I went on the barbecue with Matt, that I was like basically like, hey, this is it. This is the final two. Like we're doing this. Like I really felt like I found like my partner with Mateo. And so like I understand why then he's like, oh, I'm gonna make a final two with Jenna also. And then I'll just like I'm gonna pull a Richard Hatch. But I know Richard Hatch, sir, and you are no Richard Hatch. Like I just felt like that, that he would have been better off going to the end with me.
Well,
get more than one vote.
Yeah, you've said this. I don't know if that's any better, but it's fine.
Closer.
Yeah. I think at least right now he has the casuals like the Kwiatkowskis out there saying that he should have won.
I guess so. It was just like it stunk because I felt like that and I know I betrayed a lot of people in the season, but it's just like bummed me out. Like I felt like like this could have been us. Like we had a good thing going. Like let's get like the light was at the end of the tunnel. We could have like made the final. I mean, I guess he did make the final two. But
yeah. So did you know at this vote that the Jenna and Heidi are going to put their votes on you?
Well, Heidi and I had like a lot in common in a lot of different ways. I know we joke I joked around a lot about Heidi, but I felt like that we both like saw each other as sort of like the other threat. Neither of us had gotten a vote the whole game. And Heidi was like very much like, hey, if I'm getting votes tonight, you're getting votes tonight. So that they were like, we're putting their votes on me just because Heidi didn't want me to have like a perfect game when she was going to get voted out.
I see.
Makes sense.
Good honor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Heidi's going to go. It's sad.
Yeah. Do you feel like that I made the wrong decision to vote out Heidi? Yeah.
Yes.
I just felt like that Heidi was getting Heidi was heating up. And I felt like
understand.
Jenna was on the down.
I understand because go ahead, Mary.
Wait, you finish, Maggie.
Yeah, you finish.
Well, I was just gonna say I understand because there's the whole sequence of Jenna being like, I am so sick, like I can't go on, and Heidi is like low key betraying Jenna and being like, guys, vote out Jenna. She's so sick, like she's really concerned about her health, and you're like, really? Like 2 days more? And she was like, yes. So I understand why you would be like, no, Heidi, like I gotta get you out of here because Jenna is like literally can't move. I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think that like I can understand why in that moment you could feel like Heidi was the one. Like your logic there checks out. I think the slightly bigger picture thing is I don't think that Matt is making that same deal with Heidi down the line if it ends up being the final three of you. But how would you have known that at the time?
I wouldn't it wasn't like he had like a great relationship with Jenna. Like I feel like Heidi would have there was a better chance Heidi was going to make that deal with Matt as opposed to Matt making that deal with Jenna. The one like the Butch if I like was to see him right now, he would tell me like we shouldn't have voted out Christy. We blew it. We voted out Christy. We should have voted out Heidi or Jenna.
Oh well.
Yeah. No, you should have voted out Christy there.
Yeah. The Christy move was still the right move at that point. I think.
I do think that also Heidi doesn't get the votes in the final two that Jenna does. I think she's perhaps a bit more polarizing than Jenna, but maybe I'm wrong.
I'm trying to think. Would they get like let's say if it was Heidi versus Matt?
Well, not Heidi. I mean like you versus Jenna, you said it would be tight, but I think you versus Heidi it would be less tight.
I really think that it would be I guess we'll get there. I feel like that Heidi / Jenna I feel like still would have like Dave, Alex, whoever wasn't there, Heidi or Jenna. That's already 3. And then I would have to sweep basically Matt, Butch, Dina, and Christy. And Christy,
I think you could do it.
I think you could do it. I think you would have done it against either Jenna or Heidi. I think Dina also is it could I think depending on your answer, I think you've got it.
I think I've got Dina.
Yeah.
I know Dina wanted a woman to win, but I think that I do think that Dina wanted a woman to win, but I think that might feel more betrayed by Jenna and Heidi.
Yeah, she at least at the reunion nods along and says she would have voted for you. So there's
so does Christy.
Yes, so does Christy.
Okay.
Okay. Fine. The finale. Here we are.
Finale.
Yeah. Butch is gonna say that you and him and Matt had formed a strong alliance, and I would say since when? But I guess
in Butch's head.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. I mean, it's probably Butch's strongest alliance.
In Butch's head, I think that nobody told him like the chain wasn't real. I think that maybe Butch is like, yeah, we were a chain, and then we voted out Dina, and then we voted out Alex, and then we voted out Christy.
Yeah. Butch starts doing some dancing. That's fun. Jenna's still feeling sick, but she's gonna do everything she can to win. So, and yeah.
So Jenna wins immunity, and she tells Butch she's going to vote out you, but then Matt cuts that deal that we were referring to, that if she votes out Butch, that they'll take each other to the final two if they win that final 3 immunity challenge. And I think that I think that a lot of people, when they talk about the season, say that like that's the like Matt. I saw a comment online that said like you created like this like Survivor Frankenstein that eventually like turned around. But I don't think that that's true on this rewatch. Like he cut that deal, but Jenna was never going to take you to the final 2. And he says at the reunion that he would have taken you to the final 2.
Yeah, but
So,
all he did was
to not win.
He didn't try to win the final 3 challenge.
Yes.
Like that's basically like I was on my own to try to win the final 3 challenge, and it turned out to be something that I was not going to be able to win.
But like that's not the betrayal, of like you created this thing that then turned on you. Like that I think that is I think that the biggest problem is that you just couldn't win that. The only way for you to win was to win that immunity challenge.
Yeah. And really that I don't understand why they didn't vote me out at 4. Like I didn't win like Jenna won immunity at 4. Like why are Matt and Butch Jenna is the one, she like tells Matt like no, Rob deserves to be here. And so I thought it was wild at the time. I was like, I'm not gonna. You're right. I think I do deserve to be here.
Yeah, based on their conversation, it seems like they might have been feeling like Butch just was friendly and might win because of that or something.
I don't know,
because he hadn't really screwed anybody.
Because I didn't even really remember this, but like Jenna and Butch seem like that they like make a deal. Then after that, she's like, "All right, like it's the young and the old. We've got this. Like, you're voting Butch out. Why are you making a deal with him?"
Yeah, I just think so. So then, like Butch goes. Sorry to like yada yada the Butch thing, but like, so Butch goes, and then you do this final 3 challenge. And my big question for you was, when you were up there and you tried to cut that deal with Jenna and she wouldn't do it, did you know you lost?
Not in the, like, I was hoping that I would be able to work. She was actually like very wobbly, like in the first couple of seconds, but like, that was really a hard challenge to do. Like it was a very like narrow, like thing that we were standing on. And we also had like a thing like over our head. And it was just like not my forte. I was really convinced it was going to be like questions, like it was going to be like the fallen comrades, and I was going to have my marker ready, and I was just going to wipe the floor with Matt and Jenna. I mean, it is like crazy. Like in 39 other seasons, there's never been one other final 3 challenge other than fire making that takes place at the final tribal council. Like
I thought they did that in Thailand.
Yeah, it wasn't at the final.
It wasn't.
Wasn't it like a cave? Yeah.
It was a similar type of balance challenge, but yeah, not there.
Yeah. So I was just like really hosed on like I like they said your final challenge will be a tribal council. Like, okay, boom, questions. Got this. Jenna and Matt know nothing about the other players. I've got this. I'm gonna win. And then we got there. I'm like, oh, what the hell is this? And then I wish I would have said to Jenna, if I step down, will you take me? But I mean, she said that like it wouldn't have mattered.
Mm-hmm.
And I like my Survivor challenges to be completely fair as much as they can be. And y'all had like different headdresses and stuff. Like, who knows? Maybe one was
I also
heavier.
didn't
Who
even have
knows?
like the afternoon to go back to camp and like try to like persuade Jenna. It was like such a like wham bam thing of like, here's the all right, here's the challenge, do the challenge. 2 seconds later, Jenna wins. All right, Jenna, vote. Okay, Rob, you're done. I'm like, that happened all in like 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's a bummer. It really
Sorry,
is.
Rob.
It's that
I know.
look,
I know it's like 20
if
years
it hasn't
later.
been
But
abundantly clear throughout the podcast, like I that this has been fun to talk about, but like I really wouldn't change. And it would have been fun to win, but I can say that the money would all be gone by now. I do not think that I would, have the family that I have now had I gotten $1 million when I was 24 years old. And all of the fun that we've had on the podcast, like, I don't think that Rob as a podcast would exist or be what it is today had I won that challenge in Survivor the Amazon. So I think that everything worked out the way it was supposed to work out. Like, it's fun to talk about, but I never like am like bitter or like have like waking nights. I spend way more time thinking about like what I should have done in Survivor All Stars than what I should have done in this game.
You don't need to think about what you did in Survivor
Yeah,
All Stars either.
Yeah.
You can take that one from your
and
mind.
again, I not even recently. Like I in my life, I have spent way more, sleepless nights on Survivor All Stars than on this game.
Well, and when you get voted out, you say you wouldn't have changed anything, and I said I wouldn't stop smiling until they put my torch out, and you know what? I'm still smiling. Look at you being a great sport.
Yeah,
It's
I
very
was so happy. I was so like I couldn't believe that they even let me be on the show, let alone make it like I'm gonna be in every episode. Like, I got all the way to the end. Like, I can't believe this. This is crazy.
You're on the DVD cover.
On the DVD cover. I mean, like, was DVDs invented yet? I guess they were. But like, yeah, I was just like, I was just so thrilled. Like, it was such a fantasy to think I would ever even get on the show, let alone play the show and be involved in all these votes and make all these moves and get to say a bunch of stupid jokes and just be meet Jeff Probst and Mark Burnett and just be involved with like something and like people were gonna know like who I was. It was just like all just like wish fulfillment.
That's awesome. Honestly, I think that that's like also, and now like, so not to be like too, woo woo about the whole thing, but you like, you saying like you are happy that you didn't win the $1 million almost because your life,
Maggie.
well, okay, you didn't, but you said that your life has like the way that your life has turned out, you're not certain it would be the same and you wouldn't change anything.
Yeah.
I think that that's like lovely. Like, that's a lovely, reflection on the way that your life is right now and how,
Maggie,
you've lived it.
You heard some of the things I said. Do you think that would have been a good idea to give me $1 million?
No, no, I don't.
No.
But anyways.
Yeah, you're gonna get full name dropped here, which I think is kind of interesting. You might be the only person on this season when they do their fake rites of passage where Jenna's gonna say Rob Sesternino.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So good for you for that.
That was pretty cheap.
Yeah. Matt's gonna almost die from the fireball, which was wild. Like, I can't believe they let them do that.
Frenchy, but I think that the show does get very boring once I get voted out.
Well, so
I did skip over it. Not gonna lie.
One major question here, though. what is going on in this segment where you're like the jury thoughts and they all say stuff? Did you have a cavity? Why do you have like a piece of gauze in your mouth while you're
I think
giving this whole
I was looking
speech?
at that too. Like, I'm thinking it might be like a mint or gum. Like, like what? Like, who's directing this segment? Why don't they tell me
I
to
was like,
spit this out?
I was thinking like, did you get voted out and party too hard and like bite the inside
I
of your
mean, we
mouth
did
and
have
have gauze in there?
one hell of a rager the night I got voted out. We had a toga party that night, and like after I got voted out, they handed me like a soda, and they were like, "Oh, we're having a toga party tonight." I'm like, "Oh, this is incredible!" And I went from like from tribal council like back to Ponderosa, which was on a boat, and then we had like a big party, and Mark Burnett was there, and it was a fun night.
Yeah,
But
anyway,
yeah,
I was just trying to
I think
figure
I
out
had
what
like a
was
mint.
going on there.
Like, why are they letting me talk on television with a mint?
Yeah, it was weird. I do appreciate when they do the like little quick jury blurbs. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
For the final tribal council, uh, you know, I don't love that both of them give this like honor and integrity opening and then they both backtrack it on their closing statement. That's never a good
Yeah,
look.
it's not great. It's not great. Butch almost died.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I think that like he chopped down so many trees that now they're coming back after him.
They're coming back together
Because like a branch almost decapitates Butch.
Yep.
Which is
true.
weird. And I love Jeff's just like, well, that was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot pass by the final tribal council without talking about Heidi's iconic question.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Of if there's any particular person who's more deserving to be in your position, and they both say you. And then she says, is there anybody else?
Anybody else?
It's so
and then
good.
Jeff just awkwardly says, I think you got it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. My favorite.
I love that they keep it in. Like they didn't need to edit that in, but
Go ahead.
Editors were having fun in Survivor the Amazon. My favorite is when Dave asks like, so what historical figure that do you consider to be a role model?
I don't think I realized how annoying I found Dave until we did this podcast.
I completely realized how annoying I found him, and it was the what like, modern influential leader have you emulated? Somebody that I can relate to.
Yeah.
Like, I can't even
think for me, it would be Colin Powell.
So weird.
And Jenna gives the answer I probably would have given because I'd have been like, what figure? What am I gonna say? I relate to like Hillary Clinton? Like
I don't know what he's looking for there. Yeah.
Like what do you I can't with
he's
that
trying
question.
To be too highbrow. It's weird. You ask your favorite question. Tell me why the person next to you doesn't
like a much more like sarcastic version of this, and Jeff like stepped on it where I was like, Jenna, Matthew, both of you have demonstrated all game just how much you are always honest and always have integrity and always tell the truth. And Jeff was like, are you being serious or not? Is this I'm like, oh, okay. And then they just like cut out all that. And then they just went with like, who is like very short snippet.
Yeah. It does seem like everybody.
Question. Yeah.
So I'm guessing after your toga party or whatever, you guys did some discussing about how you thought that they were both going to pitch that they were like being all honorable and that you were all kind of annoyed with it. It seems like everybody on the jury was not vibing with that.
No, we were not really vibing. I mean, we didn't get any sort of like a heads up of like that's how they were going to do it. Maybe they had been like talking about it at tribal council recently.
Yeah, it just seems like you're all kind of on the same page. Yeah, and then they both have kind of whimpery closing statements.
Yeah. You know what doesn't leave with a whimper?
What?
Those tribal council votes, because they get right on Prope's jet ski. He rides right back to New York City to the Ed Sullivan Theater.
if I could just add one other thing about like
Sorry.
Jenna, that I just felt like that she seemed still to me like yeah, she had some issues along the way where she came off yeah, I don't even want to say like bratty. That's not how I saw her, but just a little bit like entitled along the way. But it did feel like, at that final tribal council that there was like a growth trajectory of like, yeah, but she's 21 and who knows like what the future
I
holds
agree.
for her.
I would have voted for Jenna, just to be clear. Like, I know she won 6-1, so but I think that she was the clear winner. She had strategy the whole way through. Like,
She was
Matt,
involved in everything along the
yes,
way,
uh-huh.
up until like the Alex vote, and then still was like in the middle of everything.
And then she went on a run to save herself.
Yeah.
Like there's totally value there, and I think that her cutting you was the best thing she could have done. Like
Yeah.
it's the move that cinched her the win, and I totally would have voted for her. And I do think that like during the final tribal council, and especially at the reunion, like you do see how much it meant to her for her to win. And she says like about Matt, I think she's like, for me, like I really want to win. For Matt, it just feels like Survivor is something he wants. He just did.
Just another
It's just
adventure. Yeah.
yes. And I do think like as somebody who's a fan of reality television, like that really would have spoken to me if I was on the jury, like seeing her passion for it. Because she really did have, even though, 6 days earlier she was like, I'm sick. Like, she really was able to pull out those immunities. It really clearly did mean a lot to her at the reunion. And yeah, she totally earned that one, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I think it meant a lot to her family too. We talked about this with Adam in Survivor Millennials versus Gen X, where that, he went out there and then he did this and he was going to get to watch the show with his mom, or so he thought. And Jenna did get that. She got to go home and she got to go and watch this season all play out, with her mom, and her mom was there at the finale. And then, later on that year is when her mom is going to pass away when we're out to go play in Survivor All-Stars. But, that was like a really amazing thing that, Jenna's mom got to see, was like that her daughter went on the show and got to win, and she got to be there and be a part of it. And the finale was on Mother's Day. And, that was like a really cool part of her story.
And not just that she grew throughout the season to her point at the final tribal, but I think she really probably benefited from being able to watch herself on this season. I'm sure it was very hard to do that, but she was 21 years old and then saw, herself in that light, probably heard a lot of discourse about people talking about the season, and then being able to win probably gave her the more of an incentive of like, okay, I won, but also here's what I need to look at myself, as.
She says, Mary, I wrote down this quote because I actually thought that it was really, big of her to say, and really great. She said, it's hard to have a learning experience in front of an audience who doesn't realize that you're learning in real time. But she said that she had learned a lot watching herself back, and was still going to continue to learn after. And I think that like, she could have come on and been like, I won. It doesn't matter,
Right. And I'm not sure how much Matt changes at all if he wins
I don't
or
know.
not. Yeah.
I'm not sure. And, for Jenna, she's really, had like a, challenging road through life since Survivor. That, her mom passed away, as everybody knows, from Survivor All-Stars. Her dad passed away a couple of years ago, that you see him come out on, and she's an only child. So like she's lost like her whole family. She was with Ethan for all the years, and she was with Ethan through all of the times that Ethan was going through his cancer battle, and she was with him through all of that. So she's really had like a lot of hardships in her life since this time on Survivor. So it's been like a rocky road for her since the show. So I really like am happy that I voted for a person who, was my friend, like in and out of the show, to win the game.
Totally.
Yeah. And that's great. Have you stayed in touch with her much recently?
Not over the last couple of years. Like we'll do like birthday texts, like here and there. But she, like is always going to be like a sister to me, and like I'll always like have like an affinity for her. Where we were like, I don't want to say kids when we played the show, but like we were like very like young adults, and we went through this crazy experience. We went from like regular lives to like being like on national television together and having like all these crazy experiences after. And it's just like there's very few people that like know what that whole like experience was like for us.
For sure.
Yeah.
Do either of you have anything else from the reunion show or anything about
The
that?
only
A lot
thing
of it
that
we kind
I
of touched on.
The only thing that
Yeah.
I have is that Amber and Ethan are there in the audience together.
Yes.
And I did pause and rewind a couple times to look at that, which I thought was just wild given, the way that the next 20 years played out for them. I just think that that's just such a fun, bizarre, like niche Survivor thing.
A lot of famous alumni in the audience.
Yeah, I saw Rudy.
Hunter, Rudy.
Hatch is there.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, there's a really goofy Jeff moment where he's kind of like walking back to stage and you just hear him talking and saying like, I don't even know where I am. I'm just going to cut over here. And then they pan to him and he goes, hello. I love that one.
I liked it when you told everyone you had a girlfriend, and it's Nicole, which is very sweet.
Yes, that I got to say my joke about how that, and Jeff loves to know like, so what's the update with the dating situation? And so, I got to talk about that, how I had just started dating Nicole, but she doesn't believe a word that I say, which, like, I don't think that we really have that as a major issue. I think we have overcome any trust issues that she might have had after watching me play in Survivor the Amazon. But yeah, that Nicole and I started like dating during the airing of the television show. And like I was I thought that like, oh, what if she thinks I'm gonna win? What's gonna happen? This woman might just think that I'm getting $1 million. That I have to be very careful. But no, she's stayed with me long after I was very poor. So.
See, and another reason why it might have been good that you didn't win.
It's a really sweet story, honestly, that like
it really is.
We're on 2 seasons of Survivor, and on both seasons at the finale, you talked about your future wife. Like, I think that's very sweet.
Yep. Yeah. It's, it's coming up on a very long. So it's going to be next year will be 20 years since we played it. And then 2023 will be 20 years since this aired.
Wow. It's adorable.
It's a long time.
Great love story.
All right. Let's do a couple of questions. You have anything else from the reunion, Mary?
Chocolate and peanut butter. Heidi has a high IQ. No, that's pretty much it. Yeah,
Heidi has the highest IQ in the whole thing.
Yeah, it's good. You get a good segment that at least you get you get featured on that. I feel like all in all for yourself, you really aside from winning, you really get like a great full Survivor experience. I know there's highs and lows, but overall they're very favorable to you in the edit.
Yeah.
And it's kind of that whole question of like, do you want to win and be hated or lose and be loved? And you end up getting to have that robbed goddess spot. So it works out, I think.
Yeah, I really have 2 night and day Survivor experiences.
Well, I'm glad that you had the first one first, so you could have the opportunity to have the second one.
Exactly.
Yes, that's true. It would be. I mean, it'd be better to have the first one first and sort of have like the Kelly Wentworth experience. But
maybe, yeah.
I'm not complaining. Okay. All right. by the way, incredible job by both of you to get through all of that. Let's see. Let's do a couple of questions. Okay. How about okay. I want to talk about I know where I want to go. I just want to find the question. I guess like let me do the question that we get every season. How would Jenna have done on Winners at War?
Ooh,
Does she? Well, I feel like I would have to ask a lot of questions about her personal life, like about her relationship with Ethan. Like, I feel like that's maybe not
I think
fair
that
for us to do on this.
I would think that they have a working relationship.
Okay,
I would say it's not a contentious relationship.
I think it would depend on who she was swapped out for, because if she's swapped out for another old schooler,
Danny
I think
she goes. They call Jenna Maresk instead of Danny Bowen.
I think it ends up being a pretty similar, not for the same reasons, but I think she goes in a similar spot. I think she gels with the older school people, but she doesn't like. It's not that I don't think that she could keep up with the new school gameplay. I just don't know why they would choose to work with her. So I think she goes out in a similar spot.
All right. How about John? John wants to know, how would Matt have done in Winners at War?
Worse.
Worse?
Yeah.
I wonder. Like, I feel like that he would be like. I mean, Ben went to the final 5. Like, but like nobody would want to work with Mateo.
You know, you can talk about this next Saturday when you talk about this Winners at War podcast.
No more Winners at War. What about how would Rob do on Winners at War?
I think.
I think that you are, well, it's hard because you've got this whole timeline of you. If you had won, you wouldn't have been a podcaster, so we can't butterfly effect it. But assuming that you, for some reason, won and then had the exact same life, where you're a podcaster, I think you've got a better relationship with like Rob and stuff, where I don't think that I think he's going to be looking at you more like an asset rather than someone to get out early.
I hope so.
For sure. I think
that again.
I think you would do well on Winners at War. I think that you're going to have a problem if you ever decide to come back, that people are going to be like, well, he's the guy, he's the podcast guy.
Yeah, I think in Winners at War, that might have actually been like your better spot, because I would agree. I still feel like you're just sort of rounding out that same group, though. I think with like Tyson and Rob and stuff, where you're hanging with them, you're chilling with them, but if the numbers aren't there, you guys are all getting picked off.
Yeah, like I feel like that. I think I'm around for at least a little bit, where it's like I feel like that those guys are saying that I'm not coming for them, but I wonder if people are like, I'm sort of like a proxy target of like, oh, well, we know Rob is that Rob C is friends with Tyson, who's friends with Boston Rob, so let's take out Rob C because he's like he knows all these other people. So
yeah, Adam's gonna have a confessional where he's like, Rob and Amber's marriage and Rob's podcast relationship with all of them.
Yeah. I think that you, like you said, Mary, like Winners at War would have been the best spot for you because there's a million huge targets. But I do think that if you ever were to come back for like a Game Changers 2, all it takes is like one loud paranoid person to be like, hello, he's interviewed us all for you to have some issues.
Yeah. That I'm not clamoring to go through this again. All right. So who's the season's MVP?
I wonder.
Gee, I don't know. Is it the person with the podcast?
We'll continue. We have many more questions to go through. We'll go through them on our patron feedback show, robswebsite.com/patron. Okay. Who would you say it is?
Yeah, no, it's you.
Okay. I think it's Butch.
Butch. Yeah. Okay. Rob C got.
What did you get? 90%?
92%. Again, like
no, you can.
These are my people. I am their leader now. Yeah.
But it's not just like nepotism here with us. I feel like you are the MVP.
I know. Mary,
got
I do
90
feel like
professionals.
Mary, there was a moment in the podcast where I had to stop and do some self-reflecting and be like, I feel like I am a bit conducting an interview with Rob about his experience on the
that's
season.
fine. I mean,
But and I do think that's true. And I think if we get any feedback that's like, hey, why didn't they break down more closely Jenna's game or whatever? I think the issue is that they show most of the season through your eyes, and you are the narrator, and so that's how it is.
What do you want to know about Jenna's game, commenter?
Yeah.
Jenna wants to go to the final four with Alex and Heidi and Rob, and then basically they're gonna vote out Alex and Rob, and then go to end with Jenna and Heidi.
Yeah, like you're
And she
not
gives away the necklace for strategy.
exactly. You're
We didn't
not
really
the
talk
winner
about
of
giving
the
away the necklace.
season.
Yeah.
But you are the leader of the season. They are your people. So
That's such a weird comment. I love it.
Jenna and Heidi each I got an identical 2.03%. Okay.
good for them.
Which one-time player would you most like to see come back in the future season?
I mean, for me, it's Dina, but
Heidi.
Yeah. Okay. Those are the top two. It's Dina, 41%. Heidi, 34%. By the way, we had a great talking with T-Bird with Heidi Strobel. I think right after Winners at War from last summer. That's a really fun one to check
I'm gonna
out.
have to listen.
Yeah.
It's good.
I feel like
that one.
Again, I would
Christy
just
was
like
third place, 9.9%. Yes.
I would just like to reiterate for like the fourth time on this podcast, I am not a Heidi hater. In fact, I'm a Heidi fan. I feel like what I said about her came off unflattering, but I'm here for it. I would love to see her back on my screen. I'm going to check out this talking with T-Bird. I'm into Heidi.
You know, Heidi and I are born only 9 days apart. I'm 9 days older than Heidi.
Wow. When's your birthday?
October 20th.
Okay.
But then I put Heidi, I then think she gets into the Scorpio cusp.
Oh, she's after you. You're before her.
Yeah, I'm 9 days before her.
I don't know why I'm asking as though I know. We need to get Kirsten or Jenny or something.
Yeah, I was like, I have no knowledge of any of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Which name on the list made you think, wait, who's that?
Janet?
Yeah, I think for me it was Jean, but it was just the name. Like I didn't remember. I knew who the person was not after I rewatched it, but
the only person I was like, who is this? Was Janet.
Yep. Janet, 36%.
Yeah.
Jean, 24%. Ryan Aiken, 17.5%.
I just heard you talk enough about how Ryan was cheap and all that.
Yeah, that was cheap. That was pretty cheap.
That I've already, that one's in my head.
Yeah. Who's the most underrated player on the season? What do you think, Maggie?
I would say Heidi or Dina. Maybe even Jenna.
Yeah, I think some people might be saying Jenna just since she won, but I'm not sure.
Okay. The answer is Heidi, 26.6%. Jenna Maraska, 22%. Dina Bennett, 19.5%. Who had the Kelly Wentworth Award for Best Pre-Merge Boot?
Who's in the pre-merge?
It's Ryan, Janet, Dan, Joanna, Jean, and Shauna.
Shauna?
By the way, they had a wild pre-jury trip.
What happened? Give the deets.
They all fought. They all were crying. It was a hot mess. And Roger, yeah. It's Ryan, Janet, Dan, Joanna, Jean, Shauna, and Roger. That was the crew.
They all fought?
Yeah, I have no clue who could even possibly be the best of this group.
Shauna,
I don't know.
right?
Joanna? I've got no idea.
Shauna, 41.9%.
What did Shauna do?
You know, you at least remember Shauna.
She was
one of the guys.
Bang-a-ring. Soccer ball. Dan Liu, 18%. Jean had 17.2%.
I think Jean probably deserves it more than Shauna does.
Yeah.
But, you remember Shauna.
Okay. All right. Out of the 40 seasons, where do you rank Jenna Maraska as the winner on a scale of 1 to 40?
36.
36. Wow.
I'm going to abstain. I haven't seen every single season, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay. So I would say that Jenna Maresca, I think, actually fared pretty well here. She ends up coming in at 29.25, which puts her 28th in the rankings. Because, she's
That's pretty
always
good.
linked up with Amber Burkich. She's right next to Amber. Amber Burkich. So Danny Boatwright, I feel like, came in very low. Danny Boatwright is 26th, then Amber Burkich, then Jenna Maresca, but she is ahead of Ben Driebergen, Natalie White, Fabio, Bob Crowley, and Chris Underwood.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, but okay.
Yeah, I do.
I feel like Natalie White did more. But
yeah, I do think that based on the seasons that we have left, I can't see another winner getting slotted underneath her. I think that all the other winners are going to be held in a higher regard.
Yeah.
Well,
is it technically 1 through 40 though, or is it 1 through 38, or do you say like Tony 1.0, Tony 2.0?
Yeah, I think we'll say Tony twice and Sanders twice. Okay,
got it.
All right, then we asked the listeners: is this season too high, too low, or just right?
I think it's just right.
I think it might be a little high, but only because Philippines and Cambodia, both I have watched really, really recently. And then on this rewatch, I enjoyed them both more. So it's a little high for me.
Okay. I think it's probably a little high myself. 48% said too high. 36% said just right. 14% said too low. On my rewatchability rankings, I think I can't live with myself if I have to hear Stephen Fishback say that Tocantins is better than Amazon. So I have it at a season 6 in my rankings. So I'll have the top 6 as Cambodia, Palau, Philippines, Millennials versus Gen X, Blood versus Water, and then Amazon. I think that the first half is slow. It's a fun ride if you're up for it in the post merge, but a little bit of a slow go in the early going, and I think that there's a little more action going on throughout the course of the whole season in some of these other ones. All right, so I told you what's coming up next. Winners at War coming up on Saturday. Taryn and Shannon coming up on Saturday night.
Stellar panel.
It's going to be a great panel.
That's going to be a long podcast.
It's going to be a long podcast. I think we're going to do it. We're trying to come up with some ways to talk about it that's not just going through episode by episode. Maybe there's we're having a meeting. We're going to talk it through.
Those are two people who I do feel like you would have a meeting before.
We would have a meeting before the panel. Yeah. Okay. So, but what's going to be number 6? Here's what's coming up. Here's what's left. What's the 6th best season of Survivor? We have Pearl Island, China, Micronesia, Heroes vs. Villains, Cagayan, David versus Goliath. Mary, what's the 6th best season of Survivor?
I think it's either going to be China or David versus Goliath, and I think they're going to come down on David versus Goliath.
Okay. All right.
It's close, though.
Okay. Are you abstaining again like you did for the 7th best season of Survivor?
No, I'm voting for China this time.
Okay. All right. Mary was locked in before. Let's see. And she's locked in again. It's David versus Goliath coming up. 1 week from tonight, Chappelle and Jason Reed will be my guests to talk about David versus Goliath. 1 week from tonight. So Winners at War on Saturday, David versus Goliath on
I'm sorry.
Tuesday.
Can you repeat the panel one more time?
On Tuesday, on Saturday, I'll be talking about Winners at War with Shannon Gus and Taryn Armstrong. And then on Tuesday, we'll talk about David versus Goliath, the 6th best season with Chappelle and Jason Reed.
I'm so excited. That's the perfect people to talk about both of those seasons. Mostly like Chappelle and Jason. I can't wait to hear you talk about Angelina's jacket.
It's going to be great.
It'll be great. It's a lot of Survivor coming up this week, and then we'll go 1 week at a time for the rest of the way. All right. Let's tell you about what else is going on here on Rob's Podcast. We'll keep it quick. Why Jenna won and why Rob lost. Hey, That's with David Bloomberg and Jessica Lewis. They're going to run through telling you, did Jenna follow all of the David Bloomberg rules? And if not, how did she win? Yeah. Okay. They'll talk about it this weekend. On Wednesday, we're back to talk about Big Brother. Melissa Denny, Geneva Guadalupe, and Jacob Jones will join us on Wednesday night for the veto episode of Big Brother. I got to talk with Puya on the 90 Day Fiance RHAP up this week as the guest. We had a lot of fun going through. What, Maggie, have you kept up with this season?
I can't. There's so much happening. I just can't.
So good. That's my guilty pleasure. I love it so much.
I know.
Happily ever after.
Are Natalie and Mike still together? Like,
yes,
are we
they had a great episode. Watch last week's episode. It was great.
Oh gosh. Okay.
So good. Okay. On Rob and Akiva podcast, we went through Census 2021 and had a lot of fun seeing who has their finger on the pulse of the RHAP audience. Is it Rob or is it Uncle Kiwi? Find out on RHAP Census 2021. Of course, it's the start of August. We got so much going on in our Patreon podcast feed. I mentioned the Amazon feedback show coming up on Thursday, not to mention the slop. We had a great episode of the slop on Monday night. Chappelle was in rare form Monday night, and then of course the BBQ&A with Taryn Armstrong, plus the Patron 5 for 5, which I think we're actually going to record on Wednesday this week. That's just the Patron podcast feed, plus Patron Facebook, Patron Discord, all the other goodies at robiswebsite.com/patron. Check out our sponsors at robiswebsite.com/offers. You can subscribe by hitting the subscribe button on YouTube. Very self-explanatory. And then follow us on social media at Rob is a Podcast or at RHAP Grams on Instagram. Okay. Maggie, we made it.
I know. I'm sorry, everybody. You watched me just deteriorate over 5 hours. I feel like I came in so full of life and energy, and I'm leaving with a whimper.
Yeah. No.
Sorry.
No, you did. You never wanted to quit the whole way through.
You're right.
Even though even if you did, Mary would be like, just let her quit.
Wow.
You do this.
I feel like that's not a great look for me.
No, you know what, Mary? I wouldn't have blamed you because you wanted to win. So,
yeah.
I would rather you want to win than.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
No, I've seen Mary play in these reality games. She's the one with the Heidi like killer instinct.
Hey, I've learned everything I know from watching y'all on Survivor. So.
Yeah. Mary's cutthroat in these games. Don't mess with Mary in any of these games.
I feel like in any of these games that you guys played, like I am very happy that now this is just like, what are we even talking about? But now that's like, I'm very happy I joined
RHAP the first 5 hours. Yeah.
After like you guys all did like a ton of social strategy games. Cause I feel like I would have just been like I'm not good. I'm good at talking about it. I'm not good when I'm in it. I'm not cool under pressure, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, you did fantastic tonight, Maggie.
Thanks, Rob.
Even without the ski hat.
Thank you. I had to get rid of it. It was too much.
Mm-hmm. It was very
Maggie,
badass.
What else do you have going on these days? Is this the last podcast for a bit?
Yeah, I'm out of town. I'm not at my place. I'm gone for most of the month of August. So I'm hopefully gonna do a podcast about Big Brother some point later in August, but you might not see me again until closer to September. But thank you for having me on, letting me do this from vacation.
We used up all our hours with Maggie tonight.
Yeah, you got me for 5 hours. Good luck. I'm never coming back.
Yeah, this was our monthly allotment. We used it all up tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
Maggie, incredible job. Thank you so much for coming on and spending all this time to talk about Survivor the Amazon. Thank easy
you.
feat.
No, it's not. But somebody's got to do it. And if that somebody's me, bangerang.
Yeah. And then Mary, incredible job as well here tonight. What's coming up for you?
Gonna be on a Big Brother morning update later this week, and then something else in the next few weeks that I don't know if I'm allowed to officially plug yet, but it's in the wider RHAP community. So
very cryptic.
Keep an eye out. I haven't gotten confirmation on whether I could talk about it, but anyway,
follow Frail Mary.
Yes, follow Frail Mary for that info. And other than that, we just finished wrapping up Twilight on Kowski Cast. It took 9 months, but we got through the full book, and then the movie pod's coming out soon. So real exciting stuff.
Yes. Okay. Well, I want to thank both of you again, because I think that you two had, I think, one of the hardest challenges that were like in this entire 40 season run of coming on here and talking about Survivor the Amazon with me, between the people that are going to say like, how could you criticize Rob, to the people that are going to say, how come you didn't criticize Rob way more?
Everybody, if I mean, in the first 20 minutes, like, just watch what I said in the first 20 minutes, right? Like, that's all I can do for you people. I don't know what else I can say.
Yes. Okay.
How often do you get to talk about a full season of Survivor with the person who was on? So I had a thrilling time getting some questions answered, and while I didn't love every move you made, it was at least very entertaining.
Well, I didn't love every move I made, so why should you? Why do you have to?
Mary, it was blowing my mind earlier today that I was like, I'm gonna get to talk about the whole thing with Rob. Like, I can ask him any question I want. What?
Anybody that made it 5 hours into this greatly appreciates all of the work that you both put in, and no one more than me. So thank you both so much. Thank you for listening. You want to give a hashtag? Bangarang.
Hashtag bangarang.
Hashtag bangarang.
Take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.